Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council special meeting of Wednesday, December 1st. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedural Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, which actually won't happen through these early hearings on the budget, but rather next week, staff will get you back online as soon as possible. Video council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream and available. And council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the procedural bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. As always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having care for this land and are enjoying working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And of course, we want to thank staff who have done a lot over the whole history of the city, but especially these days. And a special thank you to the teams from fire, planning, and the BPD who have been helping in the Fraser Valley with the flood. So thank you so much for all the teams of the city that have been helping out there. Clerk's going to the roll call, please.
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova. Is not in the chamber. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Thank you. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. We just have a small statement today about the recognizing the International Day of Persons Living with Disabilities. The United Nations proclaimed December 3rd as the International Day of Persons with Disabilities in 1982 to recognize people with disabilities, promote an understanding of disability issues, increase awareness of the rights of persons with disabilities, and support their inclusion in every aspect of life, including political, social, economic, and cultural. In 2006, the Vancouver City Council approved International Day of Persons with Disabilities as an official event in the city of Vancouver. The impact of COVID-19 continues to be experienced by many people with disabilities and the services and programs they access, highlighting how necessary it is to continue working toward this goal of a fully inclusive society for everyone. I'm very grateful to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee members for providing advice and guidance to staff and council about improving accessibility, inclusion, and universality, and removing barriers that prevent the full participation of persons with disabilities in community life. And I can tell you these recommendations are taken seriously and have been incorporated into council motions and reports. So thank you. I also wish to recognize the tremendous historical and current work of local people with disabilities, advocates, and nonprofit organizations throughout Vancouver who work every day to create an accessible city for all. The City of Vancouver is working toward developing and implementing an accessibility strategy alongside with an accessibility task force, which comprises people with both professional and lived experiences. Aligning with the recently passed equity framework, the accessibility strategy will foster a culture of inclusion for all residents, visitors, and employees, including persons with disabilities, seniors, and other inequitably targeted groups. On December 3rd, City Hall and Burrard Bridge will be illuminated in purple to mark this occasion. So please join me on Friday, December 3rd, as we observe this important day to acknowledge people with disabilities within our community. Moving on to the business today. Today's special council meeting is to receive a staff presentation and hear from speakers on the 2022 capital and operating budget and related reports. Motions related to the reports on today's agenda will be considered next week during a regular council meeting dedicated to the budget. Debate and decision on the 2022 capital and operating budget is going to take place on Tuesday, December 7th. So we'll begin this morning with staff presentations and have a round of questions to staff, and then hear from speakers. If you have any questions during the presentation, please email them directly to Patrice Impey, the General Manager of Finance, so that staff may prepare responses. So again, Council, as we're going through, If you could email any questions that come to mind off directly to Patrice Impey, that would be great. If council does not have time to hear from all speakers today, the remaining speakers will be heard starting tomorrow, December 2nd, starting at 9:30 a.m. Council, I was just looking through the speakers list. We have 102 people registered to speak, so I doubt we'll finish today by 10 p.m. So I would count on coming back tomorrow morning to continue with hearing from the public. With that all in mind, I'm going to turn it over to now Patrice Impey, the General Manager of Finance, who has a very large slide deck. I see 147 slides to go through, so this will be quite a lengthy presentation, followed by questions to staff from council. And just a reminder, as we go through the presentation, if I know staff have already answered a large number of questions from council, but if you have additional ones, please send them directly to Patrice Impey. So thanks very much, and over to you.
So Mayor Stewart, Paul Mokry here. If I may, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Just a quick opening comment from me before turning it over to Patrice and Colin and the rest of our team to walk you through the presentation this morning. First of all, want to acknowledge that we do have a long day ahead of us, both in terms of staff and then, of course, many members of the public. We're going to do our best to get through a lot of information as expeditiously as we can. This, of course, the draft budget that you have in front of you represents the culmination of several months of work by our finance team, but in fact, staff across all of our departments to bring this to you. It's an incredibly complex exercise and document, as you well know. It does reflect the direction that we've received from council over the course of your term, as well as specific to 2022. We do appreciate the clarity that was provided around the property tax envelope. So of course, the budget that you're seeing from staff does reflect that. As well as the service delivery priorities that you've articulated to us. We are tightly focused on delivering your agenda, and particularly in this fourth year of your term, executing on that. This budget is resource constrained, and so that does impact our ability to deliver on particularly new initiatives, but core services as well. We have done our best to mitigate those across all the different service areas. As you will have seen, the draft budget does include $45 million approximately of cost reductions. And again, those reductions do impact our ability to deliver. So we've attempted to balance that and ensure that we can continue to run the organization effectively as well. I also want to note just really quickly the continuing impact of the pandemic on the city's finances. Again, you're very familiar with the impact, particularly on our non-tax revenues in 2020 and 2021. We did receive some support from the provincial and federal governments for those years. We're very thankful for that. But as you know, Council, the amount of support that the City of Vancouver received from senior governments was proportionally less than all other cities in BC and considerably less than other major cities in Canada. And as a core city, we're particularly dependent on non-tax revenues, which of course are the revenue category that were impacted by the pandemic. And we're still, in fact, in 2022, going to be digging out of that. And I would note in particular labor costs. So we did in 2020 have a contingency in our budget for labor cost increases. You'll recall that we reallocated that to offset our non-tax revenue losses and avoid further layoffs beyond the 1,800 staff that we did lay off across the city and public library system, and to ensure that we didn't have to implement further service reductions. In 2021, we did not, in fact, have those funds available to cover labor cost increases in 2020. In 2021, we used the reserve to kind of shore that up. But again, as you know, that's not a sustainable funding source. We do need to, in 2020, build that back into the budget. So we're essentially here covering 2 years of labor cost increases. That's an extraordinary and significant impact on this budget, as labor represents the most significant component of our expenditures. So I think that's really important to note that is an extraordinary cost driver for this year. But with that, again, just want to thank our team for the work that they've done. Thank you, Council, for the clarity you provided leading up to this. And with that, I'll turn it over to Patrice and Colin to walk you through from here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paul. And I think our city manager has done a very good job of framing sort of the situation coming into this budget. Just a couple of additional words. I wanted to really thank the team that we have here. This last 2 years has been really extraordinary. for all cities and organizations, but particularly for ours. And this team has really responded. They've adapted, they planned and replanned, and adjusted to the changing environment continuously over the last 2 years. And I think in a crisis, people come together and they figure out how to do the best. And I think our team did a wonderful job of that over the last couple of years. And certainly coming into this budget was an additional challenge as we weren't relying on our stabilization reserve again. So it's really, I feel very fortunate to work with this team, and I think they've done put an incredible amount of thought and consideration into this budget and the really tough trade-offs that you will have to consider to balance the budget and look at the impact on our services, on the public, and on our staff. So with that, I will get into the presentation. So our agenda today will include an update on the engagement, the public engagement that we've had on this budget. We'll also walk through the highlights of the budget, myself and Colin Knight, our Director of Citywide FP&A. And then I'm also joined today by a number of our general managers, and they will walk through the key elements of the 2022 budget for their departments. And we also have representatives from Metro Vancouver who are going to join us for a brief presentation, given the impact of Metro Vancouver on our budget, particularly going forward in the next few years. So we have lots to go through, so let me begin. Just as far as setting the context, overall this budget reflects a 5% property tax increase, and that's in line with Council's direction. Staff have prioritized ongoing services and new initiatives within this context, and also identified up to $10 million that could be used should Council choose, in addition to the draft budget. If that's not allocated, then it will go to the reserves. Staff have also provided Council with details on initiatives that have not been included in this budget, as well as scenarios at lower tax increases than the one presented in the budget. That information is available to Council should they choose to amend the draft budget as presented. Now, the economic context for the city is actually quite positive. The GDP is expected to exceed pre-pandemic levels. And while the annual CPI is forecasted to increase just above 2%, we know that we're experiencing, as expected, a very short-term significant increase in inflation in September, over 3.5% compared to a year previous. But we also know that CPI is not the best benchmark for our city costs, particularly drivers like Metro Vancouver levies, public safety wages, and areas like construction costs that have historically increased above CPI. We are looking at revenue projections going into this budget that assume some of the revenues that are linked to the economic activity, like parking and recreation, will recover. Not all of them will, though, and we'll continue to monitor our revenues through 2022. Our approach to this budget has been a cautious approach, recognizing that not all of our revenues are expected to return to pre-pandemic levels. However, given the cost pressures and the revenue impacts in this budget, departments were looking to defer work, hold vacancies, or find efficiencies in the area of $45 million, as the city manager mentioned. And while the general stabilization reserve was used to offset declines in 2021 and 20, we are not using that to balance our tax-rated budget. There is a portion of the reserve that is temporarily going to support the permitting process, as Council is aware. Now, despite that, the financial challenges and uncertainty, the focus of this budget is to continue to deliver important services that our residents and businesses expect every day. And we will continue to align our work to Council priorities and with a primary focus on maintaining our core services. And we'll share some more information on that focus on Council priorities. And as Paul mentioned, it has been a lengthy process. We are at the end of that process now in December, where Council will review the capital and operating budgets. But this reflects the work we've done with the public and with Council over the last several months. And I also just wanted to highlight the budget recognition that we have had over the years and again this year. Once again, the city received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from GFOA, and that reflects the use of best practices in our budget reporting. The C.D. Howe Institute also publishes a fiscal transparency scorecard for municipalities, and we are one of the top ratings of municipalities at A+. And our high credit rating of AAA from our credit rating agencies does reflect the city's strong financial management practices that we use in our budget and our financial planning processes. Okay, I'm going to pass this over now to our Director of Engagement and Communications, Maria Ponticus, and she's going to walk us through the work that's been done with the public in advance and as part of this budget process.
Thanks, Patrice, and good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Maria Ponticus. I'm the Chief Communications Officer with the city, and I'll be taking the next 10 minutes or so over the course of around 11 slides to provide an overview of the city's annual budget engagement work before handing things back over to Patrice. As you may recall, early this year, we presented to Council the results of the Civic Satisfaction Survey conducted by Ipsos. Today's presentation will have a summary of what we heard in terms of overall public priorities, plan suggestions for balancing the budget, and the full details, as you know, are posted to the city's website in the Budget Engagement Summary Report. Hope this information is valuable to you as you consider your decisions today about the budget. So you'll see here on this slide an overview of our annual budget engagement approach and participation. And as part of our engagement process, we wanted to hear from Vancouver residents and businesses on their top issues and priorities, their views on the quality of life in the city, and their satisfaction with municipal services, and their preferences for delivering a balanced budget and managing services delivery, including their tolerance for increased taxes. Used a number of engagement methodologies, as you can see on the screen. Conducted a civic satisfaction survey. This was a telephone conducted on the city's behalf by Ipsos. Shape your city engagement pages in 4 languages, including simplified and traditional Chinese, Punjabi, and Vietnamese. An online city survey with approximately 5,000 participants. And new this year, and of course within the limitations of safe gathering around COVID-19, in-person focus group style workshops with people who wouldn't typically participate in our civic process due to historical barriers to participation. And the intent through these conversations was to add an equity lens to complement our mainstream engagement findings through tools such as surveys. It's a busy slide, but I hope I can guide you through it. It's a snapshot from the Civic Satisfaction Survey results that you were presented with earlier this year. And what you're looking at on this slide in brief, working clockwise from the top left quadrant, is a snap perspective of what we heard. So 8 in 10, or 81% of residents in Vancouver feel good or very good about overall quality of life today in the city. As an open-ended question, residents were asked to identify what they thought were the most important issues facing the city locally. COVID-19, not to anyone's surprise, was seen as the most important, followed by social issues and housing and accommodations. And when it comes to city services overall, the majority at 78% were satisfied with services they received. The top areas that we saw respondents think the city should invest more in were homelessness services, enabling affordable housing, and social policies and projects. And meanwhile, the most preferred option for balancing the budget was continuing to offer the same services, but at a reduced level. And for those who are interested, the results here are accurate within plus or minus 4%, 19 times out of 20. And you'll notice there are little green and red arrows on these slides. These are just noting where overall, year to year, there's been a significant change. You'll see on this slide here the same type of information, but for businesses. So overall findings are fairly similar to what we heard from residents. And again, working clockwise from the top left quadrant, you'll see that 8 in 10 businesses rate Vancouver's overall quality of life today as good or very good. Among the businesses surveyed, much like residents, COVID-19 was seen as the most important issue facing the city, alongside social issues and affordability and cost of living. The majority of businesses surveyed at 72%, as you'll see on the screen, were satisfied overall with the city services they received. And the top areas that business responded thought that the city should invest more differed from residents. Those particularly were keeping the community clean, investing in street infrastructure and maintenance, and fire and rescue and medical response. For balancing the budget, the top preferred option from businesses was continuing to offer the same services, but at a reduced level. And noting for this slide, the results are accurate within 6.9% plus or minus 19 times out of 20. Over here, you'll see an overview of our online survey findings. And this slide shows findings for the survey questions that asked respondents to rank council's priorities that were established in 2019 to help guide staff in developing the budget. And as we saw last year, delivery of core services is ranked as the highest priority amongst residents and businesses on average, followed by affordability and housing and economy, respectively. So looking just at residents, it's quite interesting. There are actually notable differences in council priorities this year based on age. So for residential respondents who are under the age of 40, affordability and housing were ranked as the top priority, followed by core services and accelerating action on climate change, whereas for those over the age of 40, they were more significantly likely to prioritize the delivery of core services. Year over year, we see that core services, affordability, and housing are consistently the top priorities for both residents and businesses. New for budget 2022, climate change was ranked as a higher priority, with equity and social issues coming in as a slightly lower priority across all age groups. And just flagging there that even though equity and social issues are ranked lower this year, this shouldn't be interpreted as them not being important, just a matter of relative importance, where there has to be a corresponding change up and change down to make things add up. So these slides here outline how citizens and businesses preferred to balance the budget, and respondents were asked how much they supported or opposed each of the following tools to be used to balance the budget. So you're going to want to be looking at the red circles, and you'll see they indicate the most preferred options as increasing existing user fees, introducing new user fees for city services that currently have no fees, offering the same service but at a reduced level, so for example, reduced hours, and many residential respondents were in support of increasing business and commercial property taxes. The least preferred option among residents was reducing the number or type of services, for example, no longer offering some services. And among businesses, the least preferred option was increasing business and commercial taxes. New for this year, we asked respondents about their willingness to pay a tax increase in absolute dollars. And the amounts you see here on the screen correspond to a 5% property tax increase. We chose this percentage as it reflects City Council's direction to provide options for a property tax increase of no more than 5%. We found that property owners' willingness to pay a tax increase is actually higher when expressed in absolute dollars versus as a percentage. So the percentage the increases were based on were disclosed as part of the survey question. Of those who said they lived in a strata property, 70% said they would be willing to pay a $50.7 tax increase, which corresponds to a 5% increase. For respondents who live in single-family homes, you'll see that there was an even split with 50% willing and 50% unwilling. To compare, Budget 2021 support for a 5% property tax increase among residents was 15%, whereas when presented with a dollar value, it's 50 to 70%. For businesses, 40% said they would be willing, while 60% said they would be unwilling to pay a property tax increase. To hear from those who otherwise would not be participating in our traditional budget surveys, new this year we held a series of facilitated focused workshops with people who identify as youth, older adults, those experiencing low income, or belonging to an ethnocultural community. And the purpose of these sessions was to create a dedicated opportunity to hear from equity-seeking groups. These sessions were small by design, but also the time of year when they happened. They happened in August. That said, the input was not meant to be representative. As with other methodologies, the value in these perspectives was that they helped us consider equity impacts and as additional information point to complement our more mainstream data-driven engagement findings. So some of the highlights of what we heard from these groups in these conversations included a number one priority across all groups being housing and affordability, followed by equity and critical social issues. And this in particular was noted for ethnocultural communities when addressing anti-racism as a top priority. Additionally, people don't want reduced services for things they rely on, such as public amenities, community programming, and housing. There were mixed views on public safety amongst participants, and the most preferred way to balance the budget was to increase property taxes. However, many asked the city to be considerate of small businesses and to explore ways to increase tax on more expensive luxury housing. When considering user fee increases, participants asked the city to apply an equity lens, Services that are relied on by equity-seeking groups should be either subsidized or remain the same. Note that this year's work was a starting point for more equity-focused engagement on civic priorities as part of our budget planning process and helps lay the foundation for an expansion of this work in future years. So the last two slides I'll take you through today provide a summary of findings across all engagement feedback. And this slide here shows the key takeaways from this year's budget related to issues and priorities. Delivery of core services and affordability of housing continue to be top priorities overall. Affordability in housing was a top priority across all engagement methodologies, with core services continuing to be a top priority in the city's online survey, as well as economy for businesses. Social and equity issues emerge as a key theme in both the civic satisfaction survey and focus conversations. In the survey results and in open-ended comments, there were mixed views on policing and community safety, including groups wanting more and other groups wanting less. There's not a clear consensus developed from the feedback. And in terms of where the city should focus funding in the budget, residents are supportive of investing more in homelessness services, enabling affordable housing, and advancing social priorities and projects such as poverty initiatives, mental health, and addictions initiatives. Businesses emphasize keeping our communities clean, focusing on street maintenance, and fire and medical response as the areas where we should invest more. And overall, however, the majority are positive about quality of life in Vancouver, with 81% of resident respondents rating quality of life as good or very good in the city. So key takeaways from the city's engagements for options to balance the budget included adding increasing user fees and reducing the level of services as the most popular options among residents and businesses, with consideration being given for equity impacts. Property tax increases were one of the least popular choices. However, when presented as a dollar value, 50 to 70% of residential respondents said they would be willing to pay a 5% tax increase for 2022. I'd like to thank the citizens and the businesses who participated and shared their perspectives as part of this year's budget engagement activities. This input really does provide necessary insight into priorities as the city considers and develops a budget for council's consideration. I'll hand things back over to Patrice, who will continue this morning's budget presentation and offer a brief synopsis of how these engagement activities help to inform the 2022 budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Let me just end this section by speaking to how this engagement has informed our budget, and I think you'll see through the document, maintaining that focus on core services but that we know are valued by the public, and the goal to maintain those service levels. Where we're considering service level reductions and impacts, doing that very carefully, and again, continuing our work on council priorities. Secondly, supporting people who are most vulnerable and ensuring we're keeping those factors like housing, access to services, et cetera, included in our priority for the budget. Considering the public impacts of tax, utilities, and user fees, and again, delivering the budget within a 5% property tax. Does require significant effort to achieve those savings. And then finally, continuing to focus on the pandemic recovery, including support for our small businesses, development in the local economy, and continuing to carefully manage our finances and our reserves. So I'll give you some highlights of this budget, and then I'll pass it over to Colin Knight, who will cover some of the details. As mentioned, it is a 5% property tax increase. That equates to $137 additional per year for a median single-family home and $247 per year for a median business. Our utility rates, the blended level is 6.1%, with sewer being the largest, and that equates to $104 per single-family home and $100 per median business, and the blend of property tax and utilities is 5.4%. Other fee increases that are incorporated in this budget are recreation fees from 2 to 5%, license fees and permit fees at 5%, which council has already approved in previous meetings. And again, as mentioned, I'll just go through this quickly. In balancing to a 5% property tax, managing those increased costs, and many of them growing above inflation. We've got operating impacts of previously approved capital projects and the tax-funded portion of utility costs, which include metro costs and our capital expenditures, primarily for renewal. As we mentioned, we've identified savings, deferrals, and look for efficiencies, but even with that work, in order to bring forward a balanced budget, all departments in this draft budget are holding vacancies, 0.5% for the public-facing services, particularly example, public safety, and 2% for other departments. We are maintaining 142 million in operating capital spend that is directly related to council priorities and discontinuing that reliance on the stabilization reserve for the tax-funded portion of the budget. And this is a chart that we include in our document, which you have. It just outlines the property tax increase for median strata, median average resident, medium residential, and median single-family home, as well as median business. And you can see the references to the numbers, $137 and $247 on that chart. When we incorporate that as well as the utility fees, then you'll see the total for a median single-family home would be $241 tax and utilities, and a median business property with $347 tax and utilities. That will be the increase from this budget. And again, we remind council and the public in doing that, preparing the budget, that when we establish the tax rate, first council determines what's the total property tax levy that we need in order to support the city's operating budget. Then it's divided by the assessment base. And what that means is that when assessments go up, we don't generate more revenue. When they go down, we don't generate less. We've always strived to ensure that tax and user fees remain competitive. I've got a few slides to show where this budget will put us in terms of those benchmarks. And the 3-year shift program from non-residential properties to residential properties was completed last year at a total of 2% shifted, and you'll see the impact of that in the next couple of slides. Just as a reminder, what we're referring to here is the blue portion, which is the city's portion of the property tax bill. When someone gets a property tax bill, it does have as well other taxing authorities. So just to remind you of that portion. And when we in our benchmarking with other municipalities in Metro Vancouver, combining property tax and utility fees, you'll see that Vancouver in the green is around the mid-range for Metro Vancouver. When we look overall at taxes, utility fees, and those other taxing authorities, the City of Vancouver is the second highest, just below the District of West Vancouver. Property tax increases over the last 10 years. Vancouver in the green is is fairly comparable to the majority of Metro Vancouver municipalities over the last 10 years at just over an average of 3%. You can see here the historical tax increases over the last 10 years, and you can see the impact of the 2% tax shift 2019 to 2021. The blue line being the increases that residential class would have seen, and the orange line non-residential class, and that reflects that shift in property tax. From utility fees, we are trending somewhat above the average for Metro Vancouver. While on our recreation fees, we're fairly affordable in our 1-month pass and fairly competitive as far as our drop-in fees for things like pools, rinks, and fitness. I'm going to pass it over now to Colin Knight, our Director of Citywide FP&A, and he will walk you through the investments and the details of the budget.
Thank you. Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So in this section, I just want to highlight that there is a significant amount contained in the budget, both in operating and capital budgets, supporting council's priorities. And I'll speak to some of those at a high level, and there'll be more details in the departmental presentations further in this presentation. So again, just to emphasize, significant amounts included that support some of the key priorities and again, addresses some of the engagement, feedback of the importance of these areas. Just to highlight on affordable housing and general affordability and the housing crisis, that in this budget contains $59 million coming to council for approval as new requests. And just to highlight that that's just one piece of over $470 million in previously approved capital funding from prior years that will be continuing to be delivered in the year ahead. So significant amounts towards housing and affordability in this budget. Moving on to accelerating action on climate change and addressing the climate emergency. Again, significant funding being delivered in these priorities within this budget, and the 79 million noted in addition to 188 million in previously approved capital projects. Then looking at the protecting and building our economy, you can see the initiatives noted here. It includes $37 million in funding to be approved by council in this budget, and 41 million in previously approved capital budget funding that will continue this year. And then increased focus on equity and critical social issues, $41 million in addition to $36 million previously approved. Again, supporting a number of areas as noted. So just a few highlights around the draft budget. Revenues and expenditure and transfers are increasing 9% over the prior year, and that is composed of the 5% property tax increase assumption, the utility fee increases, and fee increases as Patrice noted earlier in the presentation. It also reflects that revenues are recovering, and so in areas like parking and program fees, those revenues are starting to recover to pre-COVID levels, and so that results in a revenue increase that is higher. On the expenditure side, there are some of the expenditure pressures that have been noted, including the pressure around wages, the 2 years worth of collective agreement wages, benefits, operating impacts of previously approved capital projects, and the continuation of vacancy savings across the organization at the 0.5 to 2% level. And so those are the key drivers of the expenditure growth. And then just to also note that in 2021, we had anticipated drawing $57 million from our revenue stabilization reserve to offset revenue losses. And so as the revenues recover and based on the mitigations included in this budget, we are not planning to draw on the that amount to balance the budget and offset revenues would be not included in this 2022 budget. The amounts, as Patrice noted, that are included, there's an amount to support the permit program from the reserve. This just provides a picture of the revenues in the budget, and you can see that property tax and utility fees are by far the largest portion of the budget, but as noted, Vancouver being a regional center has a high dependence on some of the other revenues, including parking and program fees, and those were the revenues that were significantly impacted by COVID and that have begun to recover. Here you see the expenditure profile of the budget, and again, the largest areas being the engineering and utilities and public safety areas of the budget. This here is a picture of the budget for different departments based on the funding for those departments. And so what you can see in this is that there are a number of departments that are primarily funded through property tax, which is shown in the green. And then in the yellow and blue, you can see where some departments have funding from other revenue sources, including fees. And so, if, for example, utilities is significantly funded from utility fees. And so when we talk about the options to balance the budget and achieve, based on council's direction, to provide options for a tax increase at 5% or less, that is necessary to look across the organization in the areas that are green on this chart to identify cost reductions, because those are the cost reductions that could be used to offset property taxes. And just given the relative magnitudes, that means that it is necessary to look at all areas, including public safety, which makes up a large portion of the property tax funded budget. Just a note on FTE trends. The draft budget includes a summary and projection of full-time equivalents over the past 5 years and projections into next year. Just again to note that this is different from budgeted positions. This is based on a forecast of actual and forecasted staff hours worked, and so it can vary year over year based on the level of vacancies and attrition. And just to note that the draft budget does show an increase of FTEs over 2021, but that doesn't necessarily reflect an increase in budgeted positions. Departments will continue to hold vacancies at 0.5% to 2% level across the organization. But as we have seen revenues recovering in areas across the city, and we've seen the openings from the temporary facility closures and temporary reductions in staffing levels that were necessary due to public health restrictions in 2020 and into 2021. That as those restrictions are lifted and as those facilities reopen and staff come back, that results in FTE increases compared to last year. Also, increases in capital work for water and sewer infrastructure and staffing in corporate support services to support the 2022 municipal election are also drivers of staffing increases. Moving to the capital budget. So some of the key points for the capital budget is there is a strong focus on maintaining and renewing assets and infrastructure, and that these are crucial investments to avoid higher costs in the future. There is a need for us to continue to look at ways to deliver more on capital and at a reduced cost, given some of the inflationary pressures on construction costs that were noted earlier. Also, just to emphasize that significant work has been done to identify capital plan reductions and project deferrals, and that includes work that was done last year as part of the midterm capital plan recalibration in response to forecasted DCL reductions. A key point that I want to emphasize around the capital budget, there are a large number of projects that are underway and set for delivery in 2022, and many of these projects are in areas of council priority, including affordable housing, climate, and equity. And just some examples you can see there in terms of projects coming to delivery in 2022. Just to note that Marple Community Center is not included in the 2022 budget for the construction phase, and that will be something that will be either brought to council after the budget or as part of the next capital planning process that will begin in the new year. This is just a summary of the capital plan and the delivery through the budget. And again, just to note, the portion in blue is what is coming to council for approval, the $289 million in new multi-year capital project budget requests that are funded through the sources noted, and that there is a significant amount, as you can see from prior years, where the projects have been approved and the work will be delivered or continue in 2022. This shows just a forecast of capital expenditure, annual expenditures, and just looking historical and forecast. And just to note that the portions in gray in the future, those are just indicative since there will be a process with council and the public to develop the next capital plan. What this is reflecting is the fact that there is a significant amount of renewal work that needs to be done over the coming years, and so the focus will be on making sure we deliver on those critical renewal needs, which will necessitate higher spending than historical as we look into the future. Now, looking ahead to the 5-year financial plan, and I think this is a key point, is that the structural cost pressures that we have seen, we do expect will continue over the years ahead, and that includes drivers of costs above inflation, such as collective agreement wages in public safety area, and based on historical trends, as well as Metro Vancouver rates and amounts to support critical infrastructure renewal. And so we're projecting to continue to see those cost increases, and And then we have also factored in the need to rebuild and replenish the reserve over time to get to the target level of 8 to 16% by 2026. And so that's reflected in this forecast. And just to note that this is before considering opportunities to deliver service efficiency, find savings, and that work would be done in those budget years as we develop the budget. This is more to highlight just the general trend of cost pressure increases, and particularly in the Metro Vancouver projections, which you'll have coming next in the presentation, is just significant pressures on costs into the future. And so as we're considering the budget for this year, it is important to consider those future impacts when making the decisions ahead this year. And this chart here just again shows the utility rate projections going into the future. So you can see the significant increases that are projected to support infrastructure renewal.
Thanks very much, Colin. And that ends our section on the detail of the budget, and we'll move into our departmental presentations. But to start that, we have Jerry Dobroni, who is the Chief Administration Officer for Metro Vancouver, and you know, and he is here to talk about Metro Vancouver's budget and 5-year financial plan. And the reason that we asked Jerry to join us is that there's a lot of work happening at Metro Vancouver that is going to impact the city and our budget. So we thought it'd be helpful for Jerry to join us and share that with council, and then we'll move into our department presentations. So Jerry, if you are online, if you want to take over and just let me know when you'd like to change the slides.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. And so thank you. We're very pleased to be here. And so you're going to advance the slides? I thought I was
Yes.
sharing, but
Yeah,
oh, it's
I'm happy
great.
to share.
Perfect. That's even better. Well, thank you very much for having us. And I guess I wanted to start by saying, you know, we realize that we're one of several agencies that piggyback on your billing, and we recognize that that adds financial pressures to your residents. And so in our presentation, like the presentation you've seen now from your staff, we are keenly aware of that, and I want to explain to you the things we're doing to try to mitigate that as much as possible. Next slide. Oh, and this is a different presentation, or this is the second half of the presentation from what I was expecting. So that's okay.
If
If
you prefer to share yours, we can.
The one that I saw has financial plan overview that starts. There's about 10 slides. That's fine. I'll just I know you're gonna have a long day today. Maybe I'll just talk through mine without the slides, and then this part that you're showing here is Dean's portion of the presentation, which is the second half. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'll just do it without slides. You guys are going to see enough PowerPoint slides today. You know, like the city of Vancouver now, I think budgeting has turned into a 12-month-a-year exercise. It's one of our biggest challenges, looking at affordability throughout the region. And so what we do is similar to what I've heard that Vancouver's doing, is we have a budget workshop early in the spring, so we get clear direction from our board. The direction we received from our board was to provide short-term household relief as we saw the impacts of COVID, and we're trying to understand the impacts of a global pandemic. And so that short-term relief was for 1 to 2 years, not ongoing, but provide some immediate household relief. We also, the direction from the board was that we still wanted to carry on with our long-term goals and objectives, things like climate change, looking at resilience, that those were core values and core initiatives for us as an organization, and also looking at how we can realize new opportunities and new partnerships. So we have a strategic plan and a series of different plans for each of the business areas, and we're staying the course with those. And as I heard, with Vancouver priorities as well, looking at increased resiliency, looking at aging infrastructure, asset management plans, a whole bunch of core services that are fundamental to our cities and our regions being successful. The toolbox that we have available to us that we use is a financial toolbox, and I'll touch on some of those things. And I think they're similar to some of the tools that your staff, Vancouver's been using as well. We looked at capital plan deferrals. We have over 300 projects on the go at any given time at Metro Vancouver. So starting last year, we reviewed each and every one of those projects for where they were based on progress with the project, if there were delays, also where there was on need and prioritization. Last year, we deferred over $400 million in capital spending out of the 5-year plan. This year, we reviewed every project again, and we deferred an additional $450 million in capital projects out of the 5-year plan. So similar to what I heard from what your staff is doing with your budgets as well. Continuous improvement is a core value for us as well. And so we have a whole series of different initiatives. Because we are such a big organization with such a large budget, a $2.5 billion budget overall, annual budget. The savings are significant, looking at heat recovery, looking at different mixing models for our effluent, a whole series of different projects that we can provide more information. Perhaps our PowerPoint can be circulated to the council later. Also looking at insourcing some of the work. Sometimes we look at outsourcing, but we also looked at the balance of some of the work that we do at Metro through consultants and through contractors, and some of that core bread and butter work that's ongoing every single year. We identified some significant savings by bringing some of that in-house. And that's putting us a little more in balance, similar to where Vancouver is with their workforce. Demand side management is key for us moving forward as well. So on the water side, our next big supply project is doubling the amount of water that we take from the Coquitlam water supply. The lake is plenty big enough. There's a lot of water there, but we need to substantially add another intake and substantially increase the infrastructure, the piping infrastructure, so we can use twice as much water coming out of Coquitlam. And that will carry us out about the next 40 years. But the longer we can delay that work, the better. And so we are doing more in terms of water conservation, and you'll see a report come through from your staff, because we don't control the water conservation plan. The sprinkling bylaws are municipal in each of the municipalities. So we're looking at tightening up on the sprinkling regulations. And so phase 1, instead of being 2 days per week, phase 1, the initial phase, would be 1 day per week. And by doing that, we're hopeful that we can delay $5 to $6 billion of capital expenditure in that new water source. Similarly, on the liquid waste side, our problem is too much water, as we've certainly seen in the last few weeks, and leakage into the sewer system. Either it's coming there through piping, through combined systems like the Vancouver system, or it's connections or breaks in the system, infiltration. And so the more that we can encourage and support green infrastructure, getting the water into the ground, separation for the older of the three municipalities that have combined systems, the more we can defer some of those very, very expensive liquid waste charges. So one of the things we did this year was also separate out the liquid waste charge to a wet weather charge and a dry weather charge. So over time, we can have a financial incentive to municipalities using less water or putting less water into our sewer system. So overall, our household impact was planned to be a 6.4% increase for 2022. And that would take us from an average household rate of $574 per household in the region for all of our services to a 2022 rate of $595. So we brought it down from a 6.4% increase to a 3.5% increase. So that was the overall increase for the Metro Vancouver budget. but that is talking about averages across the entire region. So for the city of Vancouver, you were a little bit higher than the regional average for two reasons. One is the sewage area is increasing more quickly. And so that increase was about $11 on the sewage area, which was higher than the average for the region. And that's as we're starting to begin the preliminary work for the Iona Island treatment plant upgrade. And the other area where it's a little bit higher was the regional district fees because they're tied to the taxation and basically the assessed value of Vancouver is higher per capita than other areas of the region. And so you saw about a $9 increase there, which was a little bit higher. So the increase for the city of Vancouver was 4.1%. Versus the 3.5%, which was the regional average. We're comfortable that the region receives good value for the dollars that they spend. For a Vancouver household, it's on average $678 in total for all of the services. We're comfortable that the 90 cents per 1,000 liters of the best drinking water in the world presents good value. But we're keenly aware of the pressures and the increases, and we know that over time there will be more significant increases on the Vancouver surge area with the replacement of Iona. And we'll be working closely with your staff, not only on funding strategies, but also on an intergovernmental relations strategy with senior governments to, because that project has such a tremendous number of benefits in terms of environmental and climate change and resiliency and GHG reductions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We think it's a really strong solution to advancing both provincial and federal government goals and objectives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dean, who can plug into the PowerPoint presentation, the slide that's up there, just to talk about some of the numbers in a little more detail. Dean and I are not able to stay all day, but we're happy to take any emailed questions if you go through Patrice as you're using to email questions to your staff. We're happy to respond to them in that manner as well. But now I'll turn over to Dean for a couple of minutes just to go through these slides.
Thanks, Jerry, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present here today. So let's just go to the first slide. The next slide. There we go. And maybe just give it a tap a couple times. That's got a little bit of animation. There we go. Thank you. This slide provides an overview of our annual budget and our 5-year financial plan. For 2022, our operating budget is just over $1 billion. And this is about 1% higher than what we previously projected for 2022 in our previous 5-year financial plan. We break up our budget into 3 key areas. The blue is operations. This is the cost for goods, services, and staff to operate the plants, the parks, the housing sites, and so on. This is expected to increase about 3.8% per annum on average over the course of the 5-year plan. The orange is our contribution to capital. This is pay-as-you-go funding for the capital program. This was eased for both 2021 and 2022 to soften the impacts due to the pandemic. What you do see in the 5-year plan is this starts to stretch out a little bit as we want to get back to that pay-as-you-go funding and continue to make good decisions with respect to paying for infrastructure replacement through ongoing funding rather than for borrowing. The gray is our debt servicing cost. This is the principal and interest on the borrowing for the capital program. And I think what you can really see for the orange and the gray there is that the capital program really does drive the overall impact of the changes to the Metro Vancouver budget. And you can see there that the gray starts to stretch out again too in the back half of that 5-year plan, and that is due to the capital program that we are currently managing at Metro Vancouver. And just a final comment on this slide, the green line is what we were previously projecting for our household impact. And as you can see for 2022, as noted in Jerry's comments, that we have pushed that down from what we expected for 2022 is with our current projection in the blue line. But what we do see going forward is there are pressures that we're going to have to work hard to try and manage, and that does increase in the back half of that plan. Next slide, please. So this slide just is a summary of our 5-year capital plan. Our expected capital cash flow for 2022 is about $1.38 billion. It's slightly less than that, which was projected for 2021. We do a fair bit of work on our capital plan, as noted in our previous planning cycle. We reduced about 400 million in our we deferred about 400 million in our capital plan, and we've done about 450 million from the current capital plan, pushing that out just a little bit to try and soften the overall impacts during this challenging time. As you can see from the 5 areas where we have capital, the biggest portion of the plan is in liquid waste, and this is driven by the 3 treatment plant projects which are currently underway: the North Shore wastewater treatment plant, the Northwest Langley treatment plant, and the Iona treatment plant project. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides a brief summary of some of the key projects that are in our capital plan for Vancouver and the Vancouver sewage area. I won't speak to each one of these pieces. What I will note, perhaps specifically to the Cambie-Richmond water supply tunnel, is that approved budget is for the design phase of about, and it's about 55 million. And of course, a water supply tunnel is a little bit more significant than that. But we have our budgets approved in phases, and so that's the first phase piece. So we wanted to make sure that we had an indication for you as to what are the projects, the capital projects happening in Vancouver. Next slide, please. So the next 4 slides are just summaries for our 4 key service areas. So just starting with water services. For 2022, our total expenditures are about 335 million. Total capital cash flow is just over 470 million. That percentage change in our household impact that we use to measure the impact of Metro Vancouver services across the region is about 2.3%, and that is down from what we were previously projecting, which is 3.4% for 2022. The drivers going forward, as I noted a couple of slides ago, getting back to that pay-as-you-go capital funding, and also the timing of our anticipated borrowing for the capital projects that we are funding through debt. As well, to just make a quick comment, we are working to try and establish the water DCC program. This is really critical for us in terms of having a growth-based revenue source, and we expect that we'll see the impact of that in the latter part of the financial plan, hopefully with a bit of a softening on the rate increases. Next slide, please. So for liquid waste services, and this is specific to the Vancouver sewage area, so for 2022, total expenditures of about 114 million, with a capital cash flow of about 94 million. And what we see in terms of the household impact going up about $11, that's a 3.6% increase, and that's down from what we previously projected at 9.3%. And what you do see is there's some larger increases in the back half of that 5-year plan. The impacts largely being that of phase 1 of the Iona wastewater treatment plant project. And I will make just one quick comment on here is that we've made very modest assumptions of partner contributions at this point, but this is really a priority focus for us, getting those other levels of government that will benefit from this project to participate financially. This is a key piece of work for us. So next slide, please. In the solid waste area, for our regional solid waste program, total expenditures of about 123 million, with total capital cash flow about 50.8 million. There are a couple of garbage and recycling centers being rebuilt in Coquitlam and a new one in South Surrey, and that's largely driving the capital program. Household impact is about 4.3% for 2022, down from previously projected at 6.4%. It is the debt servicing on those capital pieces that drives the future here, but we are expecting that our household impact will probably average about 4% in terms of an increase over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. And so for the regional district, these are all the services that we have. One of the largest ones in the regional district slate would be parks, but also includes regional planning, air quality, and many others. Looking at total expenditures for 2022 of about 113 million, and total capital cash flow, and this is entirely in parks, of about 31.3 million. This is increasing, and this is the regional number here, increasing about $6 year over year, and that is a 9% change, and it's up from the 4.9% previously. A lot of the focus with the regional district is on parks and the importance of green space, and the board is committed to increasing the funding for the acquisition of parks, and that is one of the things that is driving the increase over the next couple of years, as we are finishing up a 5-year plan to increase that overall funding to try and get a better opportunity to acquire critical green space going forward. So, and that should be it. So
Great.
thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Jerry and Dean. Appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And Council, if there are questions, please go ahead and send them to me, and we'll forward them on to Metro Vancouver. We're now going to move to our departmental presentations for the next segment of this presentation. And each department will give a brief introduction and talk really about the key areas of their 2022 budget, talk about metrics and trends. And again, we try to align our budget with the metrics and the outcomes that our departments are striving towards and towards council priorities. There'll be a summary of the operating budget and the capital budget for each of the departments. And we're going to kick off with VPD. I have just a couple of slides just to start, and then I'll pass it over to Chief Palmer with their presentation. And council had some queries on sort of on the VPD budget over the last few years, because we did have changes to the proposed budget in 2021. And so you can see in the slide what those increases have been on average, or it's grown by 4.4% over the 5-year period. 2022 does not include collective bargaining for any unions that have not been finalized. That's true also for the fire budget as well. So that would be added on again once that was concluded. The main drivers in the police budget are wage increases. There was operational funding that was provided in 3 years, and the fringe rate increases. So those are the major drivers. And the next slide just outlines some of the investment areas over the last few years as well for your information. So I'm going to pass it over to Chief Palmer, and then we'll go through the VPD budget presentation.
Does for advancing the slides, will this work? Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here today. Adam Palmer, representing the Vancouver Police Department. I'd just like to acknowledge that we are here today on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we're very thankful to be on these lands. I'm also very thankful to be with all of you in person today, because it has been 2 years since we've all been together in budget deliberations, so great to see you all. I'll just say that this is going to be a very interesting budget year for you. I know that you do have a lot of things to consider, and you've got a lot of things on your plate and very difficult decisions to make. Before I get into my presentation, I just want to let you know that I am joined here today with Faye Whiteman, the Vice Chair of the Vancouver Police Board. Thank you for being here today, Faye. And I'm also with Deputy Chief Fiona Wilson and Senior Director Nancy Eng. So as I mentioned, you do have very difficult decisions in front of you. There's lots of pressures that you're facing, lots of difficult decisions to make. But this decision, particularly on policing, is one that is of high public interest. There's a lot of public sentiment on this issue and a lot of public interest, media interest, and everybody will be watching what happens here. I've been fortunate that I have been able to spend 5 hours with you prior to this budget meeting in October and November, 2 hours in October and 3 hours in November, giving you detailed explanations and better understanding of the public safety and policing landscape in our city and some of the challenges that we're facing, because we know this is top of mind for people in Vancouver. So just as a reminder, and I know that we've talked about this stuff before, but this is very important in our business line, because I think when a lot of people think about policing and they think about law enforcement and they think about what the police do and they think, well, the police, shouldn't you just be dealing with crime? And I understand that, you know, for a layperson, that is how somebody might view policing and think that that is actually the job of police. But the reality is that public safety is a very broad issue, and there's very many serious issues that we contend with that are not crimes. For example, car accidents, missing people in our community, missing children, people that go missing under suspicious circumstances, domestic disputes that are not crimes, that are people arguing, people in distress, for example, a woman screaming for help. These are types of calls we respond to every day in Vancouver. And then the enforcement of provincial statutes. So for example, writing tickets, speeding tickets, distracted driving, those are not crimes. Municipal bylaws are not crimes. Marine policing is not a crime. There's many, many things we do. Protests that I'm going to talk to you about in just a minute. Suicidal persons, people that are standing on the edge of a bridge waiting to jump, people armed with weapons that are trying to take their life, abandoned 911 calls, suspicious circumstances where people have people prowling around their vehicles or their houses late at night. These are the types of calls that we get called to because of our specialized training and expertise and the legal powers that we have given to us by the province and the federal statutes to enforce the laws and prevent crime and keep people safe in our community. And to suggest that police officers just deal with crime would be the same as suggesting that our friends in the fire department just put out fires. And we know that in the fire department, they do much more than that and provide an outstanding service to our city. On the issue of efficiencies, because people often ask, well, what about efficiencies? Is there ways to do things better? Can we be more efficient in policing? Is there a different way of doing business? So I'm just going to take you through some of these very quickly. I know you're familiar with many of these issues, but I think it is important to highlight that we are in a very advanced and mature state of development and advancement in public safety here in Vancouver. And you're very fortunate that you have a police department here in Vancouver that has progressed rapidly over the past couple of decades to a very advanced state of being right now in state of analytics. We have tiered policing. We brought in special municipal constables years ago. So similar to the healthcare sector, we don't have doctors doing everything. We've got doctors, nurses, technicians. Same idea. We've got police officers, special municipal constables doing other tiers of work. We've got civilianization. We've got positions that we did turn from sworn officers to civilian members with specialized expertise, and they have longevity in the role, and they provide that expertise to us on a daily basis. We have had efficiency reviews. We've had 2 operational reviews, one in the 2010s and then one just wrapped up several years ago. You're very familiar with the operational reviews. I won't get into detail with you, but I will point out that the VPD, similar to the Vancouver Fire Rescue Service, who had the Dark Horse review, they're your only 2 departments in the city that have undergone significant reviews. That's police and fire. That is not the case for other departments in the city of Vancouver. Our deployment of patrol officers is based on science. And I know quite often you will talk to people and they will say, we'd like to see more beat cops. We'd like to see more officers on horseback. We'd like to see more cops on bikes. We understand all that, but we also have to realize that the deployment of police officers is a very technical science, and it's based on patrol efficiencies, it's based on supply and demand, it's based on the coefficient of correlation between incoming calls for service and where you place officers in the city and response times, and having the right number of people in the right part of the city on the right day of the week and the right time of the day. So there is a lot of science that goes into it, and then you layer into that other types of service, including footbeats that the public loves to see. Online reporting we do, so we take away those lower level calls so that we can do that online. Our technology and analytics are second to none in Canada. For crime analytics, for BI tools, we're leading the way across the country. Call triaging, when calls come into 911 and are downloaded to VPD, our triaging system is very advanced on what calls we take and don't take. Our partnerships are also very advanced. We work closely with mental health professionals. We work with psych nurses, we work with probation officers, we work with social workers, we work with counselors, we work with family services of Greater Vancouver on issues like people in mental health crisis, youth at risk, people suffering from domestic violence and sexual assault issues. We have partnerships with civilian agencies embedded right within the police department, and our volunteers are incredible. We have 11 community policing centers, Citizens Crime Watch, many other types of volunteers, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of volunteers, many of whom that you have met throughout your travels throughout the city. I'm going to talk about mental health very quickly here because this is an area that we do get lots of questions on. And I'm going to, and I know that we have talked about this, and you were fortunate that back when we did the presentation to you in November, that you did get to hear from a senior director at Vancouver Coastal Health. So you're not just hearing it from the police, you're hearing it right from the experts at Coastal Health, that the programs that we have here in Vancouver are some of the best in North America, some of the best in the world. And I hear people sometimes pull out, other programs such as Cahoots, and we're well beyond those stages of maturity here in Vancouver. And those lower level mental health calls, we have other programs in place here like overdose outreach teams, overdose prevention sites, street nurses, integrated housing outreach teams, access and assessment center at VGH, intensive case management teams, community mental health teams, downtown community court, dealing with a lot of those lower level issues. The issues that we go to that are mental health related, we have very good proactive and reactive programs in place with Vancouver Coastal Health, with plainclothes police officers, working with mental health professionals, and the data speaks for itself. And when I talk to you about our data and analytics with our ACT teams, our assertive outreach teams, we are getting to people proactively before they decompensate and have to have a 911 call made and police respond. And through those proactive visits with people in the community, with Coastal Health and VPD, we've reduced emergency room visits for the hundreds of people in those cohorts by 63% and police contacts by 57%. Those are remarkable numbers that are making a difference in our community. And sometimes I think even in our own city, it's not understood that well, the progressive nature of these programs. The other thing I'm just going to point out to you, because this is another challenge that you have as city councilors, and this is all relating to our core city phenomena. So you have seen over the past decade or so, regional population's gone up by over 17%. Vancouver's population's gone up by over 14%. Police calls for service have gone up in double digits. And our number of sworn officers has not gone up. And this is an issue for us. We are a core city for the entire province, not just for the region, and we're different than other major cities in Canada. We are the epicenter for protests in British Columbia, particularly in Metro Vancouver, for sporting events, for work, for tourists, for cultural events, nightlife, all these sorts of things. Vancouver is a magnet where people come in from the suburbs, and the population, the residential population of Vancouver goes up significantly at all hours of the day, people coming in from the suburbs. You don't have hundreds of thousands of people from Vancouver going out to the suburbs at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night, but you do have people coming into Vancouver. And take, for example, a city like Calgary. Vancouver has got 700,000 people with 2.7 million people in the region. Calgary, that city does not have an additional 2 million people on the outer ring of Calgary that are coming into Calgary. Everybody's contained within the city of Calgary, and their police services are structured in that way. That's why you see pop per cop ratios very high in Vancouver, because of the nature of the work that we do and the structure of policing in this province. These are some of the pressures that we're facing right now. Each one of these I could go into detail for half an hour, but I'm just going to touch on them quickly. Protests, 840 is what we're on track for this year. In addition to that, we have another 1,000 events on top of that, so about 2,000 events a year that we're planning in this city that cause extreme pressures on our resources. This is a record year for protests. The gang conflict. This year, as everybody knows, in the region and in Vancouver, we are going through what has been dubbed the Lower Mainland gang conflict. We've got a large number of investigators. We've got 31 investigations that have resulted from this Lower Mainland gang conflict that we're actively investigating, including over 20 shootings and 7 homicides related to gang warfare. COVID-19, it goes without saying, everybody knows what that is. But the one thing I will say about that, police, just like fire, worked through COVID-19. There was no social isolating. There was no not coming to work. Everybody was out there 24/7 during the entire crisis. And earlier, when I heard the city manager mention that there was some money received from higher levels of government for COVID-19, the VPD has not received one dime in relation to COVID-19. That was all something we had to find within our budget. Opioid crisis, you're very familiar with. Surrey Police Service, I know some of the councillors have been talking about this issue recently, and this is an issue. So Surrey, as of yesterday, started deploying police officers on the front lines. They're taking it over from the RCMP. We've had 21 VPD officers and 1 civilian professional so far go over to the Surrey Police Service, and this will continue into the dozens. There's some crystal ball gazing because we don't know the exact amount, but we know many of our officers are looking at that and heading out to Surrey as a viable career option. Pension plan changes coming January 1st that will impact all your police officers in Vancouver and in the province of British Columbia, and all firefighters in British Columbia, that will see higher rates of attrition for police and fire going into 2022. Urban decay. This is an important issue in our city, and in the north half of the city, we are seeing that on a regular basis. We're hearing from the businesses, from the residents on a regular basis about the decay in certain neighborhoods in our city. Downtown, Granville, Davie Village, Strathcona, Chinatown, Yaletown, all these neighborhoods, we're getting a lot of pushback from residents on the state of affairs down there. You hear from the same people that I hear from. And when you're out in the community, and I've talked to many of you, you're getting the same feedback from the BIAs, from the residents on the state of affairs in our city. And you know, we look at some of our sister cities like Seattle and Portland, which we love. They're amazing cities on the West Coast. And you look at the urban decay that's been taking place in those cities, and this is not something that we want to see go down that road in Vancouver. And it's a balance. You do need to have proper social supports for people, and we support that 100%, but it's not an either-or proposition. You need proper policing and public safety infrastructure as well as supports for people. And public safety metrics. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You've seen a lot of the numbers before. What I will say in general, when people talk about crime in the city, yes, overall crime is down. And the reason for that is because theft from autos are driving it down. Theft from autos is one of the most minor crime types that we respond to in the city of Vancouver, but it's a high quantity, high volume type of crime. Those crimes have been down in the COVID era. So that has driven overall crime down. Our concern, pre-COVID, post-COVID now, or pre-COVID and into COVID now, are the violent crimes. And these are some of the numbers that we're seeing in Vancouver. Serious assaults are a serious issue in our city. And some of the issues that we're seeing as well, the one you see at the bottom about unprovoked stranger assaults, 4.7 a day. Now, I've been a police officer with VPD for 34 years, and I'm telling you, there has never been a time in our history in this city where we've had 4.7 victims of crime randomly attacked every day in our city, with having cigarettes put out of their neck, having being stuck by needles, being punched in the head, elderly people being pushed to the ground, people having hot coffee thrown in their face. This is unheard of. The violent shoplifting trend that we're seeing, that you've seen down in California and is coming up the west coast of the United States, that's here now. And we've got people going into stores in Vancouver every day, north half of the city. You talk to those shopkeepers as well. And the people, the brazenness, the intimidation, the threats that they do to storekeepers and citizens, stealing, just going in and just bullying their way into the store and taking whatever they want. These are real issues in our city right now in 2021. Policing public events, I talked about that, but this shows you some of the graphic. This is not number of events, but dollars, but obviously there's a correlation between number of events and the dollar amount. Look at 2021, it's off the charts. 2020 was high. The gray bar you see above 2011, of course, was the Stanley Cup riot. So take that out, that's a bit of an anomaly. But then you look throughout the rest of the decade, it was pretty steady. And then we hit 2020, things start to go crazy. 2021, it's off the charts with the number I mentioned to you about 840. And the vast majority of these protests are environmental in nature. Shutting down critical infrastructure, bridges, rail lines, Port of Vancouver. This is from your own survey, City of Vancouver, the one that was mentioned earlier back in July. High support for police by residents and businesses to spend the same or more on police services. The police in Vancouver have good support from the community. We always have had. I know you're going to hear from a lot of people coming to speak to council with different opinions, for and against, and that's great. We live in a democracy, and that is important. But there's 700,000 people in this city, and I'll tell you that there's a lot of people that want to see public safety maintained as an important service in our city. And this is what I call the Mythbuster slide. So you will see a lot of slides about, look at the police budget, look how much it's gone up. Yes, the police budget has gone up, but a 30-year analysis, 31-year analysis shows that for the last 3 decades, our portion of the city's budget has remained at about 20% for that entire period of time. The entire period of time. When you see goes from blue line to orange line around 2015, 2016, that was a financial accounting change when the ecom levies started getting added to our budget to show as part of our budget. But the same trend has been about 20%. So the other 80% of your budget has also gone up the same as well during that period of time. This is not just all the police as it's sometimes characterized. Now, on the actual budget numbers, I'm just going to boil it down really simple. The slide that you saw earlier from Patrice, the 321.8 million, that is not the number that is approved by the police board. That is not the number that we're using for our budget this year. It's not recommended by the VPD, by me as the chief, or by our police board. The number approved by the police board, who have financial authority and governance authority under the BC Police Act over the Vancouver Police Department and Municipal Police in British Columbia, is 325.8 million, which is a 2.97% in the VPD budget increase. So that's the number we're working from. That's the number that we need. If you went with the city staff recommendation that's come up by, finance people working at City Hall, that's a reduction in police service below what we have right now and some of the challenges that we've had in the previous year. So we need to make that clear. It's the 325.8, not the 321.8. And this is to give you perspective. So the percentage that we were talking about in Vancouver, 2.97, this trend that we saw last year around police budget time of defund the police, that trend throughout North America has now become refund the police. And we've seen that in American cities, including Seattle, Portland, which have gone through a terrible time from defunding their police and are now adding money back in. Portland's adding a significant amount of money back into their police budget. New York, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Baltimore, Dallas, and then in the Canadian context, look at the percentage increases that are being proposed in provisional budgets by the major police services and large metropolitan areas across the country. We're at the low end of the scale. You let those numbers soak in and realize that that's the direction that things are heading across our country. And the final thing, I just want to give you some context. Because we are lean, we have gone through operational reviews, we're very well managed, we have great processes in place for audit and accountability and oversight by the Vancouver Police Board, as well as other oversight mechanisms, that something's going to have to give. And there's many things that we're involved in that are very important. And, our core business of homicides, robberies, break-and-enters, domestic violence, public protests, reducing crime, things like that, which are our core business, they're super important to us, and we can't cut back on those areas. The other areas that we do that are super important to us and dear to our hearts and dear to your constituents as well are these areas up here that you see. The first one, street cleaning and parks, that's going to be a whole other conversation, but that's an area that we want to get out of. That's actually mostly funded by the city. They provide us money to assist with their programming, but that's an area we just want to get out of for a number of reasons. I can explain in more detail. But the ones that we actually have control over, neighborhood policing officers, community policing, our diversity inclusion section, proactive policing, these are the areas that are at risk. People often bring up community policing centers. Yes, they have their own budget line items and they control their own destiny through the 11 community policing centers, but they're all staffed by VPD officers that make them community policing centers, and those are at risk with further budget reductions. That's the end of my presentation. I just want to finish by highlighting the importance of police in our community, what we add to the vibrancy of our city, the economic well-being of our city. This is going to be one of the most important decisions that you make as councillors going into this 2022 budget. Everybody's watching this, and we really need to work together to make sure that we keep our city on a good track for the betterment of our city. Thank you very much, and appreciate you letting me present to you today.
Thanks very much, Chief Palmer. And next up, we have Chief Fry, Fire and Rescue Services.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. So I'm very pleased to be standing before you and talking about Vancouver Fire Rescue Services budget, and also thanking Chief Palmer for his words, because public safety is near and dear to my heart and to our citizens and community. So key services, some of our top accomplishments. I'm going to go into some of the key services down the road a little bit further as I go through the presentations. But as Chief Palmer mentioned, we continue to work through through COVID and through the opioid crisis, and it's something that is continuing to occur in our city. As well as, I'm not even barely touching on our four or five deployments of our Canada Task Force 1, which took representatives from our fire service that have been actually on site for 15 days straight now out in the Fraser Valley, with representatives of the city and police services as well. We continued along with our fire safety inspections. Quickest opportunity we could, we started getting back into our businesses once they opened up again. And we became and started more digital education. We pivoted with the pandemic in order to continue doing our businesses. Some of the other highlights you're going to see happen, not quite this year, but in January we will be opening our new sustainable Fire Hall 17, which will be the first passive housing, if it passes that, fire station in North America. Very proud of that new fire hall we'll be having. So our next slide. Some of the priorities of our going forward into 2022 that we're looking for with this budget, with our existing budget, is we're going to relook at our new strategic plan. Our last strategic plan ended and it should have occurred again this year, but that was put on hold due to COVID. And with that, it's about taking recommendations from some of the Dark Horse analytics study and moving those into the future and looking at the types of calls we go to and making sure that we have the resources on site and the complexities of a fire service in a growing city and with our increasing call volumes. We're going to continue to respond to the opioid crisis, and we've heard from Dr. Daly that this is not ending anytime soon. We are having thousands of people have overdoses that our firefighters respond to every year, and many deaths. We'll continue to look at developing our fire hall plan so we can ensure that our stations are located in the best places for our future and for the future growth of the city. And then with our managing resources, some of the pressures that we felt in this past year have included taxing on our staff. And with that, we've had a lot of overtime. So we've had to increase sickness and increase time off and trying to manage our resources. And so we will be looking at struggling to make those amendments and addressing things like our WorkSafe claims for 2022. Some of the service impacts included in the 2022 budget. So as you're aware, everybody's giving back a little bit. And for the fire service, that includes the $600,000 in holding firefighter vacancies. And kind of talking about a little bit back on my last slide is that we're struggling right now to meet our minimum staffing levels. And so to take another 5 firefighters out, 5 firefighters out of our system, that'll just add increased pressure and increased burnout with our staff. We will continue to keep 2 positions vacant. These are kind of critical positions, which is our mental health professional and an accreditation, which helps prepare us into the future. And again, our growth plan that was approved by council is not included in the 5% tax scenario, and we've already delayed it 1 year. So things that aren't included in the 5% that we will be pushing off if council decides that they're accepting the budget as is, will be our growth plan. And this was addressed by council to some of our ongoing staffing issues, the complexity and severity of fires, and really tackling community outreach and training in the fire service going ahead. It is a plan that was developed by professionals looking at our existing staffing levels and services that we offer, and then looking into the future is what the future growth was. Another one that are not included is continue to work on our mental health program, and we've heard this across the board. Everybody's suffering from mental health, and our firefighters are not less of it. You know, when you have PTSD or occupational stress injuries are actually compensable. because of the work that we do each and every day, and add on the fatigue of going to overdoses and deaths. And we'll talk a little bit about the heat dome coming up as well. And then everybody knows that, is well aware, we've been having issues with staffing and resources at BC Ambulance, so we need to continue to do things better and more efficiently with BC Ambulance. At this point in time, we're having difficulty even having ambulance attend at our working fires, there to protect like an occupational care for our staff when they're inside a burning building. We had a firefighter fall through a floor this year, and at that time we didn't even have an ambulance on scene. Nobody was available. So we need to increase our training levels for our staff to make sure that we're there to look after ourselves at the same time as looking after our community. And it's an unprecedented amount of calls, and we need to continue to look at our scope and what we respond to. Some of the highlights of the 4% and 3% scenarios that are set before council. You know, I can't recommend either of them, but it would be total reductions and loss of apparatus and continued loss of staffing in our city. So here's some interesting metrics. Our call volume is continuing to increase. We're 35% up where we were last year, and we're trending to be back on the highest years ever. So if this continues in 2022, we will be at unprecedented amount of call volumes. And we know right now that Vancouver firefighters are responding to more calls per firefighter than our comparators across North America. Our medical incidents continue to increase, and the ones that we're going to are more complex and critical. And they have capacity issues, and we're waiting longer on scene with medical. And we're already going to see over 30,000 medical responses this year. And it wasn't only until the last few months we've received all of the ones back we were previously going to. And our fire responses. Well, people think that fires are going down. The proactive prevention that we're doing does help mitigate the risk. I tell you from my experience is that the firefighters do such a great job of effectively attacking a fire and limiting the loss of fires when we have enough resources on scene quickly. We are responding to right now this year approximately 2 fires a day in what we would call a medium to high risk occupancy. So those are occupancies that are townhomes, apartment buildings, high rises where people are living. And so 2 a day take a lot of resources. We have anywhere on scene from 25 to 35 firefighters on scene for those. And again, due to the people living outdoors and lack of housing, we are seeing more outdoor fires, which can quickly escalate in heat and climate emergencies to buildings and trees, and we see how quickly they can respond. The opioid crisis, it's the highest numbers. We are going to be responding to over 7,000 overdoses this year, and we've all heard about the number of deaths, especially in Vancouver. And again, our response times. We have metrics, and our response times continue to increase instead of decreasing to the standard. And that's part of the reasons and some of the hope of having the dark horse and our growth plan approved is that we need those resources. The more calls you go to, the probability of having reoccurring calls or calls in the same neighborhood and getting responses there is hampered by this. And again, the other part on our fire life safety inspections, like I said, we're back on track doing those, and we're going to see us exceed our numbers that were predicted this year. There's our operating budget. So we do make some revenues and recognizing we do have a lot of expenditures. We're making some transfers for medical health and vacancy savings. This is a finance slide for that. And I believe I will just talk a little bit about the dark horse review and where we were expecting to be. It was included to increase 122 positions over 5 years. We're sitting at, I believe, 35 right now of that, and we are in the 4th year of it. So we completely funded 40 positions, 35 of which are firefighters. And with that, with the 5% budget scenarios, we will reduce those back again. So we'll be going backwards on those numbers. And that is it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chief Fry. And next up, we have Lon Leclerc, our Chief Engineer.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Just to remind Council what engineering department's responsible for, this slide demonstrates that, which is the transportation system, so the sidewalks, the major roads, the infrastructure that supports movement in the city, the sewer and water system, and the green infrastructure that we've been building more recently. We also manage third-party utilities within the city right-of-way, and which includes things like BC Hydro, Fortis, and the telecoms, public cleanliness, street cleaning, and of course permitting any use of our streets, which would include film and special events. In terms of the other areas that we also manage, I just point out neighborhood energy utility, but also the city fleet. And so from that perspective, we manage the vehicles in all the other departments, which include the police and fire vehicles that you just heard from. Engineering department's a very asset-heavy department. And so with $18 billion of assets, those are largely in the sewers and road network. But as you can see, also the potable water system and structures, which includes 14 bridges, the electrical network and the traffic signals make up the kind of full complement. And so as a result, when you look at the engineering budget, you can see that it's the big portion of it really is on keeping those $18 billion worth of assets in good working order. In terms of the engineering department delivering on city priorities, the department is working closely with the other departments on accelerating and helping with the permitting process to support the development industry. Also, in terms of supporting the local economy, we of course we've been working on helping people move around the city better, but also the public life recovery in terms of the reallocation of road space to support that public life recovery. Social enterprise, we do help with the equity and critical social issues with our microcleaning grants, inclusive public outdoor spaces, and the like. In terms of the climate action plan, we have a big role there. In terms of the accelerating our fleet towards low carbon and also our curbside electrical and green infrastructure. And then the final column there, which is the delivery of core services. This is really the foundation of the engineering department, of course, core services. Just a note that as I talk about the 5%, 3%, and 4% increases, we're talking about the component of the engineering budget that is tax funded. And it's just worth noting that 80 to 85% of the engineering budget is actually fee funded. And so that doesn't play into the conversation about the 5% scenario. In terms of what's not included in the 5%, two main categories. One is the enhanced street cleaning. So council did approve a one-time increase in enhanced street cleaning last year. So that's not included this year. The other piece that is unfunded for us is we've been quick to implement a number of road space reallocation projects, both to support public gathering through the 36 new plazas and parklets, but also in helping people move about the city with the Slow Streets program to support walking and cycling. We don't really have a way to fund those ongoing in an ongoing way. Some of the service impacts, similar to the other departments, I think, it's a number of years that we've been holding vacancies. So that does start to become an issue the longer we do that. The one thing that has improved for us is that there's a big component of funding that comes to the city from TransLink to support the maintenance of the major road network. And so that is something that is going to be returning. It was cut in 2020, and as a result, the condition of the major road network did deteriorate. We do have an obligation to receive that funding to maintain the major road network to a certain standard. Also included is the implementation of the Latecomer program, and that is related to supporting development when the first developer triggers an infrastructure upgrade, usually for water, sewer, or transportation, and it benefits a number of adjacent properties. The new program that we would administer help more fairly distribute the cost of those infrastructure upgrades amongst multiple developers. So that'll be a new increased expenditure for us in that front, but it is fee-based as well, so that it is covered. Also, the incredible popularity of the patio program, which started with 4, went to 400, went to 600, to 800. We actually anticipating a significant increase in that again in 2022. And fortunately, again, that is covered by the fees to administer it, so the costs are offset. And also included in the 5% is the city support for the return of special events in 2022 in accordance with the council-approved Fest Share program. In this scenario where we're asked to look at the 4% and 3% increases, so what we proposed for the 4% increase was a combination of increased revenue and decreased spend. So we could further increase the residential parking permits. This is the low rate permits. This is not the West End, by an additional 10%. And we could defer some of the walking and cycling improvements, which wouldn't, again, make as much progress towards a climate emergency response. And then we could cut the street cleaning grants. If we were to move to the 3% scenario, we would include the list above there. But again, the only areas that we can tackle are related to street maintenance, street cleaning, and funding for walking and cycling. So all of those would have reductions. Just to show you some of the key metrics, maybe I'll just point out a handful of them just to not spend too much time on this. The middle top chart is showing our collection of abandoned waste. That has been increasing over the many years. Council has actually approved increases in street cleaning over those years, and so we've been able to respond to those. And I think that that's what's keeping those requests. If you look at the top left, the kind of the 311 calls for us to attend abandoned waste is actually more or less steady. And the bottom two right is showing our water and sewer pipe replacement programs. And these are on track and increasing. And of course, our goal to respond to the infrastructure deficit is to actually continue to increase those quite significantly in the years ahead. On climate change, again, I mentioned that engineering department's responsible for the entire city fleet. We've seen really good progress in terms of greenhouse gas reduction from fleet vehicles. This includes our transition to electric vehicles, but another big component of that reduction was our switch to the fuel type. So renewable diesel, which is usable in much of our equipment, has resulted in significant greenhouse gas reduction in our fleet. And then on the right, in terms of the supporting local economy, not surprising, of course, the number of special events was down in 2020 and 2021, and also the parking meter revenue as a result of reduced activity in the city center. Just getting to the operating budget, and this is the public works component of the operating budget. I mentioned a few things that we'll see an overall increase in expenditure, the Latecomer agreement, as I mentioned, so we will be investing in that to get that up and running, the patio program, and the street infrastructure maintenance due to the restoration of the funding from TransLink. So those are increases. We're also anticipating increase in corporate revenue. These are revenues that are collected by the engineering department through the parking program, so parking meters, and also parking enforcement. In terms of the capital plan expenditure on the public works side, again, this is largely on the transportation system and responding to support for the climate change priorities, which is primarily supporting walking and cycling, but also the safe and active transport to school and EV charging infrastructure. And just on the engineering utilities, engineering gets 2 arrows. I've talked a little bit about both of them collectively, but just as a reminder, you heard from Metro and from Colin about the projected rate increases for water and sewer. They're actually projected to continue to be high for the foreseeable future in the years ahead, and this is really in response to the significant infrastructure deficit there. In terms of the water and sewer rate increases, this chart shows the changes for the City of Vancouver on that front. Again, I would just point out that in this capital plan, we were in the process of ramping up, and we do anticipate that will be the case for future capital plans. Prior to this capital plan, we were renewing at a rate of about 0.5% a year of the pipe system for water and sewer. And during this we've increased that to the 0.7%. So this is making progress towards what would be a more sustainable, closer to 1% for assets that last 100 years. And just on the utility rate, so we also have the solid waste utility rates. Those are largely driven by equipment costs, in particular the replacement of our sanitation loader trucks. And so on the engineering utility side, again, the focus for this group is largely on the rehabilitation and renewal of the assets, but there's also a growth-related component in particular for the Cambie corridor. This is my last slide. These are just some of the notable projects, both in the public works side on transportation street use, so Granville Connector, parking meter replacement still continuing, the active transportation corridors and LED lighting project. And then on the utility side, again, renewal and growth focus. Phase 4 closure of the landfill and the neighborhood energy utility expansion. And that's it for engineering. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we move back to Patrice Impey, Council, we are at 11:23. Just been chatting with the clerks, and we think if we extended it slightly past noon, we could get through all this, the GM presentations, and then come back after our lunch break to our questions. So I'm just wondering if somebody would move a motion to extend past. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. We have a seconder. Anybody?
Councillor Carr? Yeah, sure. Fry.
Yeah, I heard Councillor Carr. Thanks very much. All in favor of extending to finish the presentation, say yay.
Yay. Yay.
And opposed, nay. Thanks so much. So please go ahead, staff. Continue along. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Next up is Donnie Rosa, General Manager of Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am Donnie Rosa. My pronouns are they and she, and I am the GM of Parks and Recreation. As Council is aware, last evening, the Park Board approved the proposed operating and capital budgets, which I will be speaking to today. Parks and Recreation Services essentially plan, deliver, operate, maintain, and program Vancouver's parks and community centers, including destination attractions, golf courses, destination gardens, and much more. And I should mention that also includes the Stanley Park Train and Van Dusen Festival of Lights. So if you have not got your tickets, you still have time. We do this in partnership with hundreds of groups, community center associations, sport groups, arts groups, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, volunteers, and various community organizations. We are a very large department and heavily in our relationships to deliver our services. take pride in the service excellence of approximately 1,343 hectares of 23 community centers, and numerous other amenities. Parks and Recreation has been guided by our master plan, which won the American Association Society of Landscape Architects Honor Award for Planning and Analysis. And we are guided, of course, by our reconciliation mission, vision, and values. VanPlay is grounded in 3 areas: delivering services equitably, weaving the city together, and welcoming everyone. Our focus in 2022 includes, as a top priority, improving safety in our parks. This happens at design, it happens in the operations, and it happens in the programming. And of course, it happens with the values that we hold when approaching our work. I would like to focus on the colonial audit that we will be completing. We understand it to be the first of its kind. We'll also be focusing on climate adaptation, so you'll see things like the urban forest strategy being updated. Apologies, I skipped the slide there. In 2020, we met our target to plant 150,000 trees, and now we have a target of a 30% tree canopy. We see golf exceeding revenue targets, and we see a continued demand for our leisure services access program. As Council is aware, the pandemic moved people outdoors, and the significant demand on our green space has been relentless, resulting in increased cleaning and maintenance and overall demands. This slide shows that we are addressing operating impacts of capital and safety issues that have been highlighted through our Life Saving Society audit, which results in 17,000 more deck staff hours at our pools. I should also mention that we actually invited this audit as part of our commitment to safety. I'd like to reference just a few investments that will be deferred in this budget. Vacancy savings, which always cause a decrease in park cleanliness and safety, along with the disruption in services. We will also be deferring the Swim to Survive implementation and the restart of Kensington Pool. Some initiatives that are not included in this 5% budget, Park Ranger program, and I will actually spend a little more time diving into that. I'll also draw your attention to the Manager of Environment and Sustainability. And without this, we will not be able to appropriately move on our board priority of climate adaptation. Should Council choose the 4 or 3% scenarios, we will see reduced hours at recreation centers, reduced hours of sport field access, a reduction in park ranger service, a decrease in essential programs for youth and seniors, and ultimately, a significant impact on safety and service to the community. Anticipating that revenues will be heading in a positive direction, however, with the pandemic and the unknown that comes with this, we have some remaining risks. And without the marketing resources indicated in the deferred list, that risk of meeting our revenue remains high, as indicated by this slide. This slide simply shows that almost half of our capital investments are on parks and amenities. However, we have allocated $11.3 million for recreation facilities and our service yards. Sharing with you the capital project highlights. In this capital project, you see a theme of climate adaptation by adding green space and a focus on how we use, relate to, and program that space. I won't read through the list, but you have it in front of you. I'll also highlight that the first on this list is the new park at Smythe and Richards. And if you've been by there, or if you've watched the design, what you'll notice is that we're designing, building, and programming parks in a new way. Parks, especially the parks in the downtown, have to work harder. We have to design them in a way that they meet a need, that they're not just open spaces anymore. They have to be spaces where people can spend time and feel safe. They're working harder, and by programming appropriately, we will make them safer for everybody. We're delivering numerous master plans and strategies, and I'll just actually point out to the picture there, the skate strategy engagement. This was a pop-up that we did while the parking lot wasn't being as used by Sunset Beach. A tremendous success, and what that demonstrates, and my colleagues in engineering and in other departments have demonstrated this, our ability to be nimble is shockingly we are shockingly aware of it now. And so it was a surprise, and it resulted in some really great initiatives. This is a continued list, and some of the highlights, I'll just mention that we're continuing our focus on washrooms. Everybody should have access to one. Our design of Marpole Community Center and the outdoor pool, the community center renewal strategy, and the long-awaited Sunset Service Yard renewal. I did want to just go back because I have a couple of minutes to speak about the park rangers. This is of particular importance to us, and I want to explain that just a little bit. The park rangers calls went from less than 2,000 calls in a year to over 22,000 calls in a year in just 5 years. We have overspent the ranger budget significantly during this time. And because we had to reallocate funds from the rest of our operation to the ranger budget, we saw a reduction in needle pickup and cleaning, a reduction in maintenance of natural and synthetic turf, reduced trail maintenance, reduced invasive species management, reduced safety overall, reduced welcoming spaces. Our rangers' ability to respond to escalating conflicts remains limited. Part of our overspend in the parks operations budget is that we had to pay $180,000 to VPD for services and encampments. This was never part of our budget. And it also then leads to less focus on some of the core operating. What did rangers do? Well, they provide visitor information, wayfinding. They provide education, conservation, regulation, bylaw. These are all things that the park rangers do in our parks. They monitor recreation, outdoor and indoor spaces. They do needle sweeps, maintain order. They secure our assets, support our special events and our filming. With the new service model that was approved by our board, we will be adding 16 new full-time for a total of 31 full-time rangers. This allows us to go up to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. It broadens our coverage citywide. It allows us to add leadership through supervisor roles for this group. It allows us to move away from an overtime and an auxiliary budget model to regular citywide patrols. It also allows us to do some specialized delivery. So we would have a regional hubs, including a downtown east side focused team with specialized training and skills. We would have a conservation team with wildlife training and skills. I wanted to make sure that I conveyed the message of the importance of investing in our ranger program at some point, and some point soon, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donnie. And next up is our Chief Librarian, Christina de Castel.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Christina de Castel, Chief Librarian and CEO of Vancouver Public Library. I'm going to share with you a brief introduction to library use, cover some highlights coming up for the next year, and summarize key information for your discussions about the 2022 budget. Libraries are a core service of municipalities, and VPL operates 21 locations across the city, providing between 46 and 84 hours of public service weekly at each location, and 500 public computers that are in high demand. We operate our locations with the equivalent of 500 full-time equivalent staff, or about 800 people. This number remains unchanged from 10 years ago. More than half of our staff are part-time or auxiliary, 70% are women, 40% are members of visible minorities, and 18% are 2S LGBTQ+. This chart shows our branch visits in 2019, 2020, and 2021. We're excited that we recently reopened in the Oak Ridge neighborhood at the Peretz Center for Secular Jewish Culture, and we're pleased that this takes us back to pre-COVID service levels. Our smallest branches see more than 70,000 visits per year, and our largest over 400,000, while Central Library sees nearly 2 million people every year. Branches are incredibly important to the vitality of their neighborhoods, and you can see by this graph that our visits were lower during COVID and certainly due to our closures, and we're expecting to see this back to 2019 levels next year if we can maintain our full hours. To address the budget engagement findings, I wanted to note that the 22% of people that indicate a preference for cutting library hours may be those that have incomes high enough to not feel the impact and the need in libraries, but among those who face barriers to really did prioritize public amenities and in particular libraries. We are one of the most visited libraries in Canada on a per capita basis, and we have one of the highest borrowing rates per capita. We do all of this with below average cost per visit among urban public libraries in Canada. It has been extraordinary to see the shifts in library use that have happened over the past 2 years and to watch staff pivot to keep up with all of the new demand from our borrowers. While we've seen 2 million visits so far in 2021 and over 6.7 million items borrowed, what has been most amazing is seeing the increases in digital borrowing and delivery of services, with digital borrowing up over 42% from 2019 and more than 100,000 attending online programs. We're expecting this increase in digital interest to continue through 2022. I'll also highlight for you a few of the areas that we're working on at VPL and will continue to work on in 2022 by redirecting our resources to align with our priorities and by securing external support. These are particularly relevant to Council's priority of addressing equity and critical social issues. In 2022, we'll continue our shift to digital as we also return to normal in-person services. The demand for digital has added a new layer on top of our already stretched resources, and we've shifted staff and budgets from other areas to support this new demand and the learning that our community needs to use these resources. In particular, seniors have shown a real growth in use of digital these past 2 years. We're looking forward to working with Musqueam Indian Band and staff on integrating Indigenous history, language, and culture into the Marple Branch redevelopment and applying what we learned to the way we work and deliver service in other locations of the library. We're engaging with all local nations to learn how we can better reflect and celebrate Indigenous culture and history in our spaces. We're improving accessibility in all our locations by continuing to implement recommendations done by the Rick Hansen Foundation's review. And we're continuing to work in partnership with community organizations to support newcomers with job search and career support. We've seen huge attendance for these programs in digital format over these past 2 years that shows how badly our help is needed. We're also looking forward to continuing to develop VPL as a forum for civic engagement and understanding about difficult issues and how we can build a stronger and more connected community with less discrimination and more understanding of our differences. We've been exploring this in the digital space, and we're looking forward to the restoration of in-person programs and conversations in 2022. I'll now go on to the service impacts in the proposed budget. The library has been finding efficiencies over the past decade while expanding locations and increasing services, and as a result, we're no longer able to find ways to reduce our costs without also reducing public services. We have the same number of staff as a decade ago, and we have more that we offer. While the total reduction to the library's budget for 2022 is not as large as some departments, every dollar cut from library services will have a ripple effect across the community. Here's what these costs will mean. First, with a 5% property tax increase, we'll need to reduce hours at 6 of our smaller branches. We'll achieve this by staffing in a single full-time shift. This reduces our hours across the city by 57.5 hours weekly, spreading the impact across neighborhoods rather than concentrating the service reduction in one area. Impacted branches will be Collingwood, Dunbar, Fraserview, Hastings, Marpole, and South Hill. Each of these branches normally operates 46 to 50 hours per week and would be reduced to about 42 hours per week. We estimate that reducing these hours at these smaller locations, which in a typical year receive an average of 50 visits per hour, will negatively impact about 125,000 visits annually. Second, we'll delay the expansion of Sunday hours to full days at Joe Forte's branch in the West End. Council allocated funding to provide full-day Sunday service in 2020. However, this wasn't established due to COVID. With this reduction, we would delay this expansion of Sunday hours further until 2023. We're sorry to delay this because Joe Forte's is one of our busiest small branches with about 290,000 visits in a typical year. And we hear frequently how much seniors in the neighborhood value the library space and the connections with staff and neighbors that happen there. The last item is maintaining a vacancy in an administrative role, which while it impacts workload for other staff, does not impact the public. I'd also like to address the possible impacts of a 4 or 3% property tax increase. I noted earlier that the 5% scenario reduced branch hours across the system. To meet a 4% tax scenario, the reductions under the 5% scenario will be required, and we will need to reduce open hours by an additional 50 to 60 hours per week. We'll do this by a combination of closing a small branch and reducing hours at other locations, such as closing Central Library one evening per week, closing additional Mondays at 7-day branches, or reducing branch evening hours across the city. In a 3% scenario, we would need to make further cuts to service on top of those in the 4 and 5% scenarios, and so this would mean closing 2 small library branches and reducing hours at Central Library. These would be difficult losses, and they're not something that the library board wants to undertake. We know that the loss of public space and services would be very challenging for people in Vancouver who are already struggling with the effects of COVID. Our community needs to recover in 2022, and we want to be there for them. I know that Council is aware of the areas that are unfunded for the library at the 5% property tax increase scenario. With a one-time investment of $232,000, the library can maintain all of the existing hours that I previously discussed and provide full days on Sundays at Joe Forte's. We are hoping that the Council will choose to restore these one-time funds to VPL's budget. We saw how important library space is during the heat dome this summer, and as climate events continue, the need to be open for our community during emergencies is being constantly reinforced on top of the needs we see every day. We hope that you will also choose to further your investment in reducing barriers caused by fines and help us move to fully fine-free service. This would require $475,000 in ongoing funding to begin in 2022 and to address equity in Vancouver in a concrete way. Last year, Council invested $150,000 to start us on the journey to fine-free, and we held a 2-week fine forgiveness event. The results were amazing, emphasizing how badly this change is needed in Vancouver. In the campaign, we saw 22,000 people ask for their fines to be forgiven, and we were able to forgive them because of Council's investment. This leaves 50,000 people still blocked from using the library because of fines. We're still getting questions regularly about whether Vancouver will move to fully fine-free service. I know that many people wonder why we can't offer an annual event, and this is because it costs more than $100,000 to deliver before we've even started to waive fines. It also doesn't eliminate the systemic barriers that fines create for those who are really afraid of incurring debt. Investing $475,000 would eliminate overdue fines altogether and lift the barriers for those who can't afford fines. The majority of Vancouver residents support going fine-free, as so many communities around us and across North America have, with Burnaby, North Vancouver, Richmond, and Delta, some of our closest neighbors. To come back to our proposed 2022 operating budget, as I've mentioned, the year-over-year change will require reductions in service hours due to increased cost to operate. Library revenues remain relatively stable from year to year, and the substantial costs are related to collective agreement settlements. Very briefly, I'll touch on notable capital projects. We have the Marple branch expansion, which I've mentioned. Oak Ridge branch will begin detailed design, and Joe Forte's branch is in the West End is in master planning for renewal and expansion. Funded through donations and our VPL Foundation, we opened an early literacy space at Renfrew in this past year, and we'll be opening an early literacy space at Britannia in the spring. And we are working on detailed design for a revitalized children's library at Central Library, funded by the VPL Foundation. So I hope that Council will join us to celebrate the opening of the children's space at Britannia branch in the spring. We've been really proud to be here for our community to support everyone through COVID and the climate emergencies in 2021. We've seen how much our space matters and helps people get through challenging times. And I'd like to thank our staff who make everything possible at the library and Council for all of your support. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Christina. And we are almost there. Next up is Teresa O'Donnell, our General Manager of PDS. Long wording already. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Patrice. And good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be in chambers with you today. My name is Teresa O'Donnell, and I am the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. And I'm advancing this. All right. We're a small department, but we carry a lot of your priorities. You're all very familiar with your work. But just for the listening audience, our 5 kind of main services and core objectives are economic development. And this is the staff that works with finance and real estate to prepare all those development-related benefits, policies and tools, DCLs, CACs, that type of thing, and to work with our small businesses and our BIAs. Our affordable housing team, they're doing amazing work to address the challenges of housing in the city in terms of developing policy and implementation strategies. Of course, sustainability, they support the city's operations, residents, businesses by creating and implementing policy, programs, and projects to reduce Vancouver's impact on the climate. Citywide and community planning, and of course the current planning and regulatory folks that work on all of the development applications, everything from pre-inquiry to rezoning to development permits, and very close with Andrea's staff at DPL. In terms of the 5 key areas, we of course this last year have spent a lot of emphasis on improving the development approval process and make sure that functions more efficiently, to cut red tape and improve those processing times and improve clarity of our policies and our programs. We've supported the restart activities for economic recovery. We've advanced the Vancouver Plan that we'll be delivering to you next summer. And of course, a lot of work on the Broadway Plan that we'll be bringing Council in May. So, next slide. There we go. Okay, so the highlight of our work plan include a number of projects that align perfectly with the Council's priorities. Much like the other departments you've heard from today, we work in a collaborative way with the other departments and with residents and citizens across Vancouver. We're focused on housing, the economy, very critical social issues with ACCS, and climate change. The top priorities will continue to be the Vancouver Plan, completing those policies, and a draft land use plan that we can bring you this summer. The Broadway Plan, again, we'll be bringing you that plan this spring with an implementation and plan that's going to focus on the public benefit strategy and designing the public realm and any zoning changes that might need to come forward after that. Climate Emergency Action Plan, we'll be looking at retrofits for existing buildings in Big Move 4. Moving forward is the carbon emissions limits for other types of buildings in Big Move 4, implementing the neighborhood-based EV charging program in Big Move 3. And something that I'm really excited about, embedding that Big Move 6 and carbon sequestration into the kind of foundation of the Vancouver Plan. We'll have more to tell you about that. in the upcoming months. We'll also keep working on our process improvement with Andrea's staff and really going down and taking a deep dive on the development permit process and try to streamline and make that more efficient. Chinatown, the Chinatown Transformation Program, continuing to implement the Chinatown Heritage and Assets Management Plan, and pursuing that UNESCO World Heritage status, which is really very important. And then the Jericho lands, we've been working very closely with First Nations MSTDC to advance that site plan and policy statement. Okay, so next slide. We've received a number of questions detailed questions about the Vancouver Plan. So we've included some information that really lays out kind of the plan in terms of the work and the funding and the people. And so we can go into this a little bit more when we get to questions if the council so desires. But really we're looking at 4 big significant milestones. The first one is getting that draft plan and report reference to council in March. The second one is another big spring engagement, just like the one that we're just wrapping up right now. The third one is actually bringing that plan to council in the summer, June, July. And then there'll be, of course, an implementation strategy, particularly how we fund growth. So this is a breakdown of the 3.6 million. And let's see, I think that gives you those highlights. In terms of the service impacts, like what you've heard from other departments, planning has been holding a number of vacancies. So we'll continue to hold those vacancies. And our budget, it's 80% salaries. So really our savings would be holding vacancies and cutting our consultation budget. The project consultation budget, that would be impacted the most by about $328,000. That would keep all of our engagement online. Wouldn't allow us to go in person. I know a number of our staff are excited to do that, but it looks like we'll be staying online for the next year. Again, decreasing some staffing, particularly in some of our temporary staffing budget that we've used to just kind of take care of additional pressures and priorities as they emerge. And then I think that's about all. And then we've got these 2 additional positions that when we did some aligning with ACCS on the housing policy stuff, 2 additional folks came over from us. We've been funding those out of our salary savings. We'd like to ask that those be regularized with this budget. They're the folks that really undertake all the data collection, monitoring, and reporting out on those key housing metrics. Okay, in terms of the 4% and 3% scenarios, again, what we looked at cutting is the project consultation and engagement to the equivalent of about $200,000. And then with the 3%, we'd really bring that to about $400,000. It would probably start to significantly impact our ability to do some of our neighborhood planning and some of those small area plans. Okay, in terms of key metrics, I think you're pretty familiar with these. In climate, of course, we're focused on GHG emissions. Zoning, something near and dear to my heart, is our processing time. And we report out at every single public hearing on every item how we're doing, and we continue to make good progress on that. The economy, the key metrics they're looking at is the DCLs, the CACs, and the density bonuses. And then housing, we give you lots and lots of information about our housing statistics. So in terms of our operating budget, again, we're only 2% of the city's overall budget, very small department, 80% is salaries. And we are funded through a combination of tax funding, zoning and permitting fees, and provincial grants. Our zoning fees, we do generate about $6 million in zoning fees. And then we do have some federal grants. And in terms of the capital plan, again, a pretty minor portion of the capital plan, $9 million. $6 million of this goes to support climate emergency, about $600,000 for the downtown east side grants, and another 2.4 for the conservation and heritage buildings. So with that, I think that's my budget. Patrice, thank you.
Thanks so much, Teresa. And next up is Andrea Law, our General Manager of DBL.
Thank you, Patrice, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come to speak to you today. So, as you already know, most of you know, DBL is divided up into three key divisions: permitting services, inspections and bylaw services, and licensing and policy. DBL is a 100% fee-funded department. Our business focus is primarily around permitting administration, life cycle compliance and enforcement, licensing, animal services, and policy and regulatory design. So in terms of delivering on the 2022 budget, DBL will continue to focus on the affordable housing program. As you know, we cover the end-to-end permitting life cycle. Also be looking at enhancing our data analytics to support licensing and enforcement. We also support the local economy through recovery in 2022 with continued improved contact channels for our customers through permitting and licensing services. Also looking at emerging business opportunities. DBL plays a significant role in supporting climate change actions. We will be working in 2022 closely with PDS on looking at opportunities for the low-density housing area, green heating choices, and also looking to develop licensing operations to encourage EV charging. Around core services, we're really focused on E-Plan. As you know, we are rolling out our eighth program, building permits. We're also to obviously transform our programs through digital solutions. In terms of the highlights of our core 2022 services and priorities, as you know, we'll continue our emphasis on permitting and licensing modernization, looking at near and longer term opportunities to improve the customer experience. Again, I mentioned the customer contact channels, looking at improved data to support increased transparency. E-Plan, I noted, and then also the IDA program, which will be launched in 2022, which we're looking to support relevant rules and conditions for customer project and requests. The one thing we're focused on doing differently in 2022 is really engaging, partnering with industry to look at solutions aimed at facilitating improvements and better customer experiences through the use of rapid testing tools. One area we're looking at, which is one of our simple permit streams to test this through, is our laneway program. In terms of service impacts included in the 2022 budget, so in September of 2021, Council approved 2 additional positions in DBL to support the summer patio program. In October of 2021, Council also supported additional positions in licensing to support the backlog and respond to business license related inquiries. And then again in November 2021, Council approved the 2022 program for rezoning and development and building permit fees, and approved a combination of savings, fees, reserves, and productivity increases. Looking at our 2022 operating budget, we are looking to increase the budget by just over 7%. This is in combination of benefits and compensation arising from the negotiated settlements, also relating to the removal of 2021 vacancy savings. We also support staff from other city departments who provide services to DBL. And this also accounts for the business license fees, patio fees that council approved earlier this year. So that's it for DBL, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Thanks so much, Andrea. And last but certainly not least, Sandra Singh, General Manager of ACCS.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's great to be here with you this morning in person. I know this is the last presentation. I think I'm slide 152, so I won't take too long. We're standing between you and the break, and it's been a very long morning for you. So thank you for your continued attention. You are very, very familiar with the work that we undertake in ACCS. So I won't go into detail here, but as you can see from this slide, our work ranges across a number of policy and direct service departments. We work on social and culture, long-term policy and development in terms of the community. We work on social and cultural infrastructure and granting. We work in the areas of affordable housing delivery, operations, as well as policy in the low end of the housing spectrum, supportive housing and SROs. We provide services such as services in the renter office and our social operations through Carnegie, Evelyn Saller and Gathering Place, the Vancouver Civic Theatres, and we manage all of the nonprofit below market leases in the city's various below market portfolios. In terms of the 2022 budget and what we've put forward as our proposed work plan for 2022, we have a diverse range of work that all maps up to council priorities. We'll be delivering multiple report backs on council motions and directions such as the Anti-Racism Action Plan, Accessibility Strategy, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and Red Women Rising response, work on gender safety and safe spaces for women and girls, anti-Black racism, recommendations around the historic discrimination against the South Asian community as well as the Italian community, report back on decriminalizing poverty, low-fare transit pilot, as well as the tiny home shelter motion. We're going to be delivering key infrastructure strategies that map to your priorities as well, a childcare strategy that unifies the various council directions we've received through motions from this council, as well as in light of the increasing senior government investments in childcare, which is very welcome. A social infrastructure strategy to guide our investments in new social infrastructure, as well as our priorities for non-market leases in the area of social development, as well as an SRO revitalization strategy in partnership with the province and the federal government. We'll be undertaking operational delivery on council directions such as continuing to implement our permanent modular supportive housing program, co-op lease framework implementation. We're looking forward to bringing forward co-op leases to this council for renewal this year. We'll be doing our renter offices services report back, as well as an update on the Renter Service Center initiative, and we'll be continuing our partnership with PDS and the Chinatown community on the transformation work arising from the historic apology. And then in terms of operational improvements and contributions, we're working on a violence prevention program with our public service staff and our social operations. We'll be continuing to contribute to rezonings, large area plans, and other departments' work, including the Vancouver Plan, Broadway Plan, Jericho Lands, and other such programs. And we're very excited to be implementing our new grant management system, which is a huge advancement for us. Our hundreds and hundreds of grants are administered manually right now. And with this new system, we will be in a position to actually be able to report back efficiently to council on the outcomes and impacts of the investments that you're making in community organizations. In terms of what we're doing differently in terms of our core services delivery, we are looking at how we can deliver faster, how we can scope down our delivery to the basics, how we can engage consultants to move more quickly, and how we can deliver our work in phases so council can see progress faster. And I just want to flag in all of our areas of work, we really rely on the contributions and partnerships of every single city department, every department you heard from today. We lean on them for implementation in our work. And there's not one thing in here that isn't an interdepartmental partnership. And in particular, I also want to flag in my appreciation for the internal service groups, HR, legal, REFM, and finance. None of this work happens without their support and partnership as well. In terms of the creating the service budget for the 5% scenario, we had to make, like other departments, some pretty hard decisions in ACCS. And when we look at them, I just want council to understand how we came to these decisions. What we decided to do was to propose continuing to pause areas where there's no direction from this current council, prioritize completing directions from this council or initiatives that this council has demonstrated interest in through motions or queries, avoid public service reductions at Carnegie Centre, Evelyn Saller Centre, Gathering Place, and homelessness services. And when we make those decisions, and because Mountain View Cemetery and VCT are self-funded, it really means that we have to look at our policy areas for any cost reductions. And so within looking at those, we prioritized our work with and services to equity denied communities. We preserved the base grants budget or proposed preserving the base grants budget for all of our granting programs, and focused on a partial reduction of inflationary increases. We looked for opportunities where there was more than one staff member working on the initiative or file, so that if we held a vacancy in that area, the work could still continue. It would slow down, but we wouldn't actually be stopping any area of work. And we were looking to avoid layoffs. So we were looking for alternative funding sources, and as I mentioned, holding vacancies in those areas where it didn't completely stop the work. So that is the context for what we will be slowing down on or holding in 2022 in the 5% scenario. There are some risks that we continue to manage. For example, in our social operations, we're not seeing the return to volunteerism that we had before COVID. This impacts our cost of providing our low-cost meal service. So we'll be tracking those very carefully in partnership with our finance colleagues. I also want to note that there's very little resilience in the ACCS staff team now. We are fully subscribed in terms of our work plan, and are really focused on completing, as Paul mentioned at the outset, this council's directions. And so the first 6 months is going to be a very active year with our teams reporting out to council. And I just want to thank the staff for their dedication and their commitment to this work. Okay, in terms of the initiatives not included in the 5% scenario, there are a number of initiatives that are submitted for council consideration beyond the 5%. If the funding to implement single room occupancy vacancy control, funding to implement Section 56 exemption if it's approved, funding to undertake the tiny home shelter pilot. These are all in your 5%. There's also in there our implementation of action while planning initiatives for the accessibility strategy, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Red Women Rising reports, action while planning, and decriminalizing poverty. There will be recommendations that come out of all of the report backs that I named earlier as we come forward to council in the new year. Some of the work we'll be able to do through reallocation of existing resources or through partnership, but some of it may require new funding. That is not included in our proposal. And it also doesn't include the year 3 community-focused investments that were approved in Culture Shift's multi-year implementation plan. And as well as there's some funding still outstanding for some motions that, or if, depending on certain circumstances, we might be able to advance other motions if, for example, Section 56 is not approved. We can likely move forward with the 4 pillars review, for example. In terms of the 4% tax scenario, we would continue to maintain the same principles I described earlier. We would eliminate the remainder of the 2% inflationary increase on the grants, but maintain the grants at the current level. This is what we're proposing. And we would need to eliminate another position in the policy groups. And then when we look at the 3% property tax scenario, we would actually need to start looking at service reductions at Evelyn Saller, Carnegie, and Gathering Place. We couldn't go that deep without looking at public service reductions. It would require further reductions to the grants budgets. We would need to take them below the 2021 levels, and we would need to lay off additional staff in our policy departments. for our key metrics for 2021, I'm running out of time, so I won't spend too much time here, but I do want to flag that, that there's an impressive amount of work happening right now in terms of affordable housing unit delivery through the VAHF and in partnership with our affordable housing group that's under Celine Mobilis's leadership. There's 285 organizations are supported by the culture grants noted on this slide. We support a further 150 organizations through the 7.4 million social policy operating grants, and then a further 15 organizations through Homelessness Action Week. So over almost 500 organizations supported through granting administered by ACCS for the city. I do want to flag that we provide sheltering services stays to 8,400 people during our winter and extreme weather response, and continue to provide a significant number of low-cost meals to our community members experiencing homelessness or living on very low incomes through our inner city social service centers. In terms of our operating budget, we're looking at, we've proposed a 56.3 net operating budget for 2022. What you see in here is the VCT back in full swing, which is very exciting. They're not quite completely self-funded in 2022, but we're so very close, and that's very exciting. And then you also see the same types of pressures that other departments have noted. Our revenues also include recoveries from senior government and some of our government-funded operations. I won't spend a lot of time on the capital expenditure budget slide. All the information is in your package, but we have a range of different types of projects underway, from Mountain View Cemetery through to housing. And we have some key initiatives within the capital plan. Some of them are very exciting equity initiatives, such as the Sex Worker Drop-In Center that was directed by this council at the very beginning of your term through the Mayor's Overdose Task Force, implementation of Indigenous Healing and Wellness Center, public art, infrastructure grants for the community, both housing, culture, social, and childcare implementation. So it's a big year for ACCS. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sandra. And Council, that concludes the presentation on the 2022 draft budget.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else to add, City Manager, from your perspective before we break for lunch? Sorry, I kind of caught you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Sorry about that. No, that wraps up our piece. So happy to leave it to Council to adjourn for the break.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Council. So we will come back at 1:15, and then we'll start with questions to staff, and then start hearing from the public. And as I said, we have about just over 100 people scheduled to speak. So thanks again, and we'll see you at 1:15.
Just one moment, Mayor.
Looks like we have quorum and we're ready to go now. We have finished the staff presentation, so now is the time to ask questions to staff, and I believe we have the staff team here to answer, and also associated boards. City Manager, is there any way you'd like to proceed? I see a couple of councillors. Sorry, I'm just going to move to the question queue, Council. So if you were on the queue, could you just make sure to put yourself back on, because I have changed queues now. Great. Just ask the City Manager, is there anything you wanted to say before we start with the questions?
No, thanks very much, Mayor Stewart. We're happy to address the questions, and Patrice is, I think, going to field them initially and engage the other members of the staff as appropriate.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes. I'm just going to reset your timer here. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks. I didn't mean to bump anybody on the list. Don't know how that happened, but I've got a number of different questions. Starting off with the potential liability of the VPD appeal to the police commissioner. With respect to how we're going to deal with this issue, where is the funding provision for the budget appeal? And what would additional cost be if the city loses? Where would it be funded from?
Thank you, Councillor. Should the appeal be in favor of the VPD, we do not have funding in the draft budget for that, and so that would be an additional new emerging item in 2022.
Okay, so we'll have to flag that.
And in 2021, the police are running over budget, and we are absorbing that in our financials. So we would need to absorb next year as well.
Okay, flagging. What can council expect the impact of public safety wage increases to be, and where will this be funded from? Additional tax increases, generally in the area of public safety?
The public safety bargaining has not been completed, and so those are not reflected directly in the budgets of police and fire. We do hold a contingency for unknown items that may come up over the next year, and that would be part of that contingency.
Next, what is the value of one-time reductions in the budget, and what is the plan to bring them back in future years? Might we look at another separate report on this?
Colin, do you want to take that one? Katrina, are they able to answer from the mics over there? Okay. Maybe if you don't have it, you could look it up. Total vacancies.
Yeah. So the amount. So in total, there are 45 million in various savings and budget mitigations. Of that amount, a portion is in vacancies that are being held, which would be equivalent to approximately 1.3% property tax increase next year if all those vacancies were filled. But I think there are still revenues that we're anticipating would improve, and so that's another factor that could impact. So it isn't necessarily tax increases next year. That would depend on the revenue picture.
So are we, I'm conflating one-time reductions with future value of vacancy savings? I'd just like to differentiate between the two.
So,
say the same thing, or?
So vacancy savings would be temporary one-time reductions, and so that's the reference. That would be a portion.
Are we looking at abolitions, some abolitions as well, or are we just carrying them?
They're temporary in the vacancies that we're holding are temporary in the draft budget.
If next year revenues don't come back, it would be hard to continue to hold vacancies that at that point we would need to just reduce our staffing levels to match our revenues. I think right now we're still below pre-pandemic levels, so the hope is this is temporary.
Okay, I'm clearly going to need more than 5 minutes for questions, but the last one for now is the 3% tax scenario includes a reduction of $600,000 for efficiency savings. If those can be achieved to make 3% increase, why are they not a priority in the budget being considered?
So in terms of the 3% scenario, the items that would be included in the 3% but not included in the budget would be based on the staff judgment of the service implications associated with those items. And so if there's specific items that you want to mention, we can provide more detail on the service impacts and why those were deemed to be not prioritized in the 5%.
Okay, I'm not sure that really answers the question. Am I in a position to request at the move to have a second round of questions at this point? I'm pretty sure all council would like that.
30 seconds left on your clock. So would you like to ask for a second round?
I would like to ask for a second round. Yes, please.
Second, Councillor
Okay.
DiGenova.
Second? Yes. Okay, thanks. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thank you. Okay.
I
so
only
you
have
just a vote.
15 seconds, so I'll save up for next time. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor DeGenova, you're next, up to 5.
Thanks very much. I have questions all over the place for many departments, but since Patrice is here right now, maybe I'll ask specifically, looking back to previous budgets, and I went a little bit farther back than last year, looking at 2016 and 2017, we had a provision for a chief housing officer, and we had a specific position for that. I understand that has been absorbed as that was written into specific policy at the City of Vancouver, that there was a chief housing officer, and I understand that now falls under arts, culture, and community services. So where did that salary savings go? Or are we holding that vacancy for a chief housing officer when this council or council in future chooses to move forward with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the chief housing officer was also a deputy city manager role, and had 2 deputy city manager roles, and those are both now filled.
Okay, so Mukhtar Latif was our previous
chief housing officer
housing
and
officer.
deputy city manager.
But he was not, okay.
Yeah. Pardon me?
He was the chief housing officer and
the
a deputy city manager?
Yes.
Okay, so now that will be absorbed into one position?
No, Sandra is taking on the chief housing officer role.
I know that's where.
And
it is, right.
Karen Levitt and Armin's last name are the 2 deputy city managers. So they're both of those roles are filled now.
Okay, but they were filled after. It's my understanding we had those positions at the same time we had a chief housing officer also.
No, the chief housing officer and the deputy city manager were one person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is one position, and that's where we would see that go.
Yeah.
So it would not be under ACCS anymore. It would be under the deputy city manager.
The funding is a deputy city manager funding. Sandra is doing double duty. She's playing the role of.
I understand. I was just trying to I understand how much, and maybe that will come down to some of my other questions from ACCS and the fact that they've said that they really are, completely subscribed already with what they have to do. So thank you for clarifying that. Also, just wondering if you might be able to share, just to follow up to Councillor Hardwick's questions, how many other expenditures are we going to see possibly where we would see this move forward? She had referenced VPD. If there was a decision made that I suppose we would have to consider that would need to be considered by council for the 2023 budget. But would that also include like 2021 and 2020? If we were looking at the specific expenditures that Councillor Hardwick was talking about for VPD, and do we have others that we're concerned about that we are going to see ourselves oversubscribed for and that aren't included in this budget and won't meet our contingency requirements?
The one that we are aware of is the VPD appeal to the province. If the province agrees with the police board, then that will give them the approval to maintain the staffing levels that they have, as opposed to having council ask them to reduce staffing levels. But in 2021, the VPD did not reduce their budget to the amount that council had asked, and so they are running over budget. So I think they will just allow them to.
We don't anticipate any other departments to be in that situation.
Not in that situation, no. We always have new things that come up, and then we have to deal with those based on trading off different activities.
Okay, thanks. I realize I only have a minute left. I'm going to try and get this in quickly. It's a question for ACCS in asking about council priorities, and maybe I'll start it, and understanding that you only have a minute. You can answer some of it in my next round if you want. Don't want to. Sure. So I'll just put this out there. In asking, you had said in your presentation specifically this council's priorities. So this council's motions and priorities, you're already oversubscribed or fully subscribed. I'm wondering what work ACCS is still doing from the previous council's decisions and motions. What work actively has happened? And I've been asking this question for 2 years. So. Sure.
Yeah, we just have 2 seconds and then a second round.
Maybe
so
you could answer it next time round, but it gives you some time to think about it as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll wait for the second round for that response. Move on to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have a question. One question for fire and another one for Patrice, I guess. Are calls for fire, ODs, and other emergencies going up? And do you think that you've got enough funding so far to maintain the existing service levels?
Hi, thank you for your question. Yes, continued increase in calls for service are happening with overdoses, fires, medical responses. And right now, we recognize that our response times are decreasing and ability to get our resources on scene in the timely standards that we are aiming for. So at this point in time, with these increasing calls, no, we do not have enough to maintain going forward.
Okay, thank you. My other question is about the Attorney General. If we get a new, I mean, not Attorney General, Auditor General, if we get a new Auditor General, and would that reduce the amount of internal auditing work that city staff does already? And or could we shift some city folks currently doing internal auditing over to help the Auditor General?
In general, the focus of the internal audit department is somewhat different from an auditor general. An auditor general is looking for opportunities for savings and changing the way that we do business as a city. An internal audit department, while they do some of that, they are really looking at audits of financial statements, of controls, compliance against policy and things like that. So they do have two different mandates, which doesn't say that there couldn't be some sharing of information resources between them, but they are two different mandates.
Is there some room for reducing one of the budgets by sharing information and services between the two?
Yeah, I think that's something that the Auditor General and our internal audit manager could discuss, absolutely.
So if we wanted to do that, what would be the next step in terms of seeing how much we could reduce it?
I think we'd have to do an evaluation to see if there was overlap and where that might be.
Yeah.
But generally,
Okay,
they
thank you.
have two different mandates, so there may be some,
Yeah.
but generally you're doing two different things, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. My first question is to Chief Palmer for the VPD, and the question is, if Council prioritizes public safety in the City of Vancouver and moves to adopt the VPD endorsed budget, you're aware of a motion that Council passed in July last year with respect to a new community centre in Mount Pleasant, and would that enable the VPD to support consideration, because the motion said that requested the mayor write to the Vancouver Police Board to apprise them of the motion, request consideration support for Mount Pleasant CPC in your upcoming budget submission. So would that enable, I understand that complementary office space has been secured, would that enable provision of MPO services at some point in 2022 to start a new Mount Pleasant CPC?
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. So I'm familiar with the Mount Pleasant CPC request. So in both the city's recommended budget of 321 and the board's approved budget of 325, the CPC is not included in either of those budgets. That would be, there was a third option that the board had, which was for 328 million, and it was included in that third option, but that's not the one that was approved and is being brought forward to council today. So right now it's not included in our provisional budget request.
Is it possible that you might be able to provide, if that had a mid-year start or something, some MPO services to support it?
Yeah, this is one of the challenges. So, I mean, if the budget was approved at the level that the board has approved it coming forward, it could be something that we could look at. We won't have a dedicated new officer specifically for that office. It would be one where we'd try to have to find resources within the VPD. I get that you would have the office, the shell of the office, you'd be able to pay for a coordinator and that kind of stuff, but the issue is going to be the police presence to make it a policing center. So, maybe part-time to begin with, but definitely not a full-time asset in that office.
Okay.
Not with the current budget configuration.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I'm going to move on for time. I don't know if you have it at your fingertips. Can you tell us how many officers, sworn officers, the VPD would have had in 2020, 2021, and 2022 if council approves the VPD board endorsed budget?
Right. So our budget was on an upward track between for 2018, 2019, and 2021. Our authorized strength was 1,327. We were down below that. You did make council approvals in those years, and you did increase our authorized strength. I do have the numbers. I'll just get them for you right here. So we did go from 1,327 up to 1,348, which is where our strength was at, because we did get additional officers in 18, 19, and 20. We were on track because of the operational review to get additional officers in 21 and 22, which was not only halted, but we actually went backwards. So any approvals that you made in 2019 and 2020, we actually did a reversal of that, because last year, with the reduction in our budget by $5.7 million, we were not able to appreciate the input of those new officers into our ranks. So our strength right now authorized is 1,348, but actual is below that because we don't have funding for that level. Our funding right now would be in the high 12s.
Okay. And what would you expect the number to be if council endorses a VPD 2022 budget?
If council endorses the VPD budget, then that will get us up to the same levels that we are actually just keeping us at the same levels we are now. And then with the 27-3 review of the province, which is due in January, that would get us back up to our 2019 staffing levels, 2020 staffing levels, which would be 1,348.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to Chief Fry for VFRS. And my question is, this budget doesn't include an increase for the Dark Horse Review year 3, I understand. Can you just confirm the total amount if council wanted to prioritize public safety in this budget in terms of the dollar figure that would be needed?
Yeah, thank you. I believe the dollar figure for the full 2021 was 3.3 million.
Is 3.3?
Yeah, but if we reduced it to potentially look at options with just reduced numbers, we could probably tighten that up a little bit.
Okay, thanks. Follow-up question is, on the 81% increase in medical calls 2021 over 2020, are those all actual medical call increases, or is any of those attributable, the stats, to the change in the call protocol that was going back and forth between how calls were dispatched?
Sorry, what was the increase? I missed that
The
second
increase
half.
that you cited, an 81% increase in medical responses, 2021 over 2020. I'm wondering if those were all, if it was just how the calls are dispatched, or if the total number of medical calls in the city is actually up, or is the amount that fire was attending, is it also partially because of the change in the call protocol where some fire had drawn back from some calls and then you started reattending ones you had previously gone to?
Correct. It's actually both. So BC Ambulance is receiving increased numbers, unprecedented number of medical calls in general across the board. And then as well, back in September of this year or August of this year, after the heat dome, we were reinstated with higher priority calls and oranges and yellows that have increased as well. So last year during COVID, we were restricted primarily to a lot of the most severe calls only, and ones that were critical, we were not responding to, and those have also been all reinstated, but we are seeing higher than ever medical calls.
You're picking up slack
Thank
on
you.
paramedic issues right now.
Thank you so much. We're at the 5 minutes, so I'm going to move on to Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 5, please.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll follow up with some questions for Councillor or Chief Fry. Sorry, no relation. Oh dear. Okay, so if we approve the funding that we see in the 2022 options for the Dark Horse plan, does that fund an additional fire truck in Southeast Vancouver, as was previously sort of articulated? And are we under-resourced in Southeast Vancouver right now for fire rescue?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and we are no relation to each other. Yeah, the intent really is to staff resources throughout the story. The Dark Horse plan really was to address some of our more under-resourced areas for our responses. And our area in the Marine District, or Marina Southeast Vancouver, we currently have stations there with one apparatus and trying to have enough apparatus to meet our ERF, or effective fire response, is not made. Our response times for our first unit on scene are 40 seconds below what they are in other parts of the city. So we don't have enough resources out there for the amount of growing and risk and development in that city with our medium to high risk structures.
Wow. Okay, that's compelling. Thank you. Overdose captain that's articulated in the additional wish list. Is that something that's getting any funding from Vancouver Coastal Health? What are the KPI and what are the sort of results of that role?
Yeah, so that individual is not getting funding through Vancouver Health, but it is a partnership, and they do have resources that they have teamed up with us on that. So that funding is coming straightly through the city for that individual. And I believe this year that they have, or since it's been implemented, they have reached out and connected with 300 individuals across the city that have suffered from overdoses. And more than half of those, they've put them in touch with resources for health or resources for mental health and addictions.
Okay. Now, for that and seeing there's also the diversity captain, which is also, or diversity chief, also a very important role. Are there any opportunities for internal sort of reprioritizations or holding vacancies from exempt staff to fill those roles?
Yeah, currently, to hold any vacancies on exempt staff, we're pretty tight as it is. From my experience, I think it needs to be an individual that is dedicated towards our diversity and inclusion and equity inside our department and working with our community outside of our department as well.
Okay, thanks, Chief Fry. Back to Chief Palmer, if I may. I'm seeing in the budget brief that we got from the police board some comments on ecom, and I'm hearing from ecom that they are very under resourced. They're having high burnout rates, and they can't handle the volume of calls. And then similarly, we hear from the public that they're frustrated with not being able to get through to 911. I note in the report the VPD has not agreed to ecom's proposed budget increases. And I'm hearing that VPD is the lion's share of 911 calls and funding expectations. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So very familiar with that issue. The net result of the ecom request would be about in the neighborhood of $1.5 to $1.8 million for the city of Vancouver. However, looking at the report that was done by PricewaterhouseCoopers. There are a lot of HR and retention issues at ECOM for sure. There's also the issues with BC Ambulance Service, which is causing a delay. That is actually the issue with BC Ambulance Service, but it's causing a delay with ECOM while they're waiting on the line to patch it over to BCAS. They've recently come up with a technical solution to stop the delay at ECOM so that calls can be triaged over to BC Ambulance Service faster. So there are technical solutions to some of these things. The scale of the review, in the estimation of myself and some of the other chiefs, is that it's not as fulsome of a review as we would have done, for example, on ourselves, and not nearly as fulsome as a full operational review. It's a good cursory review, but speaking with other chiefs in the region, many of us are not prepared, based on a review like that, to support them for the full dollar amount, but we do support them at 50%. So we are recommending about 50% of their ask be approved, which would put it in the ballpark of about 900,000, but not the full amount.
And sorry, Chief, just to be clear, that's in your budget ask? If we were to approve your budget, we would see that?
No, right now it's about 900,000 the city has in reserves, and it would be a last minute adjustment. Patrice could probably talk to that, but it's not part of the VPD budget. It's separate right now.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, first question comes from a comment from the city manager about that we are doing 2 years of labor, recognizing that during COVID, one of the big issues we had was to not lay off staff. We had to really work at utilizing our contingency funds to hold the staff that we did have to make it through COVID. Can you talk about what is that dollar impact or percentage impact to this budget? Because it's talked about 2 years being pushed in, so can we really get like...
Colin will answer that, but maybe we could go to your next question while he's looking that up.
Okay, next question is on the quality of life that was reported has dropped almost 10%, and we talked in 2019 about moving towards a well-being framework and recognizing cities like Edmonton and others and Nanaimo are really moving forward, recognizing that you could showcase the well-being and actually quantify it in your budget so the public understands how this budget is supporting their well-being. Where are we at with that work?
And Colin may want to add to that as well. We've sort of each year we've moved a little bit farther ahead on identifying the actions that we're taking towards well-being. There is a section in the budget that outlines all those actions that council are taking and that we're taking towards well-being. We haven't shifted to well-being being the main focal point for the budget because this year very much it was about responding to the pandemic and us managing to within those lower revenue streams. But there is a section in the budget that outlines the items that are aligned to well-being. So we are still working on that and continuing to develop that part of the budget.
Okay, just recognizing we're seeing First Nation communities like Comox and others really highlighting this on how much a road improves well-being and putting financial means to it, national planning. So it'd be amazing to start to utilize that learnings and mostly from a lot of the Indigenous communities around Canada on how they're advancing that work.
Yeah, thank you.
My next one is to the Vancouver Police. In the report in front of us, we talked about we have 50 more police officers or staffing, regular full-time staffing, and you've used different numbers in your staffing and talked about a tiered approach. So in our report in front of us, it shows that we have 50 full-time, regular, more employees with the Vancouver Police Department. And so I'm wondering, recognizing that you've talked about being the top of level of service, how are we seeing so many issues with public safety and how can we make sure that that's not moving forward?
Well, we're not at the top level of our service. The one thing you have to remember is that we have 3 intakes in the academy per year. So depending on what point in history you look at our strength, we have intakes in January, May, and September. We have people transitioning out of the organization all throughout the year, people going to Surrey, people through natural retirement. So the number fluctuates at any given time and point in history. So it depends when you're looking at the numbers. But the authorized strength of the Vancouver Police Department is what we need to be funded to, which is 1,348, and we're not funded to that level. So we're about 50 below where we should be. The results of the budget implications last year with the 1.8% budget reduction, the net reduction, and the 5.7, which was $5.7 million, has had significant impact in our ability to police the city within our budget. We've had extraordinary costs this year, as you know from the protests. Never in our history have we had 840 protests in Vancouver. We've got a gang conflict that is cyclical. It comes around about once every decade. We've had the COVID-19 pandemic, which we have not received any money for. So there's significant things, a confluence of issues that have all come together in 2021 that have caused us to go over budget. We were not properly funded for 2021, and we are not at the authorized strength where we need to be.
Okay, just like it's tough in our budget because it shows different numbers than you're talking about. So it talks about 1,800 as the total, and recognizing you have a tiered system, it'd be nice to know on each tier, we can get that sent to us.
Well, if you're talking 1,800, you're including civilians and special
Yeah, and
municipal,
because
you're
we have a
including
tiered
everybody.
force, so from
Yeah.
this, it shows 50 more employees. So it'd be great to know on that tiered force how we can deliver and meet the community safety needs. My next question is to Parks. Recognizing that the chief talked about maybe having to pull out if we don't make the cut, or if we don't make the funding to pull police out of working with some of the parks, as well as currently park rangers aren't funded. Can you talk about the community safety that that's going to provide and how we can make sure that we can still meet that gap? Because I think from a citizen, hearing both of those, it's concerning because parks are such a part to our community.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So to this point, we've been overspending the park ranger budget and not spending in our core service areas. So that's how we've been addressing it. With respect to VPD coming into the parks to assist with things like decampment, we've actually paid for those services through the park budget. So those are the things that we feel funding should happen so that we don't have to cover those extra costs that are incurred. And if we increase or if we right-size the park ranger budget, we won't be overspending. Right now we spend on overtime and auxiliary for the park rangers. If we have full-time staff, then it will have a more effective model and we won't be spending all this overtime and auxiliary money.
I guess, could you speak to the community safety element? Because both of these are concerning, recognizing that community safety is a big concern here in the city, and not being safe to go to the washrooms or not being able to feel safe to walk through a park is something that concerns me, and both of these conversations seem to be going in the wrong direction.
All right, Councillor Weep, we're over the 5, but you can go on for a second round. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation this morning. Yeah, a couple of follow-up questions. I'm just wondering if you can comment on or elaborate on, there was a number of slides that spoke to council priorities and outlined what those priorities are and what's not included in the proposed 5% tax increase. I didn't see one that articulated core services. Is there any way to articulate what we're not seeing in terms of core service delivery within the 5%?
I think that each of the GMs in the presentation today at the 4%, primarily because of holding vacancies, that there were items that they weren't able to continue to do. So that is, I don't think we have a separate sheet specific to those items. So it was the ones that were discussed today.
Maybe I would speak with engineering and I could ask some questions of engineering because I think a lot of it sits in the engineering department. So if we could.
Do you want to speak to Lon?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks.
Sorry, I'm not sure I heard the question.
No, I'm going to reflect the question because I think actually in your presentation you reflected that I think was 85% of the budget is funded through fees and not through tax. What I'd like to understand is if your department was receiving more funding, what are the gaps and risks that you've identified that we would be investing in? I have an intuitive sense of what they are based on my conversations with the public, but I really like to understand from a department standpoint, what are the biggest risks in terms of core services within engineering, and what could we do if we were to be reallocating funds?
Okay, thanks for the question. So the key areas that we're short is just actually in the vacancies that we're holding. So the vacancies that we're holding do have an impact on our ability to deliver services, and those do get worse with time. I think that's within the department, we're also able to move those vacancies to areas where they have less impact. So finance actually allows us to do that so that it's not necessarily a high risk for any one area where it would be a problem.
Are we able to hone in on particular areas in terms of whether it be public realm or in terms of streets, in terms of sidewalks that we have identified as a risk?
It's been a bit of an odd period because of COVID, and so pressures on the engineering department are uneven. Say, for example, the solid waste area, the activity outside has a lot more people, and parks will feel this too, a lot more activity outside. So waste collection at our bins is actually not sized for the activity that we've been seeing in 20 and 2021. But should activity return to pre-COVID levels, it's possible we could kind of continue to maintain good levels of service. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it is a fluid thing. So we are trying to manage within the budget, but it's hard to know what the new normal is.
I may circle back on that one later. Could you, well, just while you're there, because I think it would tie into this, can I ask you a question around capital, and particularly what the planned expenditures are for EV infrastructure in the city in this budget?
If I could just, yeah, can I get back to you with that? Okay.
Want me to go on with my other questions?
For the second round, we can bring that answer, I think.
I don't know if I'm up for time yet or not, Mayor.
You have about a minute left.
Okay. Maybe I'll go on with my other question. So there's, I think it's roughly $58 million is transferred to capital from operating revenues, correct? What percentage does that represent of our operating revenues?
58 of our total operating revenues, including utilities and everything. Colin will calculate that for you, yeah. You can answer there if you want. Okay, we'll do a quick calculation.
Okay. Tied to that question is I'm curious about, do we have a policy framework in place that determines how much we do pay-as-you-go financing for capital versus debenture borrowing? Metro Vancouver has a policy, so I know what that is in terms of that split, but I don't recall.
Yes, and that will come to council when we do the capital plan. So you'll see that in the spring, and you'll have input into that. But generally, the debenture is the level of borrowing we take on is related to our ability to support that through the operating budget. So that's sort of the cap, and then the pay-as-you-go would be where we can generate enough in-year funding to do the capital. So we do that as we do the capital budget to balance all those pieces out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll
That's
wait
the
for the
5.
other answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much. So my first question is actually to Maria. But I'm not seeing, oh yeah, okay, great. So I'll just preface the question. So I'm curious about our sort of shift away from providing context in terms of increases from the perspective of a percentage to a dollar amount. And most financial adjustments, mortgages, salary increases, cost of living, everything really we deal with on a daily basis is in percentages. And you highlighted that when provided the tax increase, property tax increase in a dollar amount, we got a more favorable response. So I just want to dig into that a little bit in terms of what's the goal there.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor Bry. I think this year we were just looking to see whether we were, when we contextualize the information for people to get that kind of absolute dollar value, to understand what the percentage amount actually looked like in terms of dollars on their tax bill, if it would change the response they received. And I don't think you could look more favorable or non-favorable one way or the other, but it's just kind of an added layer of understanding and how people are interpreting the tax bill when they do see what that dollar is. So they were provided alongside that, the percentage tax increase. So both of those contextualizing pieces of information were offered, but it was just another kind of point of entry into how people think about their budget.
Okay, okay. One quick follow-up to that is Chief Palmer presented in the BPD portion of the presentation stats around or engagement results that said that 83% of residents and 89% of businesses would like the police budget to stay the same or be increased to improve public safety. And I wonder, I didn't see such a clear statistic come out of the engagement results, and wondered if you could comment on that.
Yeah, so as part of our civic satisfaction survey, about a third of residents, that's 34%, said the city should invest more in police services, and half said at 49% we should invest the same. So that's how that, when you aggregate those two numbers, that's how that number was arrived at. So those are the same stats we would have seen in our CivStat survey.
Okay, so that's similar to how satisfied people are with civic services. I think it sort of read at 72%, where in fact 14% of people said they're satisfied and 58% said that they were somewhat satisfied.
That's right. You got it.
So that's super helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
My next question is actually for Chief Palmer. And we're hearing time and again the suggestion that we could perhaps redirect some funds away from the police budget into other community serving or services, so whether it's mental health supports or other types of responses. And it stood out to me around part of the work that we do with Vancouver Coastal Health, that it's their request that police respond with them to mental health calls, particularly with CAR 87. So I'm curious your perspective and your experience, how likely it is that if we, from property tax revenue, were to start funding other community health type services, how likely it would be that the demand on police services would be maintained or likely increase to be able to adequately support those services in delivering whatever their mandate would be.
Right, so there's a lot to that question. So I'll say you're right. You do hear from a lot of people to redirect money from policing into other services, and we understand those concerns and those discussions. And the reality, as you mentioned, is that when you actually talk to Coastal Health, though, Coastal Health actually wants police more involved in these endeavors. And Coastal Health actually is setting aside another $2 million for additional programming with the police, with assertive outreach teams, assertive community treatment teams. I know everybody talks about CAR 87 because I just don't think they're as familiar with AOT and ACT, but those are actually the proactive ventures that we do with them, and they're looking for more police to become involved. So when you talk to lay people, they may say that. When you talk to the experts in the field, they will tell you actually, no, these partnership cars, and every city is going to be different because in other cities, they're not as advanced in our mental health model that we have here in Vancouver, but with our model, Coastal Health is a big fan of it and a huge partner with it, and they actually want to see those services increased. So it's important to talk to the subject matter experts as opposed to lay people on the street who will give you a wide variety of opinions, which are all interesting to hear, but we really need to deal with facts.
That's my time. I'll go back on the list. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentations. I really appreciate everyone being here to present the budget and now to answer questions. My question is to Chief Fry. Great, thank you. I've followed the Dark Horse report and implementation for many years now. So my question is around that. Last year, we didn't proceed with implementing the recommendations out of the Dark Horse report. This year, it's not in the 5% budget. So I have two questions on that. Number one, what is that amount that we should put into the budget if we wanted to implement it, which was a council decision? And secondly, what are the implications or impacts that you see in terms of risks to public safety and firefighter safety if we don't add those 122 firefighters that were called for?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think, again, the Dark Horse report that was based on 2017 and 2018 data, looking into the future, and it clearly identifies that the City of Vancouver, while we have an exceptional fire department and resources, we are well behind on mitigating the risk to our community. We're a quickly growing community, and with the number of high buildings, the densification, the spread, we need to have resources on scene quickly. And I think for me, one of the things that we need quick resources on scene in a timely manner, meeting national standards or international standards. And when we don't have those on scene, you know, the impacts and the spread of fire can happen so quickly, especially with even when we start talking about climate change and everything else, fires that start on balconies spread so much quicker. And the growth and then the follow through with fires specifically is those people are now unhoused. And so all of the kind of follow through. Again, you know, the impacts on our staff are working extremely hard. They're working a lot of overtime, which then causes out, and those are coming from increased call volumes. And so ability to manage resources is continues to do it. I believe the cost for 2021 budget, which is brought forward to 2022, is 3.3 and then another $3.1 million to complete the 122 positions. Again, I think we have areas in our town that we are not served as well that are growing really quickly, and that includes places like the Canby Corridor, and that includes places like Southeast Vancouver.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Second question to Long LeCaire, engineering. On. I noticed that the budget does not right now include directly in that 5% items related to slow streets, neighborhood streets. We're dealing with that in the Vancouver Plan and asking for input on it, yet it's not in the budget. So I'm specifically wondering what kinds of items you would see moving forward under that slow streets plan, and specifically if any of those items would have specific climate mitigation or even resilience impacts.
Yes, so for the Slow Streets program and same for the temporary plazas of the 36 temporary plazas, this was a pretty broad expansion of facilities across the city implemented in a temporary fashion. And so the nature of that is that they're water-filled barriers or they're cones and things like that, which actually results in a real high maintenance cost. So our approach towards the end of this year was to wind down those projects and return the streets, take some time to return the streets to normal, as opposed to incur the cost of maintaining them. Moving forward, if we wanted to harden them, we could bring them into a more interim measure, which would be lower maintenance costs, and that would be bringing in things like concrete barriers instead of plastic-filled barriers and things like that, where we actually would then not have to spend, you know, right now we're spending $20,000 or $30,000 a month in maintenance.
Okay, understand the cost. What about climate mitigation? I mean, in the kinds of measures you're talking about, is there a reduction in GHGs associated with that?
Well, in the sense that the measures generally make walking and cycling more attractive, you know, our hope and expectation is that that may result in people not taking auto trips, which would have a positive climate benefit.
Thank you.
Sorry, Boyle.
You were muted. So much for all of this information. It's been really helpful. I have questions for a few folks, so maybe I'll start with Chief Fry. I am curious to hear, Councillor Wiebe asked a bit about South Vancouver already, but I am thinking particularly of the 99 Vancouverites who died in the heat dome, and would be interested to hear more about what impacts that heat dome had on Vancouver Fire and Rescue, what the work you were doing was, and particularly we've seen maps that because of lower tree canopy, those effects were especially felt in southeast Vancouver. So I'm interested in it. If you noticed that discrepancy in your calls and what the proposed investment for more resources in South Vancouver might mean for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the heat dome was tragic. And to lose 99 lives, you know, public safety and saving lives is our responsibility. It's my responsibility. It's Chief Palmer and BCMs, and those are devastating. We did see extreme stressors on our department and across our entire city during that heat dome event, including calls where we were tied up at incidents for upwards of over 10 hours waiting for help, either whether it be a coroner to attend or whether it was BCMs or to be transported to hospital. I think we saw our most vulnerable people being a lot of our seniors. And we know that our seniors are kind of spread throughout. And in a lot of homes, especially in homes that are maybe some of those older 3-story walk-up apartment buildings, which we have a lot of in Southeast Vancouver as well, not the newer River District, but I've noticed a lot of those in those areas. And the heating and cooling in those buildings are not quite to the same level that they are in new high-rises and complexes like that. So our most vulnerable people, which are our seniors, in a heat-related event, they really were fatigued with that. And Hall 5 specifically, which is that hall in that area, we were having calls going directly to that fire hall with people who couldn't get through to the 911 system. And I'm sure you've all heard the report of one of our assistant chiefs actually doing CPR on the tarmac at that fire hall because they couldn't get help.
Would having more firefighters in Southeast Vancouver have possibly saved some of those lives?
You know, it's hard to say whether they would have saved specific lives, but we would have had resources or one more resource or two more resources on scene in that area that could have mitigated or assisted those individuals.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. I have a question on the Vancouver Plan too. Thanks so much. I'm curious to hear, I have submitted a couple questions on this, on the particular funding ask for Van Plan. And in the memo that Council got back this morning, I just was struck by the answer that said the 2.8 million included as an ask for the Vancouver Plan. The language was the 2.8 million has been included in the 2022 draft budget as one-time funding to complete the plan, which surprised me because the way it looked to me was that it was part of that 5% tax increase, which I interpret as ongoing. So I'm just hoping to get some clarity there.
So I might have to have Patrice.
So, yes, totally. Fair,
But
whoever.
it's my understanding that plan itself is introduced every year, and you're approving an allocation every year, understanding that it won't go on indefinitely, that we will conclude the plan, bring it to the council once the implementation done, and that will not be an ongoing expense. So, so even though it's been in your budget since 2019 and is there this year and probably 2023, it will not.
So it's not 2.8 in new investments. It's just a
It's just a re-up of, I think I've got a breakdown of what it has been in prior years. I think in 2019, it was very minimal amount, like maybe $500,000. And then last year it was about 3.2, and this year it's 2.8. I think that's right.
So is it a decrease from last year's 3.2, or is it 2.8 in addition to last year's 3.2? Also,
it's a decrease.
So
it's a decrease.
It's a decrease.
Yes.
But it's ongoing. Again, I think I'm going to have to come back on, so maybe someone can help.
I'll get crisper answers next time.
I'll go
Yes.
back on the list. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see. Just looking to see if anybody hasn't had a first go, and I think we have, so we'll go back with Councillor Dejanova for first in the next round.
And just because it's going so fast, Mayor Stewart, I'm going to move a third round of questions.
We'll have to have we'll have to suspend the procedural bylaws to do that.
Okay, move to suspend the procedure bylaws for a third round of questions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I think you have to turn your mic on.
Second.
Okay, I heard Councillor Fry seconded, so we'll try verbal first.
Mayor,
All
is
in favor?
this motion is debatable?
I don't think it is, but I can check if you like. I do believe it does need a, just going to check with the clerk, so I'll be right back.
Mayor, it's the clerk. It's without debate and requires a 2/3 vote of members present.
That's what I thought. So, right. So let's try a verbal vote first, and then we'll have a recorded vote. So all in favor of suspending the rules for a third round, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, so we have the third round. Councillor Dejanova, you're.
I have a point. I just have a quick point of procedure. It's Councillor Bly.
Sure do. Go ahead, Councillor
My
Blythe.
question is whether or not we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of staff at the end of the speakers list.
We could always suspend the rules again and do that again if we need to. So there is an option for council to do that.
Okay, I would have preferred the round of questions after hearing from speakers, but this is where we're at. Thank you.
Just, I have a point of parliamentary
Councillor-
procedure as well. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Would you need a motion to move that third round of questions be after speakers? Would that be?
No, we can just do it when we're finished the last speakers, and you know, we could go for another round of. We have voted to suspend the rules and have a third round of questions right now, but after the speakers, we could have another round if folks want to have another vote on that. So we don't need we need a motion at that point, which but that'll be tomorrow. So we can think about it a bit.
But sorry, my question
Yes?
is actually the third round of questions that we've just supported now. Could we move a subsequent motion to have those questions heard done after speakers?
That wasn't a motion that was put forward and passed, so
We could move a subsequent motion.
or we'd have to rescind that one and then have a different motion put forward.
Okay, I'll go on the queue.
Okay, so I'm just going to proceed with this round of questions, Councillor Dejanova. Please.
I better go quickly just in case. I had asked a question at the last round, and I see Sandra Singh walking to that.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. Yes, there's, as you know, there are priorities that have spanned multiple councils. Homelessness, mental health and addictions, community safety, childcare. So those priorities that this council has indicated a priority for, we continue to work on. There are some programs that were initiated through long-range strategies or policies approved by previous councils that we do continue to implement. This council has not directed us to stop those policies. So for example, many years ago, we received funding to work on sex worker safety. And we have not, through recommendations from the Opal Commission, so we have not stopped that, even though this council hasn't given us specific direction
I appreciate that, and it's hard to know all of those, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Is it possible to get a list of everything from the previous council, every motion and decision that you're referencing? Can we get that list as a council?
I would have, I mean, I could give you the entire work plan for.
I mean, I could see the work plan and we've seen our own motions, but I also have a list of the motions from last term. Just wondering if we could maybe see, as the example you mentioned now, just at a future date, would it be possible to get that?
Yeah, I think there are things that for example, that this council has asked us to continue to work on: accessibility strategy, Chinatown transformation.
I understand, I appreciate it, and I don't mean to cut you off,
I don't think I have a list of everything from the previous council. So if there's ones that you're specifically interested in, I'd be pleased to provide you an update as to whether we.
I have a spreadsheet for you.
Okay, that'd be great. Send it my way, and I'll respond.
Awesome, thanks. I did want to ask. I have a couple of questions. On page 27 of the presentation, it shows the dollar amounts of 18 different municipalities and the average in dollar amounts for median single-family home property taxes. I had asked specifically, and if we could look back, because I understand most municipalities do their budget planning in January and approve their budget. For 2020, what were the percentages of increase to each of those budgets versus Vancouver?
So just to be clear, for the 2020 budget, how much the revenue, the budget increased, or how much property taxes increased?
How much the budget increased and how much property taxes increased?
We would have to go and do an analysis of the budget. I think the property tax increases, we report that
I had asked
average,
for this
and
in
so
a
we
previous
can
briefing,
bring
so
that number.
it would be really helpful to have that for after speakers, if possible. Really interested in that. And also, I'm just going to ask right now, looking at the 5% option right now, and understanding that council sent staff away to look at a number of different options, but one of them being 5%. And in the media recently, there's been some talk about a 1% climate levy I believe that was put out by the mayor. Where would staff recommend in that 5% that we find this 1% climate levy if council were to move forward with that? Or tax or cost or charge, we can call it whatever we want.
Sorry, but would staff recommend
If there was a will to move forward with a 1% climate levy, where would we find that in the 5%? Right now, where would you recommend we find that?
I think we would need direction to look for an additional 1%.
Okay.
Which would be, we've kind of done in the 4%.
Which would be 6%, not 5%.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much. I also had a question on public safety and looking at the metrics. So this will be for Chief Palmer. And looking at the increases, there's been some talk back and forth about are these numbers increased or are they not, and looking at them per capita. Is it fair to say that during COVID-19 that we actually saw less people out and about and on the streets and in the entertainment districts? So yes, although the numbers may look the same, they've actually gone up considering the population that we saw here in Vancouver?
Yeah, so the COVID-19 impact was significant, particularly with property crime, because there were less people driving, less people coming downtown to go to work, more people working from home, so less cars. So we did see a reduction in break-ins to cars, and that is what's driving property crime down. However, violent crime, serious violent crime has not gone down, and serious violent crime is an issue in our city, and I know you're hearing about it as well as we are in the north half of the city. The other thing that's really significant in our city is unreported crime, and we know from talking to the BIAs, talking to people downtown, and particularly in the north half of the city, that many crimes are going unreported. Stats Canada generally estimates unreported crime in Canada as about 40%. We know it's higher in Vancouver. We do have some good data that we're pulling from some of the property management companies downtown, and they keep track of all the different incidents they have, and the number of incidents they have that are actually criminal incidents that they record, big companies like Cadillac Fairview, compared to the number they actually report to the police is very small. So the number of crimes happening is significant compared to what's reported. And when we go to talk to businesses, they say that this has happened 3 or 4 times before. We've never bothered to call you. Finally, it's got to the point where we need to call you because we're at our wits' end. So there's a lot of stuff happening that doesn't show up in the crime stats as well. But the main concern, quality of life issues in the north half of the city, disturbances, thefts, violent crime, violent shoplifting, but violent crime overall is still a concern, even in a COVID environment.
Thanks.
Thank
I
you.
have more questions, but that's my time.
And Council, if since we are having 3 rounds of questions, if you could just make sure not to ask a question right before your time's up, that would be great, so we can be fair to everybody. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, moving to Donnie Rosa and parks. My question is with respect to park rangers and the ask you said is not included in the budget for rangers. And the question I had is, I appreciate that you didn't want to, there's impact on other operational services like community centers. The park board's undertaking an extreme amount of long-range planning for parks, and I'm wondering if any of that, if that all falls to capital or any of that planning work is done for longer range planning out of the operations budget, and if that would be an opportunity to fund rangers.
I'm gonna look for a little assistance on that one.
Thanks for the question. Would you mind just clarifying that one?
Yeah, I have limited time. All the planning work that's happening is a lot of long-range planning for parks, such as waterfront and so on. We've done a lot of planning, less delivery on capital projects. I'm wondering if any of that long-range planning hits the operations budget versus capital projects that could be reallocated to funding park rangers.
The short answer is no. So it's in the capital budget, and we have to be mindful of the funding sources for that as well.
Okay. Moving on, and back to Donnie then, the question is, because you're asking for 1.8, but suggesting ideally, in an ideal scenario, to fund another 16 rangers. Is it possible for you to staff up more than that? Why have you split it over 2 years? So essentially you'd be bringing on, I'm guessing, 8 to 10 rangers in year 1 and then the remaining 6 or so in the second year?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, that's exactly right. It'll take us a little while to bring them on, plus the training and all the things that go along with that. So ideally, the 1.8 would get us there, but over 2 years is probably more manageable.
Okay, and what would they pragmatically being able to do that the public could expect positively? Because we hear positive and negative feedback. I really want more rangers in my parks. It's very positive. And then we hear, but they can't do anything anyway because they can't ticket and they just have to call BPD or they don't stop. loud music. So what could we expect them to be doing?
Well, you know what, they actually, right now, 51% of our calls don't get responded to within 72 hours. So we will be able to respond to calls within a reasonable time. 25% don't get attended at all, and 24% are attended within that 72 hours. So the response time will be better. Rangers do get there too. We don't always have to have ticketing. We don't always have to have by law enforcement, but they are there to diffuse situations. They have the ability to get into spaces like where encampments have been left in Stanley Park and clean up. Right now, we're not getting in there to clean up. That's causing a fire risk. It's also causing a wildlife risk. So having enough rangers on the ground to address these things will improve public safety.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep moving because I have limited time. I have one quick question for the city manager, and I'm wondering if you can advise why we don't get a presentation on overall corporate services like IT, legal, finance, technology, the CMO's office. Why don't we see all those sort of services that underpin into other areas but are part of the budget? Why don't we get a presentation on that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. It's largely an issue of managing time. Obviously, we took the whole morning on the presentation that you have. Those services are largely driven off of the demands for direct service. So the reason that those other departments exist is to support the departments that you heard from. We're generally quite lean in our corporate service departments, and we do rationalize that very closely. Happy to answer any specific questions that you have on them, but yeah, it was just a question of balancing time and then knowing that council would have a number of speakers over the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you. I have two other questions I want to try to get to. One is for engineering, noting that, Lon Leclerc, you said that we did not have the additional ask that was included in this year's budget for one-time street cleaning. That was put in place because we were seeing a gap and hearing a lot from the public. So can we expect a decrease or degradation of cleanliness in 2022 with this budget over what we see in 2021 in the city? What will our streets look like?
Yes, actually, I can provide exact details on what that would be, but it would just take me a minute to find that.
Maybe you want to come back on my third round and I'll start my other question then. And this one is for ACCS, really. And in the budget outlook that we received early, I had asked staff to quantify the amount of sheer volume of downloaded services that the city of Vancouver has taken on and had a budget figure. We haven't gotten that for various reasons. I won't get into that right now. But you also, Sandra, you had said that talked about scoping delivery just down to the basics, and I'm just really wondering, are we doing too much that we're trying to take on every single social issue in the city? How stretched is ACCS? Because we're trying to do a little bit of everything as opposed to prioritizing a few key initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I would thank you for the question. Yeah, there's a lot of very important work that that council has directed us to work on in ACCS. We are very stretched right now, and there are, as you saw from the presentation, there's about 8 to 10 report backs that we're reporting back on in the first 6 months of next year to council, arising from those directions. Again, all very important work. It is hard to do all of it at once, I have to say. And right now, the one thing I didn't highlight is that we're seeing unprecedented turnover in staff, retirements, people leaving for different positions, and that's having a significant impact on productivity as well. So and then of course the ongoing stress of COVID. So it's a difficult time.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Councillor, I can confirm the downloading memo will be coming out in the next day or two.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thank you.
Did you want me to answer your last question first?
Okay, sure.
1,000, yes. So in the 3%, we identified savings on the support services side, and that's where those numbers came from. So in the thought process behind that is that if the organization has to shrink at a 3% tax increase and we're reducing our service levels, then we would need to reduce and would have the opportunity, I guess, to reduce our support services accordingly. So if as the city gets smaller, then so would the support services in relationship, and so that's what it reflects.
So
if there's less work to do, there would be some efficiencies on the support services side as well, whether it's space savings and things like that.
So commensurate reduction is the answer to the question.
Thanks.
Okay, so here's my next one. On October 23rd, 2019, this council unanimously voted in favor of a motion calling for the establishment of an independent Auditor General office. In December 17th, 2019, council approved the city's 2020 budget, and at that time including $500,000 to be reserved and allocated from the operating budget or existent $750,000 remainder from the 2019 Innovation Fund to fund the establishment of the Auditor General Office in 2020. We spent initially, I think, $50,000 to engage the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation, who, among other things in their presentation to us, indicated that cities of similar size would expect, for example, Ottawa, a budget of about $2 million for the Auditor General's office. Fast forward, I think we've had 5 different motions on this, had a recruitment committee and now an Auditor General committee that have come out of that initial motion. Last year, and the pandemic, we allocated $400,000 because at the time you said that we couldn't carry over the funding that had been allocated from the prior year. So my question is, that this is not a new item. This is something that has gone right back to the beginning of this council. The Auditor General's ask is not included in the 5%. Why is that?
Yeah, as you mentioned, there is $400,000 that is ongoing for the Auditor General's office, and that's related to the funding that was approved last year. And council did approve that as part of an addition to the budget. This year, there is in the $10 million that has been identified, there is $1 million of ongoing funding that council can choose for that purpose. But at the time, there was not an approved budget for the Auditor General.
Okay, there are other things also that are included in the 5% that would be inconsistent with what you've just said. So I am concerned about this because this is not a new thing. This is something that has been carried forward with the multiple motions with the unanimous support of council. But speaking of the unallocated funding of $10 million, there is no particular guidance on how council should allocate it beyond a list of so-called priorities. Can you give more insight at how you came up with that $10 million number, why a certain amount is allocated to one-time versus ongoing expenditures?
Yes, we can. In preparing for this year's budget, the staff looked at the opportunities to get to 5%. And as you know, we did use the stabilization reserve to balance the 2020 budget. We are expecting to finish the year a little bit better than our budget, so we won't draw as much from the reserve as we had expected. And this represents some of that funding. So council could, if they chose, is because it's a reserve, one-time funding would be the proper way to use reserve funding. If they chose to supplement this year's budget with reserve, they could choose to do that. Staff's recommendation, there's not specific items there because our recommendation, similar to last year, would be first to put it into the reserve. Second would be to reestablish the vacancies so that we could continue with the existing work. But that's obviously all up to council, and so we made that available as many of you had indicated to give you some flexibility in the budget for your decision making. We made our recommendations, but you have your views. Yeah.
So there was $57 million that was taken from the reserves, but we haven't spent it. We've spent 44, as I recall from the documentation. So there's actually over $10 million. And the balance of that would be returned to reserves? Is that the idea?
If it's not funded here, it would be going back to reserves.
I'd also like to see what other items were included in the 5% that were similarly characterized to the Auditor General's office, but I'm out of time.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Seeing as Patrice is there at the mic, I'll ask a few questions. First, just in follow-up to the 911 levy comments from Chief Palmer, and appreciating that if we were to, advance additional funding to VPD, one of the metrics that the public see is response time to 911 as far as calls for service. He was referencing special allocation for the reserve fund for 911, and notwithstanding the fact that there's a pretty significant kind of work to be done with e-com in general, what does that look like from the city perspective?
Hold on just one sec. Can we get back to you on that one?
Sure. Okay. One more question for you then, Patrice. On the We had a conversation a while back around the idea, recognizing that our taxation extends to collecting fees for Metro and the province school tax and the like. We talked about how we might better sort of delineate that in the tax notifications to the public and maybe even including their logos. Has there been any further consideration of that?
How we might, what? I missed the last part of your question.
Oh, has there been any further consideration of that? I think you'd left it, you'd get back to us on it.
Sorry, you have to ask me again. What was it that we were getting back to you on? It's not
On
following your
how we
question.
might better sort of delineate who the other taxing authorities we're collecting for are, like for instance by putting logos on for the province and Metro Vancouver and that kind of thing on our tax notifications.
Okay, in addition to the chart that we provided, so just the actual dollar value.
Yeah, and just recognizing that a lot of people get their tax bill and think it's all the city of Vancouver, whereas in fact we're
We can
collecting for other
circulate a mock-up of the tax bill as to what people see and how they see the third part, the other taxing authorities. Yes, we'll do that.
Okay, sure, sure. A question for Lon in engineering. I'm just on the existing budget allocations. I mean, the two of the big ones that we hear a lot of on the engineering side are street cleaning and road markings. And um, what's covered in the existing budget ask versus the additional ask?
So for the street cleaning, and this kind of follows up on the question that Councillor Kirby-Young asked, there is the one-time funding in place right now, which is approximately $672,000. So in the 5%, that's not included, and so that would be perceived as a degradation of our current service. Where that money is being spent right now is about 50% of it is on the enhanced sidewalk cleaning, in particular in areas in downtown East Side, Strathcona, Chinatown, Yaletown, Gastown, and the Hastings and Broadway areas. There is a further breakdown of that. I mean, we do have the feces pilot project under, which is 100,000 of that. The sanitation enhanced cleaning pilot, which is 450,000. And noticeable in the areas where we do nighttime flushing, this one-time funding has funded daytime flushing of those areas. And your second question was
road markings and the ability to see lines on the road at night and cat's eyes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so our street maintenance, it took a big hit in 2020 with the reduced money coming from TransLink. And so we actually had our crews reassigned to do work that was funded. It was generally cut repair work and capital work. And so as a result of that, annual maintenance on things like lane lines degraded. We are restoring to our kind of the 5% includes restoration to our pre-COVID funding scenario. So it will take some time to get caught up, and we may continue to see some degradation of the streets because it's probably a little bit low from where we need to be.
When you say it may take some time, what is that? What does time
well,
look like?
The catch-up is always difficult. Deferring maintenance usually means that you have, more than a year's worth of work to do the next year, and you only have a year's worth of budget. And so sometimes you can catch up, and sometimes it's a bit of a losing battle because the amount of your infrastructure that has gone below, you kind of would have to increase above what a stable maintenance would have achieved had we been investing at the same level every year during the pandemic.
Okay, thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you. We're on to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I've got two questions for Chief Palmer. The first one is the VPD consistently recognizes that it's doing work outside its mandate. So why doesn't the VPD budget reflect any move to redirect that funding to a more appropriate avenues for intervention?
Well, if you're talking about when I talked about street cleaning and parks, absolutely. So for example, on that, there is a portion of money. It's about, over the last 3 years, we spent about $970,000 we've received in overtime for our officers to assist engineering with street cleaning in the downtown east side. and Vancouver Park Board with encampment issues and tenting issues within the city. That's money that we've been receiving, that over 60% of that did come from park and engineering budget to have us present because they wanted us present. And we're happy to assist them when they call us. But in our estimation, much of that work should actually not involve police, and police could be extricated from those issues. So that money that they're providing to us, they don't need to provide that money to us anymore because we're happy to remove ourselves from that. But we want to give them a chance to find an alternate solution so that they can have you know, whether it's use that money better on park rangers or peer support or private security or whatever they decide to do. But we don't think it's beneficial having police in that space. I think it's bad for the public to see police being involved in those issues when we don't need to be there. But that's extra funding we're receiving from those other service groups. It's not part of our core budget.
So, but what about other areas beyond street cleaning and encampments, like mental health response, for example?
Right, so we do respond
We
to a
put
large...
more money into a non-police response to that. That's what a lot of the people with mental health issues are calling for.
Yes, they are. That's right. So what I've said on that, and I'll just reiterate it, that's important. I think a lot of people don't understand that the mental health calls it, we receive the calls for service. Those are calls where sometimes it's mental health providers calling us. Sometimes it's people that are victims of crime. They're witnesses to crime. They're suspects in crime. There's a high level of victimization amongst people that have mental health issues. And we are required to respond if there's an element of criminality, because in fact, you're 23 times more likely to be the victim of violent crime if you have a mental health issue, and 15 times more likely to be the victim of any type of crime. So crime is a police mandate. If we're talking about somebody that's a danger to themselves or others, there's provincial statutes under Section 28 of the Mental Health Act, provincially, that give police the authority to apprehend somebody and bring them forthwith to a physician. That's a requirement in law of the police. There are also other calls. About a quarter of the calls we're getting are coming from mental health professionals directly, where they don't have the training or experience to go out and deal with somebody outside of a clinical setting that's suffering from a significant mental health issue where there may be violence or weapons involved, and we can't put people in those sort of dangerous situations. And there's many other lower level groups, as I mentioned, the IHOT teams, the overdose outreach teams, ACCS, their Access and Assessment Center at Vancouver General Hospital, the Hub at St. Paul's. There's many other entities already within our society that are dealing with those lower level mental health calls. And I think that's a misconception amongst the public that we're dealing with all these lower level calls, and we're not. We're only dealing with the medium to high risk ones where we get called, where there's an element of danger or violence, and we need to be involved to protect people, or there's a statutory requirement to have police officers there. And we've looked at that data very closely. And again, it's perception versus reality.
So I think the first time I ever met you was at an initial briefing with the VPD and the new council. And you said to me that 60% of the calls that you dealt with didn't relate to crime. So what I'm wondering is, how could we, in your view, what would be a good way of shifting some of that police money into things that actually didn't relate to crime, where the service would be more appropriate for example, people who are homeless, people who have mental health issues, sex workers, people like that, people who use drugs?
Yeah, I've got a couple of answers for you there. Number one, I did tell you that the majority of calls we get are not related to crime. And the important context I provided earlier in my presentation is that many of the calls we go to, we still have a statutory requirement or a public safety reason that we have to go, such as car accidents, such as missing persons, such as provincial enforcement, which is not a crime, domestic violence that may or may not be a crime, depending on the circumstances, calls where people are calling us about somebody rattling their door in the middle of the night, shining a light into their vehicle in their back laneway. Those are not crimes until somebody's actually goes, past the point of no return and actually breaks a window or breaks into a vehicle. We come on those suspicious circumstances calls before they become a crime. So that is a huge important aspect of it. There's many things that there's nobody to respond to somebody rattling your door in the middle of the night other than a police officer. So we do have to go to many of those calls, even though they're not categorized as crimes, disturbances,
I think
suspicious
my time
persons.
is up.
Okay, but I just want you to know the context there.
Thanks so much. Councillor Wade, you're up for 5.
Yeah, Palmer, as you're up, I've got a couple questions. My first question is, does the VPD support council supporting capacity building or community-led initiatives like peer-assisted crisis teams and restorative justice?
Yes, we do support initiatives like that. I think any kind of an initiative where you can help people with the upstream drivers, you can help people in crisis, anything we can all do to come together, I think things like that are all good. What I don't support is those sort of initiatives coming at the expense of the police budget, and I'll tell you why. Because in the total scheme, and we're doing a lot of work on this, as I've mentioned to council before, we're a small percentage of the social safety net, very small percentage, and we're the best reviewed, best oversight, and the most efficient run of many of these other entities. And the large 90% plus other aspect of the social safety net have not been reviewed and have not been looked at by council or by provincial governments or higher levels of government to find efficiencies there and better allocate money at those levels of government. Everybody just seems to be laser focused on the police, but we're actually a very small piece of the pie. And I go back to, it's not an either or proposition. You do need to help those upstream drivers. You need to help people in crisis. You need the social supports, not at the expense of police and public safety.
Yeah, and I didn't ask to be an either or. I just said, do you support those things, recognizing that we need an and so I just wanted to see your support. I didn't need you to go on that side of it. You talked earlier about Vancouver Coastal Health, talking about needing more supports for the Pier 87 and having it more on demand. In the budget proposed by the police board, are those 6 positions funded as part of that funding?
No, they're not.
They're not included in that funding?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Next question's to fire. As part of the 5% budget scenario, it talks about being forced to hold vacancies, yet we're having a significant amount of overtime and mental health with our firefighters, as well as severe community safety needs for the public. Can you talk to a little bit about what that 5% budget scenario of holding those vacancies will do? And if we do fund it, how much better can we see it for services?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that the 5% vacancies or $600,000 is just going to create more stress on the organization. We do need to really look at our operations, and we'll continue to do that, and it's part of continuing to look at the best service models possible. But we're already having staff work extensive overtime, burning out, and with 5 more positions lost or being held, it'll just create more stress and kind of a bit of a cycle.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question is to engineering. Talking about how we've had a severe infrastructure deficit. Can you talk to a little bit about what we're hearing from Metro Vancouver of doing insourcing to try to look at some of the benefits in reducing some of our costs, as well as recognizing that the water utilities is a significant amount of the increase in today's budget. The water utility looks like we're really taking down the debt servicing, which is amazing. However, in the sewer utility, it's a significant amount, and we haven't even started to work towards Iona. Can you talk about how we can reduce our debt principal and interest in the water course work?
Yeah, so in terms of the infrastructure deficit, Jerry's talking about using internal forces versus external forces. In their scenario, I believe they do majority of their work is contracted out. And so I think they're talking about, what he was talking about was creating some more in-house operations to be more similar to the City of Vancouver. In the City of Vancouver, we have crews that keep a certain amount of steady state renewal and construction throughout the year, but we also get some significant funding from senior governments for sewer replacement and aging infrastructure, and that generally is work that we'll contract out because it comes in a lump. So we get a grant for $2 million or something like that, or $4-5 million. And so what that allows us to do, it allows us to always be benchmarking our own crews against what we could achieve with an external crew or outside crews. So I think that's what Jerry was talking about that, but that could be a good question for Jerry. In terms of to pay as you go, water's been at it for a lot more years. It was expected to take about 10 years to transition to a pay-as-you-go, recognizing the advantages of that is we want to be in a steady state where we're replacing 1% a year, and it doesn't make sense to borrow money now that you're going to have to pay off in 10 years when you have to do that every single year. So pay-as-you-go is a good model for some of those kind of more sustained investments, but water is getting close to that point at which they can be full pay-as-you-go. Sewers is just very early, much more early in that system into the transition to pay-as-you-go. And then, of course, we have the added burden of sewer has a lot more in terms of the climate change impacts resulting in a lot more intensity in rainfall, the need to separate the sewer system, meaning we have to duplicate the entire sewer system. We're only halfway through that. That's a big piece. And then, of course, Iona is a big piece in itself.
Okay, and I'm over time. Thank you.
And I did owe you an answer on the wage cost. It was $15 million.
15 million's been added for this year. Thank you.
Councillor Blythe?
Thanks very much. I actually have a follow-up question for Lon, an engineering question. Sorry, Lon, I tried to catch you while you were still standing there. Just about the pavement condition index, I'm just curious whether you have those numbers with you now, the year-over-year change, assuming this is something that we measure every year. I think you mentioned from 2017 to date, there is dramatic change, I guess, from 74, the target being 75 to 74 in 2017 to 63. So I'm just curious how that changed year over year.
Yeah, so again, with the pavement, it's another one of those types of maintenance that if you keep on top of it, it actually ends up being cheaper than if you let it go too far. And when you let it go too far, it's a rehabilitation as opposed to a more simple kind of thin lift overlay or it's a cheaper way of maintaining. And so the consequences of delaying for a year, you do get further behind each year.
Right, so I'm just wondering if you have the year-over-year change.
Maybe not. Yeah, I think we can get that. Yeah.
Okay, great. And I guess a quick follow-up to that is I've heard at times, not in the last year, but years before that, that we sort of hold off on upgrades in areas where we anticipate there might be some sort of development or something. So just any extra comment you have there on that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We try to coordinate our projects not only internally, but externally. So Broadway is a good example right now. We know, of course, lots of work's happening on Broadway. We're not going to be doing any big investments in terms of road restoration until all of that construction is done. So yeah, where we anticipating new developments to come, we would hold off on street improvements.
So I just want to understand how that pavement condition index can be sort of understood in the context of intentionally not progressing on upgrades or what have you. And I do have more questions.
Okay, yes, really very quickly. Again, the pavement index is actually across many, many thousands of kilometers, and so it is a big network estimate. And for TransLink, they need us to maintain the major road network to a certain standard. Good portions of it can be below that standard.
Okay.
And we can still meet the requirements.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I have another follow-up for Donnie and Parks, and that. My question is actually related to the dollar amount that was paid to the BPD for their support in dealing with some of the events over the last year and a half. So whether or not you have that on you, but I'm happy to get a follow-up.
I understand the dollar amount was in the neighborhood of $180,000, and that was due to when our rangers do go in to work with people in the tents, the VPD is there to support should we need them.
Okay, so relatively low number compared to what we would be looking at in terms of staffing up our park rangers services. I sort of heard them compared to as if we were able to staff up our park rangers, we maybe need to spend less on that support from the VPD.
Correct, yeah, the bulk of the staffing up is not going toward the encampments.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. One quick follow-up to that, though, is if we were to staff up in park rangers, and you had mentioned tents and things that are left over that gives them a chance to go in and clean that up, what impact will it have on making sure that we're able to chat with people on a daily basis and connect them to what our bylaws are, which, you know, really do ensure that we don't have a you know, you say 72 hours, makes it very difficult to hold up a bylaw that's got a 12-hour window, let's say. So I really would like to hear more about your opinion about how we could anticipate change if we were to step up our park rangers.
Thank you for that. Yes, well, our park rangers oftentimes get in there and are preventative. They are helping to connect people to answers and solutions versus going into, you know, ticket people. Whether it's folks experiencing homelessness, who they are connecting to services, and as you said, Councillor, really going into cleanup after an encampment doesn't necessarily mean the established encampments. It's all over the city. And if we leave spaces like that, then we attract wildlife and we have fire risks. Having more park rangers available will help us to not run into having to do as many noise bylaw complaints. We can be proactive. We've been proactive about events that we're setting up that were not permitted, things like that. So bringing up that ranger complement will also then allow us to get ahead of the situation and not have to lean into VPD as much.
Great, thank you very much. That's my time.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
I think she was cut off the.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. In follow-up, I thought I asked, but I didn't remember hearing a response. What would it cost in this year's budget to implement the Dark Horse plan, staffing plan?
I believe in this year, the entire plan for this year's 2022 was 3.3 million. Okay. But I did say that there's opportunities to potentially hold some of those vacancies as well.
Thank you. For Teresa O'Donnell, my question, I'll sort of start it as you're walking over there, is really around the fact that I know you've heard at the announcement by the mayor that for a 1% extra amount for climate action. And I'm wondering if staff have, in sustainability, for example, have actually thought through what priority actions could be added to fulfill that sort of 1% amount, especially ones that would reduce GHGs.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. I think I'll let our city manager handle this one. I don't know that staff have been formally asked to investigate that yet, but
okay, thank you.
City manager?
Yeah, Councillor, can I just get you to repeat the question because I want to make sure I'm addressing it properly?
Sure. And that is that there was an announcement by the mayor about wanting to see a 1%, it's not in, but a 1% additional property tax for climate action. And I'm wondering if there have been any discussions amongst staff around what kind of measures could then be added into the budget to achieve that would reduce GHGs.
So, Councillor, yes, I mean, we're certainly aware of the mayor's public statements. We haven't seen a motion on that, so it's difficult to comment on a hypothetical. I think there's certainly questions that we can answer that if we're asked directly. So those could be questions that could be provided to us like the other budget questions, and we would follow up on that.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. To Lon Leclerc, as you come towards the mic, you did talk about curbside electrical. I think it's just exactly the words you used, curbside electrical. Were you referring to EV charging, or would that also be for example, the power drops that could replace the use of off-road diesel engines, for events, for filming, community events? I've heard a number of BIAs saying they didn't have those power drops, would have loved them. So would that be
That's correct. In fact, within engineering, our curbside electrical program is about addressing multiple needs. So charging cars is one of them, but getting food trucks off of generators, getting the film industry off of generators. There's a whole bunch of climate change initiatives that can benefit even the move to electric Mobi bikes and things like that. So, yeah. It's much broader than just EV.
Okay, so we haven't been going too fast at that yet, but if there were additional funding, could we move faster? Or are there mitigating issues that we wouldn't be able to overcome even if we had the money?
Well, the work takes time, and a lot of our system is our city electrical system is in a poor state in some areas, and so it requires a complete refurbishment if we're going to adapt it for all of these multiple uses. So I don't know that I have a quick answer for you, but I can check with the team.
Let's talk about it more then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. To Sandra, there is a line item in the budget that talks about, this is a potential for one-time funding of 1.5 million for tiny homes. Do you know if that could actually get tiny homes built, especially if we acquired property or could identify property like they do in Seattle? I think in Seattle they use church property, port property. Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually very good timing, Councillor. We are just in the process of finalizing a memo that should come to Council by the end of day today on the findings of our market sounding on the tiny home pilot. And we will be recommending to Council early in the new year a tiny home shelter pilot that's adjacent to an existing shelter. And in the memo, it outlines the rationale for that implementation. So that's coming very shortly.
Okay, that's great. And for Donnie, in terms of the climate emergency, you talked about a staff position. That staff position around the climate or the climate plans of the park board, is that to plan the actions or to implement some?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So this is actually to oversee some of the existing plans. So without this position, we would have status quo with the operations. So right now we're moving toward low and no carbon operations. We would lose that momentum. We would also lose the ability to do some of them altogether. For example, the climate emergency and resilience, biodiversity strategy, access to nature, all those plans would not get the attention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. So I'm just going to go back to my last question before and help me understand that funding to the Vancouver Plan. Is it included in the 5% tax increase? Is it?
Yes. So there was funding, multi-year funding. So there was funding that was approved in the property tax in previous years, and that funding is also available this year, though it is a little bit less. So that factored into offsetting other increases as well. So it is in the 5%. It is in the existing budget.
Okay.
Right. And then other things have caused us to be up to 5%, but it is in the.
But it's an ongoing cost that we negotiate the amount of each year?
Yes, well, and because it covered many years, it was ongoing funding. I think as the team is doing their 5-year plan, looking at next year, if that funding isn't needed next year for implementation or other things, it could be factored into next year's budget to offset other increases that we have. We have quite a few increases for 2023, right? So they'll factor that in next year.
Okay. Yeah. I think I understand that. I might have
happy
to
clarify more.
Back to you after. Sure, thanks. I'm also wondering about, there's a line item not included in the 5% around a washroom strategy. And I'm interested to hear what's already happening on that. If that, I think it's listed at 200,000, will that fund specific washrooms, or where does that get us?
Councillor, that is to support the research and work on the water as a human motion with kind of recommendations relating to access to water and washrooms.
Okay, and is there concurrently a washroom strategy being developed?
Park Board has one, but we don't have one right now. We need some additional funding to advance that work.
Okay, and if council wanted to fund more washrooms, that's largely a capital expense. I guess there's operating and upkeep. Yeah. Do we need the strategy in order to build those actual washrooms?
It would be good to have the research that kind of outlines where the gaps are, set some targets and some standards and some because there's implementation considerations, types of washrooms form, who manages them and operates them. So we need to do that work.
Okay, so without that money being added back in some way to fund a strategy, we're not likely to see new washrooms appear.
Yeah, the piece I would add is there are washrooms that are getting done as part of the Parks Capital Plan. And I think engineering at times have had washrooms part of work that they're doing. So we do have work that's being done in the capital plan on washrooms. There just wasn't an overall strategy to say, well, how many are we trying to achieve? What's the city's role in providing? So that was, I think, the idea of the strategy, was to have more of a holistic view of what we should be doing. But actions are taking and washrooms are being built through our capital plan in parks and engineering.
Okay, so to coordinate it, make it a bit less ad hoc and maybe
Yes, but
add ambition to it, the strategy is a tool to get us there.
And as Sandra says, in the funding and operating costs, who should that belong to? So we didn't really have a strategy other than the ones that we already have in place, like in parks.
Okay, great, appreciate that. I'm curious to hear, I think this is a question for Colin, and if you don't have the answer, I can get it later. The presentation referenced that the FTE increase from 2021 to 22 was 160, but it looked like that was a bit of a jump because of the decrease from the year before. Do you have the numbers from 2020 to now, so we can see, are we back at 2020 levels? Are we above 2020 levels in this proposed budget?
Thank you. And there is that historical information that is included in the budget supporting materials at the front of the service plan section. But the forecasted level for 2022 is compared to 2021 is higher by the 160. It is also higher than the 2019 and 2020 numbers, and that's a reflection of, in 2019, we were still underway with some staffing growth initiatives. For example, the public safety operational review staffing growth and staffing growth associated with the capital renewal delivery for the capital plan. And so that was underway and partially reflected in 2019. So 2019 wasn't fully there yet. And so this 2022 represents still holding vacancies below what the kind of pre-COVID budget would have been if it had been fully ramped up.
So mostly increases in public safety, is that?
And the capital.
The capital,
yeah.
okay. I'm out of time, but appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Daminato.
Thanks, Mayor. Is my mic on? Thanks. Yeah, I just want to follow up, Patrice, on a couple of points, and it's been raised by a couple of councillors around increasingly the city taking on responsibilities. I think in the past, maybe the absence of investments in housing and so on. And I'm curious if council recently received an overview of our DCL and CAC investments over 10 years. And I understand DCLs were reviewed in 2003 and a new framework put in place in 2017. And at that time, the allocation towards different categories changed. And in 2003, DCLs, 41% was going to parks. And in 2017, that shifted to 18%. I'm curious if that's had an impact in terms of our ability to manage our park space, because it's, growth pays for growth, but our parks are seeing increasing use. And so I don't know if it's a question for Donnie or not specifically, because I may not have been in that role at the time. But that's a stark contrast in terms of the DCL allocation. So
I can give you a little bit of that history, but also just to let you know, as part of the capital planning process that will come to you next year, planning is also doing, again, a review of our DCL. So that question will come back. And part of that exercise is to say, what is the development that's happening? What are the amenities we need? What are the funding sources that we have? And what would we use DCLs for? So in the case of parks, going back to those years, there was quite an amount of unused DCLs for parks at that time. And one of the reasons is that we had benefited from a number of parks through CACs rather than DCLs. So the DCL funds weren't as needed because we were getting parks through a different funding source. So then at that time, we looked, okay, what are the other funding sources and what do we need from DCLs to fund parks? If there were CAC funding, that would be first, and then the DCLs, because they could go to other things. So we'll do that exercise again, and we'll have an opportunity to share with you what does that mean for parks now or for childcare, for some of the other areas, and what are the other funding sources that we're seeing? For instance, we have a lot more involvement from the federal and provincial government in housing and childcare than we had back then. We were sort of the only one in the game. And now there's more of that funding. So then do we need as many DCLs when we have other funding, and yet we might not have enough if we're not getting CACs for parks? Maybe we need more DCLs this next 4 years. So you'll get the chance to make those decisions, and we'll bring all that information to you. But that is when we sort of recalibrate it, because it's really because not one is more important than the other, but there are different funding sources for what we need. And so just realigning the funding sources based on what the environment is at that time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense, because I have a similar question in the context of transportation as well, because again, it was increased slightly, but it still is a smaller fraction of what we dedicate DCLs to. Like, I think it's more than 40% of DCLs is going to housing and childcare combined.
Right. And similarly,
the risk and the impact to the budget, including the current budget, in terms of those areas. And,
exactly. And again, looking at overall versus the different funding source, because for a number of years, some of the streets work was funded through new development, in that, as a development was pulling up the streets and the sidewalks, but replacing that. So it wasn't necessarily all city funding that had to go into some of those, was through the development contribution, through the development itself. So we just have many different funding sources, and making sure we align it so that for the next 4 years, we have funding for the things that we need to do if we know where the funding's coming from.
That's helpful. That's a perfect segue, because my next question was related to the capital budget, again, around managing the transportation network and street use and public realm. And I'm curious, I recognize we're dealing with the current capital plan, but I am curious if, from a professional standpoint, do we believe we have underinvested in these areas? Because time and time again, I have residents asking me about, for example, pedestrian crossings, and I was told we can only afford to do 12 a year. And increasingly, but we're saying, wait, let's encourage people to walk more and complete neighborhoods and so on. And so, I recognize there's a slight increase, it looks like, and I may be wrong on that, but it looked like a slight increase in our adjustment to that area of the capital budget. But is there a fundamental underspend in that area in terms of our budgeting for capital?
Do you want to speak to that?
And so that's probably a question for Lon, but.
And again, you'll see that with the capital plan, because we'll look at, certainly we know on the renewal side, we generally have a gap, and we're working to try and close it, but that's definitely one area. And then there's other ones, so we'll share that with you.
Councillor, to your question, what you might be talking about there is a little level of service, what we're able to deliver. And so the challenge with the property tax, as I mentioned, for engineering, it really falls to streets, transportation, and street cleaning. Like these are the areas that we have to fit, because they're not fee funded. So that's always a bit of a challenge for us. If there was more funding available, we would still prioritize all of the requests. We would just get to more of them. So more, we would treat 10 locations a year rather than 5. So it is more of a level of service impact than anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Kirby-Young next.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to pick up on the downloading piece, and this is for Patrice, so great that you're up there. And just going back to sort of the summer motion when we got the financial outlook, and the amendment made by council, I brought that forward to quantify sort of the increasing downloading services that we're picking up, and Vancouver has done a lot of that compared to other cities. And I know that you said that council is getting a memo or be getting an update or another memo. I wonder if you can just speak in general terms to that, in terms of what that update looks like. Because the idea was to have that kind of contextual perspective for council's consideration of the budget now.
Is this on the downloading, or this is, Colin, do you want to just speak to the main elements of the downloading report? And you will get that the next day or two.
Thank you. Yeah, so the memo that we sent shortly touches on some of the key areas of downloading, where there are some examples of programs where we have seen funding that has been directly reduced, which would include things like policing DNA and the CAREP program. We also looked at areas of the budget where the city is delivering services in areas that have traditionally been the role of senior government, such as housing and childcare. and highlight those, as well as looking at areas where there are service gaps in services delivered by other levels of government, such as gaps in mental health supports or the healthcare system, and the impacts that has on city service delivery, including things like medical call response times in fire, looking at and police, and a number of departments, parks, engineering, response to encampments and homelessness, and some of the impacts around those areas and how that costs the city on an ongoing basis. And so we'll have information on that. We also looked at other areas that are not downloading, but they are areas where the policy and legislation that is introduced by other levels of government costs the city on a regular basis. So we looked at that as well, and opportunities for further partnership to deal with emerging challenges like climate emergency response.
Okay, and that memo, Colin, that's coming out now, like, will that be part of the public record so that council can consider that and the public can see that as part of our budget deliberations? Because that was the direction or intent.
Yeah.
So when will we see that? What are you anticipating?
Anticipating today or tomorrow to get it to you shortly.
Okay, and will that be posted to the public also?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up question also for Donnie and Parks, and I'm not going to sort of go over the amount, but it's more of the philosophical question to the discussion. When the chief had mentioned they'd be happy to give up the overtime that's paid in terms of emergent or support for whether it's cleaning up camps or encampments, and I know the figure you referenced was 180K, but my question is more around the philosophy. When the chief said that they'd be happy to not attend anymore, do you think it's feasible that you don't need them to attend? Are you happy to not have them attend and for the rangers and park staff to do that yourselves?
At this point, we're undertaking a review of park rangers and our ability to gain compliance using methods other than necessarily enforcement. So at this time, I can't specifically answer that, but what I can say is until we change it, we do need their support.
Okay, so sort of the concept, if I can use the kind of populist terminology of defunding the absence of an alternative, I hear you saying that you need an alternative first, as opposed to no longer having those services.
I would say that's correct. We're looking at other ways to really, if you will, go upstream and not need those services.
So you need to identify what they are. You theoretically would need to pilot them and ensure that you had some comfort level and success with them before you could definitively say we do not need that support.
I would say so, but I think we're on that path already. We're already working on harm reduction, trauma-informed training. We're trying to take that approach to, especially when it comes to encampments. As far as much of the other work goes, we're sorting out in terms of the park control bylaw and how it's enforceable or how we can gain compliance. So that's in the works right now, and we anticipate that that will be happening early in the new year.
Okay, and when you do call them, do you try to plan to do it without them, or do you find that you are calling them last minute in response to emergent situation or unexpected? Do you plan to have them there, or do you have to call them kind of in the moment?
Thank you. It's a mix of both. We do strategize ahead of time and we plan for them to be with us. As a matter of fact, when we were doing the encampments, they weren't even on site. They were nearby should something go wrong. There were times, I know when fire has gone in to do safety checks, then we do have VPD with them, but that's a fire requirement. So, but there are times when it's an immediate risk and yeah, the call is made.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears to maybe an easier question. Still for Donnie, and that's really around what is your sense, because we've seen an unprecedented obviously usage of our parks because nobody had anywhere else to go and it was a healthy, safe thing to do outside. Do you think that we're going to see that residual usage continue?
I absolutely do think so. We have a risk in places like golf where we have aggressive revenues, and with the borders opening, maybe golfers aren't going to be staying home and golfing as much, but certainly we see that families have found a renewed interest in parks. There's way more birthday parties and events happening than we've ever experienced before, which causes that pressure, causes the washroom, of our 95 washrooms that we have out there, we have to maintain those and keep them safe and keep them clean. So there's a lot of pressure on those spaces, yes. And I anticipate it continuing.
So a change in kind of user or consumer behavior, if you will, but also an increasing population when people live in smaller spaces and they're going to need their parks maintained.
We know that our downtown parks work harder, especially our downtown parks, work harder than any parks in the province. And that's why we're designing them differently, like we are Smythe and Richards. And we're programming them more. This is something that's been a little bit of a change over the last few years, is getting in there and programming in partnership with ACCS and Carnegie and the outreach teams.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Weed?
My first question is to the library. It's on the fine-free. We had great conversations on this topic. The number in the budget's 475. However, when you look at the budget, it says that fines and penalties normally around 791. Can you talk about the difference between that budget item and what we're looking at to go fine-free?
Yeah, certainly. The fees amount in the budget is actually for lost materials, which would be maintained under a fine-free service model. So there would be no overdue fines when someone keeps something too long. At a certain point, it would switch to lost, and that would put a charge onto their account. And then when they return that item, they would get that charge cleared. So that fee amount, that larger amount, is the difference between just overdue fines and overdue fines plus lost materials fees.
Okay.
So 475 is overdue fines alone.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. My next one is on the capital budget. It's great to see that we're going to be over 500 for the first time, looks like ever. Do we feel like we're going to be close, because we're over 250 million less than what we projected for this year? How close do we think we're going to hit next year's capital budget? And do we have the operations in this budget, if passed as is, to deliver $683 million of capital projects?
The biggest gap, I would say, in us not meeting the original budget was related to COVID and engagement. So a lot of those processes just weren't able to take place within the time. And then we had a few other drivers around delaying, as well as our midterm update, just to adjust sort of our delivery and our funding. But what we've set up for this year is we do expect we will be able to meet the 2022 numbers unless there's other unforeseen circumstances that come forward.
Okay, so the 683 is taking account current COVID protocols, current construction.
Current.
Current,
Yeah.
so
yeah.
we should be close to that, and we'll have the highest capital budget.
We're going to work very hard on our delivery model as well.
Okay, my next one is, as a liaison role to a couple of advisory committees, the accessible city work that's involved in here. We're still moving with the accessible strategy. The 200 grand here is mostly for action items. Is that correct? So kind of action while planning?
Yes, Councillor, the funding in there are for 3 action while planning initiatives. One is to develop training for accessibility training to educate staff and council on accessibility matters and lenses. Another is to implement accessibility for council meetings and PDAC meetings. And there's another one time to implement an online directory of accessibility resources. So the only piece of that 200,000 that's ongoing is the item related to the accessibility for council meetings and PDAC.
Okay, so most of that we could actually move to one time from the full ongoing. Perfect. Next one, while you're up, food systems. Recognizing food security is a huge element coming out of COVID, and we really saw gaps in our system. I was surprised to see some of the food systems not funded. I'm just wondering how we can ensure that we are still helping out our society in systems and security without funding these important food systems, as well as Park Board just approved an amazing food strategy that looked at decolonizing our food systems here in Vancouver, and be amazing if we could support that work.
Yeah, it was a very hard decision, as I mentioned during the presentation, to identify what to slow down on or stop. And so in terms of the food work, we will still have a food planner that's able to advance some work in this portfolio. So we'll be able to, for example, continue to implement the sustainable large site rezoning policies. We'll be able to respond to council kind of motions around this, as well as issues arising, and deal with the licenses for markets and urban farms, et cetera, and to do some of the granting around food systems. What will get paused are things like the urban farm guidelines review, urban agricultural infrastructure planning, the update to the farmers market policy, and some of those pieces. There's a list, so we've just
Okay,
kind of
yeah.
worked out a different work plan.
Okay, thank you. My next one's either engineering and parks. We had great maps with the watershed characterization that came to us that showed which blocks of the city were over 40 degrees for heat wave. Recognizing that we then had the heat wave and correlated deaths to those areas, what is our action in this budget to really start to deliver in getting those areas of the city that are under 10% forest canopy cover to have the canopy cover to reduce the heat island effect that we know is there? We have the maps that already show us where these areas are. So how can we be certain that this budget is going to start to deliver to those areas of the city?
But one of the things for
Sorry, Councillor Weeb, you are at the 5-minute mark, so maybe that can come back to you in an email. And I'm going to move on to Councillor Fry for his third round.
Thanks, Mayor. These are, I think, mostly questions for ACCS. Going through some of the, specifically the culture shift and the sort of, obviously we only have a limited amount of optional considerations within the 5% envelope. And there's two different culture shift streams, one for economy, one for equity. It seems the economy, and I'm assuming these are grants, it seems the economy is ranked higher. And I'm also curious around the social planner that was also identified as a hold. Could you identify if we could only pick one or some, what the priorities would be?
Okay, thank you for the question, Councillor. I think I'll ask Branislav Henselman, our Managing Director of Cultural Services, to speak to how he would prioritize.
Thanks.
He's on WebEx.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fry. Branislav Henselman, Managing Director of Cultural Services. So as you mentioned, there is a number of culture shift funds that are being held back. We have right now divided in between the economy and the equity priority streams. In the economy streams, we have operating grants at $200,000. And this is multi-year as well as annual operating grants will be going to a number of equity seeking and equity denied groups, as well as Vancouver Music Fund grants. So I would actually say, knowing what we know about the impact of COVID on the community right now, that the operating grants would be our number one priority. And this would be at $200,000.
Okay, so that's the economy one that we.
That's right. In the equity priority stream, there are two large pieces, and they're incredibly important for us. One is Indigenous grants, and the other one is specifically for the equity denied programs. So it will be very hard for me to pick one over the other, knowing that we are very clearly focused on the reconciliation and decolonization, as well as equity and access. So I would actually say that they're equally important for us, knowing that they're reconciliation as well as equity denied.
That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
I'm sorry. I gave you the answer for the first one on the operating, but on the equity, it ends up being very hard actually, because those are very important priorities.
But the economy was identified in the list we had as a higher priority.
My understanding is that they are in two different priority streams.
Yeah, but the ranking was higher.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. So I don't know that there is lateral ranking, but within each priority, there is actually a specific prioritization. Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
And maybe Branislav, it's Sandra Singh. Maybe I could add that the prioritization list that you received was done through a methodology with finance in terms of how Branislav, I think, as the Managing Director of Cultural Services, would rank them. I think we heard economy first, and then the equity. As hard as it's a challenging time.
Yeah. As we all know here at Council too, and I appreciate the answers. Thanks, Branislav. Sandra, on the social planner for the Chinatown transformation team, is this? I understand one of our key staff are retiring. Is this a replacement for that staff? And what are the deliverables we would expect with a new hire in the CTT?
So we have 3 full-time planner positions in ACCS dedicated to the Chinatown transformation team. And so this is holding a planner 1 position vacancy. We would still be proceeding with our 2 senior planners, so that would include filling the vacancy of the planner 3 who's retiring. So we'll still be able to advance some significant work, and the PDS policy group is there as well to advance this work. So we do have a work plan set out that includes some important priorities from the Legacy Stewardship Group. So it'll have an impact, but we still have 2 full-time senior positions on the file.
Okay, and with my last 30 seconds, on the enhanced SRO cleaning, is there any cost sharing with BC Housing or Vancouver Coastal Health on this ticket?
So yes, actually, we do receive some support from VCH for cleaning between clusters, and but for the most of the operations, it is our cost as the operator.
Does this impact the dysentery outbreak that we're hearing about as well?
We have, well, I see, within the broader SRO stock, I would have to get back to you. Sorry, I was responding within the context of our own operations.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick.
I have a couple of quick questions for library, and then one for DBL. Great, thanks. First of all, the library has made a trade-off between shortening hours at several branches. What is the trade-off between shortening hours and compared to closing an entire branch?
Yeah, so we chose shortening hours because that spreads the impact over neighborhoods rather than targeting one neighborhood specifically. So we feel the loss is better spread out than hit one neighborhood particularly hard.
Okay. As a library, what is the expected impact of the fine-free system? What might that do to the book budget? If people don't return their books at all, then we have to go buy new books. So how do you rank the numbers there?
One of the fascinating things about fine-free services is that people seem to feel a real sense of social responsibility, and so people do still return their books. When libraries have fine-free service, we tend to see a stable or growing circulation and the same return rates as existed previously. That fee for lost materials that I referred to with Councillor Wiebe helps to motivate the eventual return of books even when they're overdue. We have a strong collections budget, and we have not reduced it as a way of funding fine-free. That we think that's important to make sure the material is there to borrow. So we do think that there could be an increased impact on the collections in the sense of greater use. We will redistribute our funding in order to make sure we meet those areas of demand as they emerge.
So you'll keep an eye on it?
We definitely will.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And then DBL. Thanks. It's really straightforward, but whether you can actually achieve 100% recovery of costs through fees, that's the objective, right?
For permit fees?
Well, yeah, that's what you do, and you have permits and licensing, so there's fees across a whole constellation of different activities. But is the objective to achieve 100% recovery from those fees?
Yes, from permit fees, it's based on a cost recovery model. For licensing fees, it's not.
So in the former, is it accomplishing the desired effect? Is it covering 100%?
It's designed to cover, yes, the end-to-end. So from processing through to construction and ultimately occupancy and ongoing enforcement.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I had a question about the downtown east side SRO COVID cleaning. I think it's a little bit more than 400,000. Is this just for city buildings, or is it for privately owned buildings too? And what happens to the cleaning in those buildings when there's a COVID outbreak if we don't pass this?
So thank you for the question. And I should clarify that in the BC Housing funded buildings that we operate, BC Housing, we can claim those expenses back from BC Housing. So they support this as well. So yes, Councillor, that amount is for our own operations of our own housing. In terms of when there are clusters in other and BC Housing, is my understanding, is also funding cleaning in their other funded buildings. In other places where there's clusters and SROs, my understanding is that VCH does support that between clusters cleaning, but we can get some more information from them.
So if we don't provide this for our own buildings, we own 10 of them, is that right?
So it's the need to do that. So what we have here is the funding request to continue to do that deeper cleaning in our own buildings related to COVID. So council could choose not to fund that, and then we would have resources to maintain our a lower level of cleaning. I don't know
Even if there's a COVID outbreak in those buildings.
Yeah, in the BC Housing funded buildings, we would be able to implement a different practice and claim that funding back from BC Housing.
Are we talking about 10 buildings here?
Yeah, we run about 1,000 units.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Last but not least, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. I actually was just going to move for an additional round of questions after speakers. So I'd have to move to suspend the rules and just have an additional round of questions.
Sure. Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that? Going once, going twice. Second.
We have a seconder. Her microphone's not on. It's Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart. Her microphone's on now, so I'll let her second.
Yep.
The clerk second. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll just do a verbal vote. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks so much, Council. So we have a second round of questions after our 102 speakers. And it is 3:34 now, just to let everybody get a stretch before we move ahead. Just going to give a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 3:45. Thanks so much. Thank you, staff, for answering all those questions. After our break, before we begin to hear from speakers, just remind you, everyone, that speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members can ask questions of speakers, but the limit on this meeting is 3 minutes following the presentation. And again, speakers are under no obligation to respond. The public can listen to these proceedings on the website or on YouTube, and should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress in the meeting. Any comments on the agenda can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and that link is also on Twitter and the live stream. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we'll go back over the speakers list, calling the names of those who missed their turn and give them an opportunity to speak. And if it's not already noted on the speakers list, I will ask if speakers are a resident of Vancouver. We're going to just slightly vary the order at the beginning of this meeting by agreement of the speakers. We're going to start with Jennifer Chan from the Vancouver Public Library Board. And if we can have Jennifer Chan up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. I'm Jennifer Chan, Chair of the Vancouver Public Library Board. Our city faces many challenges: climate change, the pandemic, poverty, public safety concerns, racial and social injustice. You'll no doubt hear about all of these today and more. I'm here to talk about solutions, share good news, and discuss steps we can confidently take towards a future we can all be proud of. Every day, the Vancouver Public Library offers core municipal services that advance this council's goals. I'm proud of our library staff for their compassion and courage in tackling challenges our city faces. On climate change, libraries were a refuge this summer, filled during the heat waves with people who wanted a safe, air-conditioned place to not only tolerate the day, but to thrive, with books, programs, Wi-Fi, and free things to do and see. Our all-electric book delivery truck and our focus on shared community resources are some of the new and old ways in which we strive to protect the environment. Libraries have become even more important during the pandemic, as people crave opportunities to connect, learn, and be inspired by each other. Our virtual story times for children, our online author talks, our writer-in-residence programs have all been wildly popular on addressing social isolation. On economic recovery, library programs providing job search support, our Skilled Immigrant Info Center, and the free spaces we provide to all those young workers living in cramped housing who need a place to work remotely, that all supports vibrant economic progress and recovery in Vancouver. On reconciliation and social justice, our Indigenous Storyteller in Residence program and collections by Indigenous authors has allowed thousands of Vancouver residents to learn from and about Indigenous peoples, and helps put our community's commitment to reconciliation into action. Some of the titles on our racial justice reading list have been borrowed thousands of times over by Vancouverites hungry for greater awareness and understanding. On community safety, libraries support a proactive long-term approach which recognizes that busy public areas tend to be safer, and that providing people who may not have another place to go with a space where they are welcome and where they can read, learn, and engage with others creates opportunities and increases safety. The library does all this and more with the same number of staff that we had 10 years ago. It's no surprise that VPL offers tremendous value and return on investment, delivering services at a cost that is in many ways below the average cost for public libraries in Canada. The library has come so far from 2020, when, as you know, we faced system-wide closures and significant temporary layoffs. The dedication of our library staff in recovering from those times has been inspiring, and we are so grateful for all the heartwarming messages from Vancouver residents who have cheered on our return to full operations. We want to keep that momentum going. I've just told you about the incredible service the library provided in 2021, and now I want to ask you for an even better 2022. I ask you to imagine a few short months from today, a future where, with thanks to you, VPL announces eliminating late fines and going fine-free. Imagine a future where everyone in Vancouver, regardless of their socioeconomic situation, can borrow library materials and access library services without having to worry about late fines. Picture those families, seniors, young people who are struggling financially, getting that extra economic weight lifted. And imagine welcoming back the tens of thousands of people in Vancouver right now who can't borrow materials because of blocked cards. And imagine all the joy of the library being returned to them. Imagine a future where libraries across the city continue to stay open on evenings and weekends for everyone who wants to pop by for a program after work, to check emails, or to grab a book or movie after an outing with the kids. You have the power to make that future come true. Fine Free requires an annual investment of $475,000, allowing Vancouver to join our Fine Free neighbors, including Burnaby, Richmond, North Vancouver, Squamish, and Whistler, and Delta has just voted in favor too. And keeping our planned open hours means sparing the library from $232,000 in cuts proposed under the 5% budget scenario. Libraries offer a brighter future with a stronger sense of community, more compassion, and opportunities to learn and grow for all of us. So I ask you to please use the power that you have and enable the city's core services, like the library, to create the flourishing Vancouver we know is possible. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. You do have questions from councillors, Councillor Fry and Boyle. Just a reminder that these are questions and for up to 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Jennifer. We're hearing a lot about community safety being a big issue for the public, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate and maybe expand on the idea of where libraries can play a role in community safety.
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Fry. We see libraries as an important component of a progressive approach to community safety, and they enhance safety in at least two critical ways. The first is by creating the safety of eyes on the street that happens when a public space is busy. So libraries attract patrons to an area who can act as witnesses and deter crime from taking place. Our neighborhood branches in Vancouver see more than 50 visits per hour on average, some as many as 100 visits an hour, and Central Library sees 500 an hour, and that's a lot of eyes. I can ask staff to provide you with a summary of an interesting study from LA that found when library hours were cut, crime rates measurably increased around the library, whereas in contrast, when libraries were open longer, assaults and car break-ins decreased in the area. And the second way is the long-term impacts of libraries in offering learning opportunities and providing safe places to be. We know not everyone in Vancouver has a home or a stable home, and we saw all too clearly during the pandemic that for some, home may not be a safe place. So when libraries are open, it means that people who might not otherwise have a safe place to be can come inside, can read, learn, connect with their neighbors, and that's especially impactful for young people. This all adds to why it is so important for us to be able to keep those library branches open, and why the $232,000 funding cut proposed under the 5% budget scenario, which, as you heard from our chief librarian, will affect library branch opening hours, is of such a concern.
Okay, that is very helpful context and compelling as far as keeping libraries open. Thanks, Jennifer.
Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks so much for the leadership work you've done over many years as the chair. I know this is your last month, so just wanted to recognize your work, Jennifer. I have two questions, and the first is, can you speak to how many people would be affected or could be affected by cutting hours at a small branch?
Sure thing, Councillor Boyle, and thank you for your support. With the $303,000 budget cut that's anticipated in the 5% budget scenario, that would involve $232,000 that would impact public service. And that amounts to about 145,000 library visitors in 2022. That's because we'd have to reduce hours at 6 of our smaller branches, and each of those have about 50 visits per hour. So that's about 125,000 visitors in 2022, and the remaining 20,000 or so visits would be affected because we also wouldn't be able to extend our Sunday hours at Joe Fortes. Joe Fortes is one of our busiest branches, seeing just under 100 visits per hour. And the bottom line really is that people in Vancouver love and use their libraries. We have among the highest number of visits per capita, so any amount of closures or shortening of our hours has a tremendous impact.
Okay, and are there implications for Central Branch too in terms of visits or access?
For Central Branch, currently with the $232,000 for closings of hours under the 5% scenario, Central would not be affected by that. However, there would be impacts to Central if there was a 4% or 3% budget scenario instead.
Okay, great.
And Central Library sees about 500 people per hour, so absolutely that's a significant number.
Yeah. Okay, appreciate those numbers. I'm also wondering, and the chief librarian spoke to this a bit, but wondering if we could hear from you and the board. Could the library conduct another forgiveness week each year instead of going fine-free, and who gets missed in that 1 week approach, or why isn't that a good approach?
Yeah, the library is always committed to the most efficient and effective use of taxpayer funds, and we believe that going fine-free offers the best option for ensuring accessibility of library services going forward. As Christina mentioned, there is unfortunately an ongoing amount of expense that would be incurred if we held this event year after year. That's about $75,000 that we wouldn't have to incur if we were to go fine-free. We would also save on payment machines, which is $100,000 every few years, and $18,000 a year in operating costs. And if we went fine-free instead, we wouldn't have to do that. We'd also be able to be more effective because we know that right now there's still 50,000 library cardholders that are still blocked. Many people would still avoid the library due to the fear of fines if we didn't go fine-free. And some, unfortunately, who are blocked, and if they had their fines waived with an annual event, they might end up being blocked again if, unfortunately, they incurred fines in between forgiveness events. So in order to really provide the most efficient and effective use of taxpayer funds, we really recommend that fine-free would be the best option, notwithstanding that a fine forgiveness event does help thousands of people and did play a very important role and provide a great benefit this year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Bly's next.
Thanks very much, and thank you for speaking to council. I just actually wanted to ask a quick follow-up, and I just preface my question with, in an ideal world, we can support sort of in its entirety the library budget request, but just we've already decided this 5%, so understanding what that looks like in the $307,000 sort of deficit, I guess you would say, budget reduction to stay within 5%, would mean across 6 branches at 57 and a half hours total is 9 hours per week per branch. How operationally is that managed? Meaning, is it the first hour, last hour? And I see, you may not be able to see because you're on the phone, but we do have Christina standing up as well. But I'm asking of the speaker because I think that's the process, and I'll leave it to you both.
Sure thing, Councillor Bly, and it's wonderful to have Christina's support on all of these details. For the 6 branches, my understanding is that it'd be a reduction of about $284,000 from those by moving to one single shift per day. So that would be about 7 hours of opening time per day, as opposed to what they currently are, which is 8 hours or some possibly a little bit more. So that is a little bit of a decrease for each of those 6 branches. And how it's done is essentially having one shift per day for those operationally.
So how does that affect number of visits to a branch? Recognizing.
Yeah, so for each, oh, sorry to interrupt you. Yes, so for each of those 6 branches, that would be 50 visits per hour for those 6 branches. And so total, if you add that all up per year, that would be about 125,000 visitors.
No, I understand how that works. Year. I understand how that works. What I'm trying to understand is by taking away a shift per day, how does that impact visits to the branch? Do you limit the amount of people who are allowed to visit the branch based on the staff that you have on?
No, it would be the reduced number of hours. So you wouldn't have as many hours open. And so, but why don't I refer to our chief librarian who may be able to fill in the gaps that I may be missing here.
And I have one quick follow-up as well. So yeah, I'm just looking for operationally.
We just have 40 seconds left, so.
By shortening the day, which means whenever there are the least visits right now. So close an hour earlier, open an hour later.
Okay, so do you find that traffic then adjusts and people will go to the library when the branch is open? So if they were going to come at 9 and it opens at 9:30, then they'll come at 9:30?
Some people that will work for, others work until 6 o'clock. So if the branch closes at 6, then they're no longer able to come if it used to close at 7. So sometimes the compressed hours are able to cover people's needs, and in other cases they aren't.
Okay. That's my time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's it for speakers. Thank you. Our questions. Thanks so much. We'll move on to the next speaker. The second speaker is Lee Lax.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back here in person and have the opportunity to speak on behalf of Vancouver Firefighters IFF Local 18 and our 828 members as you work to finalize the city budget for 2022. As I sat in the seats behind me during the staff presentation, I was brought back to a memory of late 2018. Where you as a newly elected city council were deep in deliberations of your first city budget. During a recess, we watched as many of you gathered around then Fire Chief Daryl Reed to work out details of how you would formally adopt the Vancouver Fire Rescue Service Growth Plan that would see you add 122 staff to our service over a 5-year period. The decision you made that day to accept that plan showed the public and firefighters you truly had our backs. But unfortunately, we've struggled to see the plan fully realized. On behalf of our members, your firefighters, we're here today to ask you to stick by the plan, to first reverse the dangerous vacancy savings proposed in this budget, and 2, to get back on track and restart the growth plan. With 3 overlapping crises, the pandemic, overdoses, and climate-caused emergencies like the heat dome, on top of our normal duties, we can't keep up. While we're all quite aware of the devastation our friends and neighbors to the east are dealing with due to flooding, it should not be forgotten by anyone that earlier this year, we saw the devastating effects of climate change right here at home. 99 lives were lost in Vancouver during the heat dome. June 28th, 2021 will be a day I soon not forget. On that day, I was stationed in Southeast Vancouver. As a crew I was working with went from call to call in a desperate attempt to help our citizens who were suffering from heat-related injuries. The loss of life we witnessed that day is unlike anything I've ever seen. These are horrendous memories of death and loss I imagine I will never forget. We witnessed a collapse of the fire service in Vancouver that day. We were all so lucky we had no other emergencies like a major fire to attend to that day. We had nothing left. We could have saved more lives, but we didn't have enough firefighters on the streets. Had we been able to stay on track with the VFRS growth plan, we would have had another fire truck in Southeast Vancouver, a community that was disproportionately affected by the heat dome, but it didn't receive the necessary funding to be realized. The decisions you make here about budget increases, vacancy savings, and deferred investments have real-life consequences to the citizens of Vancouver and the firefighters that defend your community. Now, we are very mindful our service did not end up in this crisis overnight. The deterioration of our service has been decades in the making. In 2010, after the completion of the Vancouver Services Review ordered by then City Council, VFRS suffered significant cuts to our fire prevention division, service cuts in Kerrisdale, and the removal of a fire truck that was previously stationed in Southeast Vancouver. Past funding shortfalls is making your job extremely tough today. The citizens of Vancouver expect us firefighters to be at our best during their very worst day. We can only do that with the proper levels of support from you at City Council. Again, we're looking to you to reverse the forced vacancy savings and get moving on the growth plan again this year. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. You do have a number of questions. Councillor Dominatos first.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Lee, for being here. I'm just wondering, you talked a lot about the heat dome. Could you expand your experience of how Vancouver Fire Rescue is responding to other issues in our city, for example, the overdose crisis. I did a ride along with you. I've done ride-alongs with VPD, and so I've seen it in action. But I just, if you could expand on the role you're playing. We often think about fire in terms of fires, but I know it goes beyond that. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, well, what you're drawing me towards is talking about our involvement in pre-hospital care, and the first responder program that's been around for decades in British Columbia. It's a tiered level of response that firefighters are situated. We have 20 fire halls in Vancouver, geographically located, for a 4-minute response time everywhere, and we're proud participants in that level of pre-hospital care. It's a value-added service that's been long endorsed by the City Council and greatly supported by the citizens that rely on that service. To expand on it a little bit, a family that's dealing with somebody that's gone into cardiac arrest, an overdose, or some other major trauma, they don't care what patch is on the side of the shirt that shows up. They're just happy that somebody's come, and we're proud to provide that service.
Thanks, Lee. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. We're on to Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Lee, for being here and presenting, and thanks to you and all your members for the service you provide to the City of Vancouver. My first question really has to do with stress. We've talked about this a lot over the years. When you're short staff, that the sort of independent assessment, the Dark Horse report says are needed. What impact does that have in terms of the stress on staff here?
Yeah, well, stress is such an interesting thing to measure. I'm gonna lay it out for you this way, that currently we have a fire service that has 140 staff on duty every day, tackling about just over 60,000 incidents a day. We took a look as a local at the fire service back in 2018, and from our estimates, we should have over 180 staff on duty every day. That's 40 more staff. So you imagine taking the workload that 140 staff, 24/7, 365, are doing to take 60,000 incidents. Imagine if you were able to spread that out a little bit. There's your stress reduction. But in the last couple of years, it has been, and I really don't like using the word unprecedented, but 3 concurrent disasters between the climate emergency through the heat dome, the pandemic, and the overdose crisis, which it doesn't seem to get the same level of attention that it did 6 months a year ago, 18 months, 2 years ago. We're still seeing an incredible amount of overdoses and death on a daily basis in this community. It hits home.
Yeah, thanks for just grounding us in that reality. I think everyone around the council table is, pretty immersed in those 3 emergencies. We've talked before about the additional problem of the kinds of buildings that we're building in this city, and the density, the difficulty of access to some of the high rises that are, fobbed off per floor. I guess I'm wondering 2 things. There's the stresses that are exacerbated by the greater population in dense locations. And I'm out of town. I think I have 5 seconds left. I'm so sorry. But anyway, are buildings still a problem from your perspective?
We're a growing city.
Yeah. Thanks.
On to Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Lee. I do have some questions just about your presentation was really touching, and thank you for sharing that. we have hard decisions to make. You see us make them every year as a council, and sometimes those decisions are taken from something to give to something else. So in looking at sort of some of the things that we can do, we can't do everything for every department all of the time. What do you think the most important thing, you know, in that list that you just noted was, if you had to sort of pick a top priority there? And sorry to put you on the spot, but that's what I have to do in asking what your top priority is.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly no expert in finance. I like to put out fires, and sometimes I enjoy coming to speak to you. But in all seriousness, you know, understanding the stress that COVID-19, particularly, you know, the impact it had on the city budget for this year being 2021, and for this council to realize that there was no further investment in the fire service in 2021. To think that we could go through 2022 without any further investment would be extremely short-sighted.
And then can I ask also, the 24-hour shift, has that made a difference? And what kind of difference has that made on your members?
Yeah, the 24-hour shift for our members has been what I like to call game-changing. It's by far the single most significant move that the fire service in Vancouver has made for the health and wellness of our firefighters in decades. The impact, the reports of quality of life that we get back from, you know, in conversations with members, we couldn't be more happy with that shift schedule.
Thanks. And I'll just ask one other question. Do you work with other emergency services? And as you know, you had very eloquently stated that it doesn't matter what patch is sort of on your shirt when you show up to a call, but understanding that anyone who sees that type of trauma on a daily basis and normalizes that and has that sort of stress from some of the different situations you described, do you work together to look at best practices beyond the Dark Horse report for all emergency services in BC or in Vancouver?
Yeah, well, certainly there's network organizations. You know, we are Vancouver Local 18 of the International Association of Firefighters. We're an affiliate local of our international that has significant resources. If you're talking specifically about mental health and wellness, the BC Professional Firefighters Association. And in fact, one of our own members, Steve Fraser, was recently just awarded for some of his significant work around mental health in first responders and firefighters. So to answer your question, yes, there is an extensive network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions, and we'll move to the next speaker, Council. We're at 4:15, and next is Ralph Kaisers. Speaker number 3, Ralph Kaisers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born and raised here in Vancouver. I do actually live in the city. The city is important to me, my family, and my goals. I live, work, and play in Vancouver. I'm a 29-year proud serving member of the Vancouver Police Department and now represent the 1,400 plus women and men who work for the Vancouver Police as their union president. I'm also the president of the BC Police Association, representing all municipal police officers in the province. I know Chief Palmer has spoken earlier and was more specific to the policing demands on the organization. I would like to thank him, the VPD executive, and the Vancouver Police Board for extensive time and resources they utilized to put forward a detailed and research-based argument for the budget that the VPD requires to operate. Today, I want to speak to you about the health and wellness of our members. We know from research that police officers suffer from higher rates of mental health disorders and physical health needs than people in regular jobs. Exposure to traumatic events appears to be the norm and not the exception. Research has shown that work-related stressors can make the effects of these traumatic events even worse. Highlighted in the latest CIPSERT, that's the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment Institute, that resourcing, having insufficient staff, is one of these stressors that affects our members. And dealing with the public where they have been cast with negative stereotypes, quite often perpetuated by politicians, also creates undue stress. These negative stereotypes also lead to a higher incidence of assault against members. Assaults against police have increased 86% in Vancouver over the last 5 years. Every 3 days, one of our members is assaulted. Our members feel blamed for policies, practices, and standards which are well beyond our control. The VPU commissioned an independent health and wellness survey where mental health experts embedded questions and scales to measure how our members' mental health was. Over 70% of our members responded, which is a very high rate for any survey. 44% of our members suffered from moderate to high levels of exhaustion. 36% reported severe to extremely severe anxiety, and 36% reported severe or extremely high stress levels. The VPD has launched a broad range of initiatives and programs to support our members' health and wellness. Also discovered was the need to conduct an operational review to determine what our actual resourcing levels needed to be. This review was done by independently with independent oversight, and it was determined that the Vancouver Police were actually short 196 members in addressing public safety, risk and liability, and employee health and wellness. Well, what did we get? We got 120 members over 5 years. We have seen the additions allocated for the first 3 years. Last year was a rollback, and now this year, potentially another rollback. We are below our 2009 staffing levels. Every aspect of workload has increased except our staffing. Since the Olympics, most departments in the city, aside from police and fire, have seen some growth, some being as much as 20%. The Vancouver Police has seen no growth except in their workload. Members are being asked to work more to cover operational shortages, protests, projects, extended investigations, and obviously we're involved with COVID-19, the pandemic, the heat dome, and the opiate crisis. Our members are suffering. You, as our city councilors, are legally, morally, and ethically responsible for all employees that work in the city and are responsible for your police officers' well-being. This is a real hit to the morale of the women and men working to ensure public safety in Vancouver. Thankfully, when we're working in our communities, we are supported by the vast majority of Vancouverites. It is impossible for you to imagine the bravery and courage it takes our members to put on a uniform day in and day out and risk their lives to build a better Vancouver. So I, as president of the Vancouver Police Union, am opposed to the city staff proposal and support the VPD's proposal to an investment in public safety. So that's not the Vancouver Police Board's proposal of $325.7 million. It is actually the $328.4 million that the VPD originally proposed, because that would then also include the addition of our 4th year in the operational review and the addition of 20 new members along with 10 civilian professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, I was just trying to write notes. You had a lot of stats in there as you went through. The source of the stats, you said it was the Canadian, that for the survey that you said was conducted in terms of resourcing insufficient staff, negative stereotyping. The source was the Canadian.
Yeah, so that's the Canadian Institute for Public Safety and Research and Treatment. That's, again, was put together by the Public Safety Ministry of the federal government.
Okay, and would you be willing to email and share those stats with all of council so that we have them?
Yep, I will dig them up and send them to you.
Okay, that would be great. And thank you for speaking. And yes, I can imagine what it takes to put on a uniform and go out there every day. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. Well, I think the ultimate question from listening to you is, what is the effect of City Council's policies on morale among the VPD? It's a morale question.
Well, the morale question is an interesting question, and I can say this: there isn't any one of our buildings that I go to when there's some discussion around the workload, the shortages, not having enough people to fill basic minimum staffing levels, the discussion very quickly turns to our city council, in not providing us with the adequate resources that we need to do the job that we need to do.
Is that having any role in turnover?
And again, good question. I do know that a number of our members have obviously resigned from the VPD and are now headed to work for the Surrey Police Department. I just got notified we've lost another 2 members in the last couple of days. And I do anticipate that we will see more members leaving to go to Surrey. Some are certainly kind of waiting here to see kind of how that flushes out. But, and again, we did survey our members before Surrey kind of started up, and there were hundreds of members that said that they were likely to leave the VPD and go to Surrey.
Well, if we lose people, we have to train and onboard new people. How long does that take, and what is the appetite for new recruits?
Recruits. So first and foremost, with any new recruit, unlike many other sectors, we can't just have someone come off the street and hire them and they're working the next day. Any and everyone we hire does have to go through the Justice Institute of BC, and the reality is boots on the ground take at least 1 year, and that's again someone who's brand new and really doesn't and hasn't perfected their craft as a police officer. So I would say it's 18 months to at least 2 years before we have members that are competent and capable in performing the duties of a police officer in this city.
So in your view, we're understaffed. We haven't met the targets that had been set going back to 2009, as I recall from an earlier comment. We're losing senior officers to other jurisdictions, and we have a time delay in bringing new recruits online. Did I get it?
Yes, completely. And with our more senior members leaving too, a problem there too then is with them leaving, we're losing that experience. So what members do we have of seniority to coach and member those newer members that are coming on to the department?
I hear you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Weed.
Yeah, in a lot of your tweets, you criticize council for the work that we do. However, in 18, 19, 20, did we not fund the full amount of the report to ensure that we did have the most boots on the ground, recognizing it does take 18 to 2 years for us to feel that effect of those large increases in the police budget to deal with public safety?
Yeah, 18 and 19, we did get those numbers. Well,
20.
3 years, 19 and 20. Point being is last year we didn't, and we were set back. And as I said, it looks like there may be a rollback, or we'll be holding more vacancies again this year.
Okay, but realistically, in 20, we did a largest increase the city had ever seen, so we should be feeling that impact of those officers to support our community safety. Is that correct?
Our staffing levels are still below that of 2009, so the impact is actually currently right now, I believe the number is we're minus 40 in comparison to 2009. So we have less people working today than we did in 2009.
Okay, and you talk about mental health, and I recognize that our frontline police have done so much through these pandemics. How can we better support the mental health of our members, recognizing that we don't get to see those elements of the budget, or elements of the budget that we're hoping to support mental health aren't included in the budget brought forward to us?
And again, I think our department, and I'm fortunate because I do get to sit on a provincial steering committee around mental health in all first responders. The VP does a very good job in comparison to a lot of other agencies around how they deal with members and their mental health. I mean, obviously, there's always room for improvement. I know the VPD, along with Provincial Fire, Vancouver Fire, we're looking at some other care providers that may be able to provide inpatient service and potentially have treatment for our members quicker, A, and then B, potentially get members back to work quicker because there's going to be sufficient training. I know, and again, it's collective bargaining. It's kind of not part of the budget, One of the things we were looking at is including clinical counselors and registered social workers into the pool of people that are members who are in need of help, could actually to go visit and get the help that they need. Of course, that's something.
Okay, sorry, Ralph, recognizing the time. So in our budgeting or is that something we could see in the future of not maybe going for the maximum increase in wages, but reduce that a little bit and focus on supports for mental health for our frontline police officers, recognizing that importance of mental health we're seeing across the city?
And Councillor Weeb, I was more than willing to have that discussion at the beginning of negotiations, and unfortunately, the city ultimately hindered any negotiations at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for joining us, Ralph. And right off the top, I do want to thank you and all the members for the service to the city, and I do appreciate that. And I think, you know, notwithstanding the hard decisions we had to make to curtail our budget in the height of the pandemic, which included a clip to the VPD budget, I think those were tough decisions for us as well. And there's ones we had to do what we had to do to survive the COVID. And that being said, if it has reflected a negative opinion on your members, that's unfortunate. And I certainly want to dispel that. I do make a point of talking to all VPD officers out on the beat. And so that segues into what I hear a lot of from them is frustration, not so much with council, but with the system, and that being the criminal justice system, the paperwork that's involved with prosecuting, and the Crown not following through on prosecution. And I know that as a part of the Police Act review, and similarly having to deal with things like mental health, not of your members, but in the public, and stuff that police don't really want to be doing as a service. So how can we work better, recognizing that police budget growth is not sustainable for a city of our limited means? How do we work better together, especially in the context of the police review?
So again, we're very open to any collaborative approach that we can take towards a number of these issues that you brought up. And again, a lot of these things I think are kind of out of the purview or the mandate of municipal government, municipal politics, and are things that maybe the municipal government, you as city councillors, can work towards by way of engaging the provincial government and the federal government. You know, there's the mental, the Mental Health Act is one of the acts that we fall under, and a lot of the mental health calls that we attend to, and a simple solution, I think, at least from my perspective, is hospital wait times, where we're waiting with a mental health patient that's in need of care, and we as police officers ultimately have to guard them in hospital until they're turned over to a doctor. And at times, that could be hours before a doctor is actually available to take over custody of a patient that we've brought to the hospital. I can think back to when I was a young police officer, under the Mental Health Act at the time, turning one over at the hospital involved turning them over to the in-house security guards that worked at the hospital, ensuring that the person was, either, safe in a room. Sometimes that involved them being restrained to a bed until a doctor could see them, but then we would be able to leave. And that certainly would free up a lot of our time. And I know Adam spoke earlier, a lot of the mental health calls too now, it's gotten to the point where mental health clinicians themselves are phoning us and asking us for help because they're unable to deal with someone in their clinical setting, and a patient's out on the street, at home, at a residence, and then rely on us to help. So I think a lot of these social issues around some of the calls we deal with, again, not necessarily is something that needs to be dealt with at the municipal level. I mean, the support of municipal politicians in driving the province or the federal government to make some of these changes is crucial. And of course, we'd be supportive of that.
I'm well out of time, Ralph. Otherwise, I'd follow up on that. But
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Ralph. A couple of follow-up questions. One stemming from a specific risk in this budget is, as you're well aware, there was a reduction made last year. I didn't support it, but it now poses upwards of a $6 million risk. And do you have any thoughts on what the anticipated outcome will be of the provincial review? I know that the VPD made a submission, but are you able to speculate on how you think that's going to land?
I don't know. And I say that because it's in the hands of the provincial government. I know the department made submissions around the police board made submissions around the appeal. I would assume that the city made submissions to the provincial government as well around that. I would be optimistic in the sense, and ideally, yes, the province is going to side with the police department, but I can't say that for certain. I don't know how much weight they're going to provide or put on either one of the submissions.
No, I appreciate that. I know you don't have a crystal ball, so thank you for that. And secondly, I want to go back to the subject of working together. I understand in previous councils there was a strong working relationship between council, mayor's office, and VPD. And I just want to clarify, are you aware that last year we moved a motion and it was passed unanimously by council that before adopting further new measures, we would wait for the outcome of the Provincial Police Act review. And upon hearing the outcomes of that and recommendations, that the city would act as a convener to bring together all of the key agencies in the city, particularly BPD, VCH, social service agencies, to talk about the systemic issues that I think have been covered here. Are you aware of that?
Not the full details of the motion, but I have heard of bits and pieces of it, certainly.
Okay. Thanks for your time, and like my colleagues, echo thank you for your service and that of your members.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks so much. I think that's it for questions. Yep, thank you. Thanks for coming in, and we're going to move to speaker number 4. I actually don't have a name here, clerks. I have co-chair of the 2 SLGBTQ+ advisory committee, but I'm not sure who's speaking. Do you have a name?
I believe both the co-chairs are speaking, Mayor. I don't have a name in front of me.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. So please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Eddie Elmer here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Thanks for participating today.
Thank you for the time. Our co-chair was supposed to join us today, but she is busy at work. I'm addressing you today to consider an issue that has been frequently discussed among our advisory committees, which is providing some compensation for members in recognition of their time and to ensure that our committees reflect a diverse range of voices. Members of advisory bodies play a vital role in the city's democratic process. They proactively provide valuable advice on a wide range of issues affecting the well-being of all residents and also consider matters referred to them by council. They also receive frequent requests from staff to provide advice on reports and community engagement processes. Most committees meet 11 to 12 times per year, so 5 to 6 official meetings plus 5 to 6 informal sessions. Each meeting is 2 hours, with working sessions sometimes exceeding this. Most members also attend at least one subcommittee per committee meeting per month and spend several more hours reviewing correspondence and reports, consulting staff and councillors, conducting research, reviewing minutes, drafting and following up on letters, memos, and motions, doing interviews, holding public engagement events, and waiting for hours and sometimes days to speak at council meetings, which are usually scheduled during the day. Traveling to and from committee meetings, engagement events, and council meetings also takes additional time. All of this can quickly add up to the point that some members must skip meetings, leave early, or even resign. Our own committee lost quorum last month, which posed a big problem because we couldn't do our official business. Many advisory committee members work or attend school full-time and have families. Many others have additional volunteer responsibilities. Others are members of marginalized groups that face additional stress and barriers on a daily basis. While members deeply enjoy their participation, their workload has been growing over the years. On our committee alone, we've received over a dozen requests from staff over the summer to attend engagement sessions falling outside normal meetings, and we've been asked to participate in these meetings in a fairly short time window. We've also been asked to do innumerable surveys and provide written feedback to staff, all while coping with a pandemic. In addition to the time required, members incur out-of-pocket expenses for transportation, dependent care, office supplies, communication costs, website hosting, food and drink for subcommittee meetings, and other incidental expenses. People join advisory bodies with the full knowledge that they will not be compensated. They do so because they care deeply about their city and want to have input in shaping its future. But the time commitment and financial costs can add up and likely discourage many people from applying in the first place, especially people with a diverse range of lived experiences. These are the people the city actively strives to hear from and includes low-income residents and those in precarious employment, those with accessibility issues, the unhoused, language minorities, and those who continue to face oppression, including Indigenous people, racialized minorities, 2S LGBTQ+ people, drug users, sex workers, and others working in informal economies. In order to broaden the applicant pool and to recognize and support those who are already giving so much, our committee is asking Council to consider setting aside money in the 2022 budget for honoraria. Even a small monthly amount could defray expenses, incentivize people to join committees, increase participation and retention, and make members feel that their time is truly valued by the city. It would also demonstrate equity. As it stands, everyone involved in advisory committees, including staff and liaisons, are paid. The only people not paid are the advisory committee members themselves, which we consider somewhat unfair. We're told that our work is a public service, but so is work done by paid people. Other cities have already taken the lead in supporting their committees. Toronto's 2S LGBTQ committee pays members $125 for each of 4 official meetings, plus reimbursement of expenses. Some ad hoc City of Vancouver committees, such as the Imagine West End Waterfront Steering Group, also provide an honorarium of about $60 per meeting plus expenses. And although they have different roles in advisory committees, members of city boards regularly receive both honoraria and per diems. While it's true that the city sets aside money for refreshments at meetings, this hasn't really mattered very much over the last 2 years, and we think that most members would prefer money instead. While we are hesitant to propose a specific amount, we don't think it would be unreasonable to suggest at least $40 per meeting, official and working sessions, which would roughly equal the $500 given by the City of Toronto, and for actually more work than that committee does. And this could be in addition to separate reimbursement for expenses or partially in lieu of it. The city has started reimbursing members up to $40 for meetings for transportation and dependent care, with $5 per working sessions. While this is a positive development, this process poses an additional hurdle for those who must keep receipts, fill out forms, and wait to have their expenses adjudicated. And when people are busy and running around with a million things to do, this is the last thing that's on their mind. A single flat monthly amount payable to everyone may be easier, although an honorarium plus separate reimbursement for expenses is an option, and we're open to both ideas.
Thank you
Finally,
so much. You're just at your 5 minutes, so if you could just wrap up, that would be great.
I just wanted to add that the $500 that we're proposing would equal about $90,000 to $100,000 per year for 12 Type A committees. And for a city that prides itself on fairness and respect, equity, access, and inclusion, we don't consider that this is unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have a couple of questions. Councillor Dejanova, questions up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much for making the time to speak with us, Eddie. I'm wondering if beyond the 2S LGBTQ plus committee, if you know of other committees that are supportive of this.
So I don't want to speak for other committees, but I do know that members of, certainly when I was a member of the Seniors Advisory Committee a few years ago, and I was a member for I think 7-8 years, this topic did come up in conversation. And I do believe that at one of the recent budget consultations, some representatives from Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee did discuss this topic. And I have been told that some other committees as well. I believe the Women's Advisory Committee, but don't quote me on that. But this is an issue that's come up over and over the years.
And do you think that this would help not just appreciate, but offset costs? I understand right now there are small reimbursements that can be made. I think they're more about childcare, and they've recently been adopted by council. But do you think that this would help to ensure quorum at meetings?
It would definitely help. Losing quorum is not something that I enjoy. Our last meeting was very difficult. We couldn't do our business. It would definitely, if people could get reimbursed $100 for expenses, it would help. But it also just entice people to join, even if they don't have expenses. Because when you have competing meetings to attend, I mean, the fact is, you're going to go to the one where you're actually getting a bit of compensation. So it's both helping cover costs and also just incentivizing people to attend and not to leave meetings early, and to attract those people that normally wouldn't even consider applying to a committee. And these are the people we need on these advisory committees. And the city strives really hard to get those voices, but we don't have them sitting on these committees. We're not hearing from them. So we need to do whatever we can to wave the carrot around to get those people to come to these, to join these committees.
Thanks. And if we were to look at places in the budget for this, would you suggest we look at sort of like, right now, I think there's a small amount of a catering budget for committees that attend in person. So we'd look, maybe to entertaining budgets or things that we have, within our own budgets, maybe even as mayor and council.
Definitely, that would be a starting point. We've been meeting virtually for the last 2 years, so the catering budget has not been of much use to us, and some of that money could be put towards covering other expenses, which people do have. There's a lot of things, other than childcare and transit, other expenses that add up. Just office supplies. You don't want to know how much paper I print to read reports. I like to read things on paper. Ink costs money. Website hosting for committees that like to have their own website and post additional documents, that has a cost. And even some people have had to upgrade their internet because the existing service they had wasn't adequate, didn't have adequate bandwidth for them to participate on WebEx. So there's all these additional costs that really add up.
Thank you so much.
That's my time. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
Councillor Wee.
No problem.
Yeah, and it's great to hear the conversation about how we can ensure that people are funded to do the work on advisory committees. My question to you is on the funding of 3 RFT positions to support community development and outreach for adaptive and 2S LGBTQ plus recreation programming that's in our budget. It's currently not funded. Was that something discussed by your committee?
Not specifically, no.
No, okay. It's talking about kind of advancing a lot of the work that was done over the last 5 years with your committee and the 2S TGV work, and I was wondering if there was discussions on that because it's currently not funded.
Yeah, it has come up in, I believe, one of the subcommittee meetings, but hasn't been discussed fully at a regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Fry last.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks. This is an interesting concept. It's obviously not something that has been contemplated in the budget or even before now, I think, in a really broader sense. Reflecting on the sort of general makeup of committees and stuff, there's a variety of reasons that people join advisory committees, obviously, and for some there's an accrued benefit that doesn't necessarily mean financial. There's other opportunities that it avails them, including looking good on a resume. But reflecting on my own experience when I was on the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan, we had a system where people could request an honorarium, but it wasn't automatically given to all members. I didn't personally need an honorarium because I had a side gig, although it did take up a lot of my time. But for low-income folks, it was a critical part of the participation. Do you think there's an opportunity to have a conversation more about an opt-in honorarium, recognizing that it does bring a cost otherwise to the opportunities that advisory committees create?
We've been talking about that over the last few days informally, that it has been something that's come up. Our only concern with anything that involves opting in is just kind of is another barrier, another group for somebody to jump through, filling out a form, justifying why they deserve the honorarium, remembering to fill out the form, and the kinds of people that we really want to hear from, they're not always organized. They may have hectic lives and they're not really paying attention to that. And so the easier we make it to give recognition to people, and financial and otherwise, I think that's better rather than adding extra work.
So you'd like to see an honorarium across the board for all?
Yes, without people having to apply for it and justify. Because I know in the past there was some committee, a short-term committee I was asked to join, and they set aside some money for disadvantaged groups, and it was kind of like a scholarship when you had to apply and justify why you deserved that money, and it made some people feel uncomfortable. I mean, they deserved the money, but they didn't want to share personal details of their hardship with anonymous city staffers, and so it would have been easier just to, just give everybody a flat amount and not ask questions about that. I mean, the only requirement being that people actually show up to a meeting. That's the main requirement.
Okay, thank you for.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Council. Thank you for coming in today and all the work you do for the city. We are at 10 to 5, Council, with an intended break between 5 and 6 for dinner break and stretch the legs. We'll just move on to the next speaker then. Maybe we have time for 2 speakers without questions, 1 speaker with questions. So let's see who's next. We've got we have Peter Brown.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Stewart and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments to you on the upcoming city budget. My name is Peter Brown. I am the Vice Chair of the Accessible City Task Force, as well as the co-chair of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, that is often known as PDAC. I am here today to impress upon you the need to confirm within the proposed budget the ongoing amount of $200,000 previously allocated toward costs of improvements in accessibility, identified on page 10 of the provisional report on phase 1 of the Accessible City Strategy. Since its creation in the fall of 2018, the task force has had the opportunity to identify services which could immediately improve the accessibility of city programs. 3 such improvements which could quickly be adopted and which would lead to an improved accessibility mindset at City Hall would be the introduction of standardized accessibility education and training for all senior City of Vancouver leadership, which would include staff and city councilors, the requirement that all city council and all advisory committee meetings provide closed captioning and ALS services, and the creation of the City of Vancouver Directory of Accessible Services and Supports for Persons with Disabilities. The cost to implement these improvements should be absorbed within the allocated $200,000, while the enhancements to accessibility would represent tangible evidence of the city's commitment to create an inclusive, welcoming place for its citizens to work, live, and play. In a sense, it would be a good advertisement of the strategy and all of the potential good things which are to come. For example, the adoption of closed captioning in ASL for council meetings reflects council's commitment to an inclusive and accessible municipal government and is a daily reminder to council members and all Vancouverites of the need to include everyone in the city's government. It is also a great sign of leadership to all city staff that accessibility and inclusion will belong to the core of future planning and program delivery. We hope that these 3 quick measures will get the publicity they deserve and serve to indicate to all, including persons with disabilities, Municipal city strategy will in the near future require a financial commitment to move to the second phase of the strategy, which will see a broader engagement and the development of a final draft of the strategy for submission to council. Ongoing funding is also required to ensure that this work is successfully completed, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. There will be further information provided to council in the final report of phase one as to those associated costs which will be imperative to ensure the development of an exemplary strategy which I am sure we will all agree a city as diverse and dynamic as Vancouver demands and deserves. I would also like to impress upon council the commitment of PDAC to the accessible city strategy. The work of the task force will undoubtedly strengthen many of the areas of our community which PDAC routinely identifies as deficient from an accessibility point of view. As part of PDAC's mandate to address current disability-related issues, developing a strategy which will lead to city policies, programs, and operations being developed and implemented through an accessibility lens will undoubtedly go a long way to eliminate current barriers and improve the lives of persons with disabilities. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you so much for your time. You do have questions. Councillor Weeb, please go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Peter, for all your commitment to PDAC and the committee members. My first question is on the accessible city action while planning and the importance to this council to show that we're willing to resource the commitments of actions that are coming out of this report, and that this will allow the exemplary strategy that you said to be fully developed, because there's been a lot of work put in this, and if this council doesn't show that we're willing to fund the actions that come out of it, how can we expect to have the strategy that we're all hoping to have?
That's right, because well, it certainly comes down to the old saying, it's easy to talk, and then you have to do the walk, and the walk will have a price tag. However, the payoff is going to be considerable. This is a city and a council who like to advise the world how great we are. And you are only as great as how you treat those in your community who are in need of supports and services. This is the opportunity to show our commitment to those people.
And then I guess on that, if we do those actions, that will allow more people to be involved in City Hall and the policies to make better decisions so that we can be a city for all. Is that your committee?
Right. Well, okay. I would say it's central to all of this. It's the understanding by all involved that this strategy requires the adoption of all, to the fact that all programs, policies, and operations in the city of Vancouver in the future will be seen through an accessibility lens, with the hope that it will enhance the lives of those living with disabilities and diminish the barriers to accessibility to all aspects of City of Vancouver life. So that would be the goal that we're shooting at. But again, to be fair to all and to be honest to all, there's a number that will be tied to that because it has to be properly pursued, given staffing, training, etc.
Thank you. Thank you for co-chairing the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'm actually just wondering if I can move to hear from Speaker 6 before we break for lunch. Speaker 6 has been here in person for most of the, before we break for dinner. Speaker 6 has been here in person for most of the day.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Yay. Opposed, nay? Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker Peter Brown, for coming in today or for participating today. That's it for questions for you, and we are going to move to our next speaker, final speaker before our dinner break, who is Mark White.
Thank you. There's a slide presentation as well.
Great, I'll start your timer once we're all situated.
Thank you very much. But maybe while we're waiting, I'll just go through a bit of the introduction. So I want to thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. As a resident of Vancouver, I'm grateful to live and volunteer on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I am Mark White, and I'm the co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and we're recommending provisional support for the budget, but we do have some concerns. And now I'll just wait for the slides, and if you can't find them, I have them on a thumb drive if you need that. There we go, wonderful. So if we can go to the next slide. You just need to scroll, I think. And I believe the slide set was sent to all councillors and mayor, or it was supposed to be. As part of our Senior Advisory Committee geomapping project, you can see that older people and elders live in all neighborhoods in Vancouver. If we go to the next slide. The current budget, similar to Vancouver Plan, and as noted by expert panelists on the Vancouver 2050, appears to fail to acknowledge the reality that 1/5 of the population in Vancouver are over 65, and 1/3 of the population in Vancouver are 55 and over. If we can go to the next slide. Approximately 21.5% of all households in Vancouver are senior-led, and almost 1/3 of seniors are renters. Although seniors account for 12% of all renters in Vancouver, 48% are in core housing need. Seniors are the fastest and rising demographic of homelessness, and between 2014 and 2019, older adults represented 1/3 of the waiting list in Vancouver for BC housing. Currently, the equity framework does not address age discrimination, nor does it recognize that older persons and elders should be a major target when considering diversity, equality, inclusion, and reconciliation. Most importantly, if we go to the next slide, the budget does not recognize the fact that adults over the age of 65 are expected to rise by 63% by the year 2041. And while the projected increases for youth and working populations will only increase by 14.5% and 20% respectively. You'll note that the budget does not list a growing and aging population in their list of future long-term trends. To address this problem, the city needs to create a senior strategy with community partners and have dedicated resources to meet with federal, provincial, and also engage with community funders. Unlike the city of Richmond and the city of Surrey that has representation on provincial planning committees focused on aging, Vancouver is simply missing in action. Given the impact of COVID and heat domes on older persons, the city must be better prepared to address an aging population. If we go to the next slide. There are some strengths in the budget that are very relevant to older adults and elders. Improvement in sidewalks, street lighting, accelerating the work on curb ramps, special land grant for the 411 Senior Center, and commitment for the seniors, the Sunset Senior Center, Oak Ridge Senior Center, and the Chinatown transformation program, and those are all really appreciated and positives. But the weaknesses, however, still need to be addressed. Particularly, there's no dedicated staff to leverage provincial and federal grants or formally engage in local and regional planning for older persons and elders. No social housing targets are for older persons and elders or to do analysis of existing gaps for addressing core housing needs. There's very little innovation in the realm of non-market housing for seniors in the city as well. If we can go to the next slide. We can see within this slide that there are some positives, although I want to say that the positives are really, this is looking at the FTE equivalents that was in the budget. That shows that areas of, missed that page, wait a second. That it's good that funding is being returned to just over 2018 levels to the Parks Board and libraries that provide important services to older adults. Whereas some departments have had more significant staff increases. Given that the senior strategy is linked to both land use issues, planning, urban design, sustainability, and arts, culture, and community services, there should be opportunities to refresh and update the work on the Age-Friendly City Initiative under Healthy Cities. And to seriously and strategically consider seniors in land use decision-making is to leverage the range of housing opportunities to support right-size housing, aging in community. We really need coordinated leadership to move this forward if we actually want to receive millions of dollars as the City of Toronto has and other locations that actually have seniors teams. That's it, the City of Vancouver doesn't. If we go to the next slide. In conclusion, there's a strong international, national, and provincial evidence that we have a major shift in population. This trend is not evident in this budget, our long-term forecast. The only way to leverage provincial, federal, community resources to better address older adults' needs and interests is to have a comprehensive co-designed plan with community partners with dedicated leadership and coordination. And I'll leave it there, seeing I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in. You do have some questions, Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Hardwick.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Hi. When I was on the park board from 2014 to 2018, last term, we moved to develop a senior strategy, and that incorporated everything from building design to things like programming, types of the actual sort of accessibility components in building design, what type of programs were offered, partnerships with TransLink for access, things of that nature. You touched on a few that you thought that a Vancouver strategy might include, and you talked about things like land use and housing. I wonder if you can expand on other sort of concrete things that you think the city is not hitting kind of the nail on the head yet in terms of.
Right, yes. Well, you know, I think that my concern is really the whole range of areas. So housing being one, as noted. Transportation, in the whole realm of transportation. I know that there's a provincial transportation strategy. There's a survey that's just come out looking at opportunities around bringing back community buses, which could make a real difference for seniors to be able to get around. We have terrible problems right now with bus stops being eliminated in front of food banks, being eliminated on hills, being eliminated in front of parks. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it also makes it very difficult for seniors with mobility issues or health conditions such as COPD, etc., to be able to actually access their local community if we don't have real local bus service. It's one thing to, what TransLink is doing is transforming everything as if it's regional bus services for fast and efficiency, and seniors and older people and persons with disabilities are being left out.
Okay, but you think in terms of, and that's a huge advocacy opportunity for the city, obviously, with TransLink, but not sort of our direct purview. But in terms of the city's direct control, you think housing is, if you were going to prioritize, is a key one?
Well, I think aging and community, I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I think that there's tremendous opportunity. My father was a fundraiser for Covenant House, and I was a executive director for an international and also a national charity organization. I think that there's great opportunity for securing funding. For instance, I know that some of the organizations, I think with the support of City of Surrey, they received New Horizons funding that allowed faster rollout of online resources. So I think that we're missing out by not having a seniors planner in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
So picking up on that, given the many funding requests for many issues facing the city, why is an investment in a dedicated seniors planner important in the 2022 budget? Bearing in mind that we are coming out of a pandemic and we have some major heavy lifting. So why is this a priority? Why now?
Well, I think that there are some things that are just expenditures and are expense centers, and there are others that are opportunities for leveraging funding. And I think seniors is one of those areas. I could easily imagine at least $30 to $50 million of funding from provincial and federal funding over the next couple of years if we actually had a senior strategy, given that the people that were really bear the consequences of COVID were seniors, and also the heat dome. So I think that there are opportunities that the city could make hay, and for the small cost of actually finishing work that had already been started around developing a senior strategy, and having a dedicated planner, we could actually bring together the Vancouver Foundation, the United Way, a number of community organizations, and create actual dollars to come to the city to support seniors' needs and interests.
Now, you said you imagine that you could do that. What is that based on other than imagination?
Well, it's based actually on some data from, we know that Ontario and the City of Toronto in particular has had much more support from the National Housing Strategy. We know that, I know from my own experience that the only way to ask for money, or the only way to get money is to ask for money through and to have a strong strategic plan. And I think that that's what's missing now. And so when I say I imagine, it has to do with first getting the coordination and the leadership in place to get the team together, to bring the community together, and to then leverage dollars all the way through. City dollars, community dollars, provincial dollars, and federal dollars.
Thanks for that. I like to imagine it too. I'm just very mindful of the limited resources, and there is one taxpayer at the end of the day.
That's true. Although there are, I mean, what we're hoping is that come January, when we bring a motion to council, that there will be some consideration of reallocation of existing funds. There's also maybe 1.5% of the unallocated $10 million could be something that could be considered as well. But I understand the stresses, and particularly I was here for the discussion with the firefighters and also the police as well, that seniors really depend on.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Mark, I just have one quick follow-up. Hi.
Hi.
So I have chatted with you quite a bit about this seniors planner and also followed up on the age-friendly city strategy that's embedded in the healthy city strategy.
Yes.
And we heard from our GM of ACCS today that that work, and it also has food sustainability and security work embedded in it as well. Sort of seems healthy city strategy has been a bit of a catch-all for some of these initiatives that were council direction prior to this council that were given actually a budget time a few years ago. So all that to be said, is it your suggestion that we sort of divert from that work, or is it the intention of the Seniors Advisory Committee coming forward with a motion in January to sort of divert from that work and focus on a seniors planner in place of that to help leverage it? You've mentioned a strategy, also a planner. Which do you think is important to come first?
I think both have to happen. I think that that the city, and I think there was a recent proclamation that from the mayor around Vancouver joining the Healthy Cities.
It's Friendship City, I believe.
Yeah, well, there was the Healthy Cities Initiative, Bloomberg, I think. But I think that what's happened recently is there's a UN declaration on the decade of older persons, 2021 to 2030. And with that, there's a list of other metrics that could be embedded in the Healthy Cities. So I think it can come under the Healthy Cities umbrella, but I think actually if you want to actually create opportunities for actually receiving funding dedicated to seniors, that having a dedicated seniors planner to help coordinate that and have that as a specific outcome would be important.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Really appreciate you, your patience, presentation, answering all the questions. So thanks again for coming in. Council, we're at 5:15, so we'll reconvene at 6:15, just so everybody can clear their minds. And then the next speaker will be speaker number 7, Dennis Donnelly. So thanks to staff and council, and we will see everybody back here at 6:15. Thanks. We're at 6:16 now, so we're going to reconvene. Just to remind you, we have, and I actually gave you the wrong numbers. We have 10 public body representatives and then 102 council public speakers to this to the budget. The clerks have sent around a note to find extra time on Monday for us to continue with this, just in case we don't finish tonight and tomorrow. So with that, I will call Dennis Donnelly, speaker number 7.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Donnelly. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Sure can. Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yep. And I'm pleased to address you as the acting president of CUPE Local 1004, representing close to 1,500 outside workers providing vital services and maintaining critical infrastructure residents and visitors of Vancouver depend on every day. Our members have not stopped working to make sure Vancouver remains a safe, clean, livable, and prosperous community working during these difficult times as we struggled through the pandemic. Whether working in engineering departments of fleet and manufacturing, sanitation and landfill, sewers, streets, waterworks and cemetery, or in parks providing skilled services in horticulture, urban forestry, maintenance and property management, golf courses, and lifeguards on city beaches. It is our members that both figuratively and literally lay the concrete foundation for our city to build our recovery and prepare for the challenges before us all. As you set this plan for the future outlined in the budget proposal before you, I remind you that every hour of every shift, CUPE 1004 members' work moves our city forward and prepares us to tackle the problems we will face head on. Any delay in meeting your obligations to the people that live, work, and play here risks our immediate health and safety and only adds higher costs to the necessary repairs and improvements our members are ready to do today. Tomorrow's challenges are many, and we can only face them by investing now. Political quick wins cannot forego the responsibility to residents and businesses. We cannot risk losing the opportunity now to set our city up for success or generation to come. We are currently facing waves of atmospheric rivers pounding our region. CUPE 1004 members are among the first responders to these extreme weather events, whether rain, wind, or snow. This response is vital too in Vancouver parks. Our members' devotion to keeping our green spaces safe and enjoyable for the whole community continues to be more and more important. As our outdoor spaces were the main option for many needing safe connection following pandemic isolation, they will continue to be relied on by an increasing number. Looking to the future and looking to the near and long-term future, we can face together the real and unpredictable threat of climate change. By doing so, it is city workers who will continue the job that you prioritize in shifting how we build, move, sustain, power, and protect our city. As we adapt to meet our climate change goals, our actions for our small part of our planet will be realized in the hands of City Vancouver workers. And on that note, I encourage Council to look at the vendors and contractors working with the city and our members and ask if dollars supporting the profit margins of private business contracted by the city might be better spent directly by using the skills and experience of city and parks employees. When CUPE members do the work, it is done more safely with greater care and will stand the test of time. As an employer, the City of Vancouver will benefit from the flexibility and dependability of in-house employees who are accountable for the work that they do and take pride in delivering. For more than 110 years, our union members have built and maintained Vancouver. The equipment and materials have changed, but the dedication to the work, to the families walking across our streets, drinking our water, and playing in our parks, that commitment has not changed for generations. In conclusion, on behalf of CUPE 1004 members, I want to thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council and City staff, for the difficult decisions you have made when making in the coming days. As you work to build a resilient city on track for full social and economic recovery, fully prepared for the uncertain future. I urge you to consider the choices you have before you seriously and wish you the best of luck in your deliberations. Thank you again, and I welcome any questions you may have.
You do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis, for speaking to the integral work that your members do and their role. I appreciate that. I just want to reflect back and ask a question. I heard you speak to advocating for doing as much work in-house as possible versus outside contracts. Is that correct? That was one of
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
of course.
And is there a specific, other than that, is there a specific scenario in this budget that you are endorsing? Like, are you endorsing or supporting the budget, or are you not? I just want to be clear.
We are actually supporting the budget, yeah.
You are at the 5% level, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are there specific function areas that you have concerns about use of outside services?
Yeah, we've actually proposed a couple of services that could be brought in-house now. One would be things like the soccer trucks, the vacuum trucks that clean the drains and that. By investing in more trucks and more employees that know how to use them, it would be actually a large saving. Plus, we've also looked at the idea of traffic management for our sites, and some of the municipalities have already converted to their own in-house traffic management. And right now, there's also a situation with the mechanics. I mean, because there's so much work for mechanics, they actually have to contract out, so they actually need more mechanics in-house.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. I appreciate the extra information.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks so much, not only for coming to speak to the budget, but for just all the work of your members. It's crucial. I'm wondering if you can just or describe for us the increased burden that you felt given, so much of the public's focus during COVID on the need to recreate, to be outside in the parks, in our public and open spaces, if that has placed any extra burden on you in terms of employees.
Yeah, with our parks employees, and in particular, the ones that are maintaining the parks, cleaning the parks, one, they've had to go out and and keep the parks, pick up the garbage, things like that, and they had to try and react with the people without getting too close. So it got them pretty uptight, and there was definitely a much more pressure to keep these places clean because people were becoming so anxious about anything that was unclean and not properly, like washrooms weren't cleaned up, or even garbage wasn't picked up quick enough, because it's just people got a little bit more anxious.
Great. And do you work closely with the park rangers, for example, in terms of those parks? The park board rangers.
I'm sorry, Cass. I can't really answer that question. I don't get too involved with them, but
okay.
Yeah, so I can find out for you, but yeah.
Sure, appreciate that, and thank you for bringing up the issue of climate change and just the impact that has on our outdoor spaces. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. That's it for questions for you. So I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much. We have.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Liza Saman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Lisa Simon. I've worked for Vancouver Public Library for 23 years. At the moment, I'm privileged to be working as the acting president for QP Local 391, representing roughly 750 library workers. We work in branches across Vancouver. We serve all citizens of Vancouver, including vulnerable and marginalized populations, and a majority of us live in the city of Vancouver. 38% of our members identify as being from a visible minority, 18% are LGBTQ2S+, 19% live with a disability, 2% are Indigenous, and 69% are women. We provide core public services, and we're also the users of those core public services. As highlighted by our Library Board Chair, Jennifer Chan, library workers advance the goals of the City Council by providing programs and services aligned with city priorities. In March of last year, 80% of us were laid off. Although the library constitutes only 3% of the city's annual budget, we bore more than 30% of the city's total layoffs, and these layoffs were all unionized staff. Needless to say, being laid off, returning to work, adjusting to serving the public during a pandemic, and dealing with the social and economic impact of COVID on our own lives have had a major effect on the general well-being of library workers, as well as increased levels of burnout and extra strain on mental health. But the folks I'm representing here are resilient and adaptable, and we've managed to maintain incredible service levels, staying in the top 3 city services in terms of overall citizen satisfaction. The library plays a vital role in keeping the citizens of Vancouver engaged and informed. And during this pandemic, it has become even more clear how important access to information is on all levels of our society. Library workers have helped patrons navigate the ever-changing landscape of information that is COVID-19. When vaccines became available, the library immediately became a resource for information, as well as a vital service to access appointment information and make appointments. My co-workers figured out problems with booking systems, assisting patrons who were unfamiliar with online tools, and whose very health now depend on being able to use those tools and to access those tools. When vaccine passports became necessary, again, the library partnered with health services in order to offer citizens assistance to access and to print and even laminate those passports. We witnessed this direct impact that our services have on the communities across the city. Library workers have helped to create and maintain a free, safe public space during a time that access to safe public spaces has become extremely limited. There's been no workplace COVID transmission and no COVID breakout across the VPL system. Library workers know their communities, and communities know their library workers. So a line in a budget report that says shortened service hours at branches has multiple layers of impact on our patrons and our members. It means fewer staff in the branch, only enough to cover one shift during the day. It means that part-time or auxiliary staff that were working in the evenings or weekends will be moved to other branches or departments or will lose access to hours. It means that residents of that area who've relied on the library branch to be open at times that they could visit will no longer have access to that service. They'll be missing access to physical space, to digital resources, computers, and most importantly, probably access to people. Their neighbors that they don't see at social functions anymore, and library workers who they have come to know and who've come to know them. Reduction in library hours means a reduction in access to work for precarious workers. In a CUPE national survey on precarity in libraries, more than half of respondents self-identified as precarious and vulnerable in work. The same survey also identified that precarious workers in libraries are more likely to be the young workers, women, LGBTQ2+, have physical or mental disabilities or conditions, be racialized, or speak a language other than English at home. At a time that City Council is developing a well-being budget with a focus on equity, I ask that you consider the effect of reduction to access to work on low-income and equity-seeking library workers, as well as the effect that this will have on marginalized and vulnerable residents of the City of Vancouver. I'm asking that you please provide the $232,000 to restore hours proposed to be cut in this budget, as well as the $475,000 for ongoing fine-free services. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your time. Today, you do have a question from Councillor Carr. Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much again for the services that you provide, and so incredibly important. So many people, as you've noted. So you've already answered my question around who would be most affected by the cuts in hours at the 6 branches and Joe Fortes branch. So I only have one other question for you, and that is in terms of the use of libraries by the public as safe places for retreat during things like the heat dome and bad air quality days, and whether or not you have anything to comment on if you saw that use over the summer, for example, when we did have that heat dome.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Absolutely. Just like we had to respond quickly to changing COVID regulations, then during the summer, we had the heat dome, and the library very quickly responded to the needs of the city and the needs of the community. We saw many people using our space for that relief of heat. They were very happy to be doing that. We were able to maintain physical distance while allowing community members into the libraries. We arranged for extra water to be available at library spaces, and we had a branch that stayed open longer hours to provide for access to air-conditioned space, and basically space to cool down, a space to get clean, cool water. So absolutely, the library is taking on a huge role in terms of providing those spaces, not just during COVID, but also during weather events, climate events like the heat dome we had in the summer.
Can you tell me, are all of our branches equipped and upgraded with either HVAC systems or heat pumps to enable cooling as well as warming?
There are a small number of libraries that are not able to offer the air conditioning. In terms of HVAC, I believe all our libraries are up to code in terms of air quality, but in terms of the air conditioning, there's a small handful of libraries that doesn't offer that.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Thank you. That's it for questions. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you so much for calling in tonight. We have Melissa Tang, speaker number 9 from the first list.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Absolutely. Loud and clear.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Melissa Sang, and I speak to you today on behalf of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, a group who represents Vancouver's many cultural communities and provides diverse perspectives on arts and culture in the city of Vancouver. We acknowledge that the committee and the city are on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for these lands and waters since time immemorial and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build an equitable future together on this land. The Arts and Culture Advisory Committee unanimously recommends that Council prioritizes providing the third year of funding for Culture Shift as outlined in the economic and equity priorities in the budget book. Specifically, we strongly urge you to consider budgetary decisions that prioritize reconciliation, decolonization, equity, anti-racism, cultural redress, and accessibility. This not only aligns with Culture Shift's core strategic initiatives, but the city's equity framework and the city's commitment to being a city of reconciliation. Culture Shift aims to transform how arts and culture are integrated into every facet of our city, and the city decisions, your decisions, can shape it in ways that equitably reflect Vancouver's diversity and the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. The shifts respond to an urgent necessity to act and the potential to position Vancouver as a global leader in cultural planning. Culture Shift's equity and accessibility initiatives advance diverse and inclusive leadership and practices by offering equitable and accessible support, positioning Vancouver as a model for cultural leadership and programs reflecting the city's diversity with the participation of all its residents. There's lots of work to be done, with visible minorities, such as myself, representing only 26% of the artistic workforce in Vancouver. We need to support equity measures that increase minority representation and profile to be more reflective of the Vancouver population. Culture Shift's reconciliation and decolonization initiatives recognize and support Indigenous cultural knowledge and presence through decolonizing practices. As enshrined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples have the right to maintain, protect, and develop the past, present, and future manifestations of their cultures. The multiple and ongoing legacies of colonization, including the city's systems and frameworks, have impacted Indigenous peoples' rights to practice and revitalize their cultures. Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and urban Indigenous visibility and voice are still limited within Vancouver's ecosystem. Finally, while I've mostly had time to speak on equity plans, Culture Shift significantly supports economic vitality, introducing bold moves to advance community-led cultural infrastructure, build cultural vitality and sense of place for all its residents, aims to prevent displacement and support affordable, accessible, and secure spaces. For context, in 2017, BC's live music sector alone contributed over $619 million in labor income and over $850 million in GDP to the BC economy. Yet artists of Vancouver have a median income of $22,000 a year. It's even less for musicians at $18,000 a year. This is before the drastic effects of the pandemic. Cultural spaces are extremely vulnerable. 73% of organizations have difficulty finding suitable spaces. Only 5 facilities are owned by nonprofit arts organizations. Most spaces have leases of 5 years or less, or even 1 year or less, and most are month to month. Artists are the most vulnerable to space loss. Ultimately, this will be all the time that I have, but before I go, I will say this. Culture Shift was the first long-term corporate strategy that this council approved in 2019. Your initial enthusiasm and support for this work is needed now more than ever. The path forward towards reconciliation is in telling of truths and stories, and it is the arts and culture community who will lead the city as catalysts for change on unceded Coast Salish territory. On behalf of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, we strongly recommend that Council provide third-year funding for Culture Shift in full. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you. Oh, there's Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, please go ahead, up to 3 minutes. Oh, you're on pause there, I think.
Okay.
Sorry.
There you go.
Thanks, thanks, Melissa. Thanks for your work on Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and thanks for speaking to us today. You touched on the vulnerability of the arts sector, and I'm wondering if you could just reflect a little bit on, and I think one of the pieces that these grants really support, and I think needs to be sort of teased out, is how critical these supports are to arts practitioners who are possibly struggling more than many sectors during the pandemic. I'm wondering if you could just reflect on any personal kind of perspectives as somebody in the community and working with folks in the community about how folks are feeling in the arts sector right now.
Well, as a personal reflection and not one of the committees, I can't speak for the rest of the volunteers in the group. I would say it's already challenging for Indigenous and diverse workers in our sector, as I was just highlighting in my speech earlier. I would say that, anecdotally, there's the risk of people leaving the industry. There's a risk of affordability. There's a risk of spaces being lost. And there is of course, the additional macro challenge of the pandemic, which has, of course, had an effect on our community, not being able to generate the revenue like we could from selling out shows and houses and whatnot. Not being able to travel and tour. So certainly there's a vulnerability, not just for individuals who are looking for work, like musicians and artists, like I was mentioning, but also for organizations who are struggling to continue the work that they do.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I appreciate you adding a little bit more dimension to that.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Again, thank you so much for participating tonight. And Council, our next speaker is John Irwin.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of council, fellow citizens, and staff. My name is John Irwin. I'm Vancouver Park Board. I just first want to thank you for accessing the reserve fund over the last year to keep parks operating and open, because as we've heard many times from you and speakers, the parks were really important for us during the tragedy of the pandemic. I'm here to speak to ask for 5+ to 6%. The reason for that is to provide funds for increased park rangers who help us with coyotes and fires and can help enforce the no feeding of wildlife bylaw. It also will give us funds that allow the park board to continue work on reconciliation with the local First Nations, the MST, and urban Indigenous folks, biodiversity, and can also help us to increase and provide shade trees in the downtown east side, which is the core of the heat map for the urban heat island effect. This range of tax increase would also allow for extra fire department resources to meet the challenges of the climate crisis and the opioid overdoses that they have to deal with, as we heard so eloquently earlier. Funding to keep our libraries open. They provide key services and space to people with few options during heat waves, extreme rain events, etc. The vacancy control policy for SROs that you thankfully all passed would also be funded adequately, and that's so pressing for us to get, housing stock that's manageable and workable for the unhoused people in our city. So basically, I'm just saying we need to refund community services and keep an eye on the ever-increasing police budget. I know we want to protect our public and people in difficult situations, but I think it's important to remember that community services also increase public safety and health and well-being. Thanks for your time tonight, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor DeGenova.
Sorry, I think I was on mute. Can you hear me now, Mayor?
Sure can. Yep.
Thanks. Thanks, Commissioner Irwin. I'm just wondering, was there any decision that, were these all decisions that you're speaking on that you're coming on behalf of Park Board to share with us? I mean,
Well,
I've
no,
written down here
no,
libraries because I see you on the public
no.
advisory body, and usually you're speaking on behalf of that body.
Yeah, I guess I segued into my own take on the broader city scene, but I am here speaking, strongly in favor, of, the board in terms of the $1 million for the, for the rangers, and we have reaffirmed our work on reconciliation, biodiversity, and the urban forestry strategy, right? So yeah, I did segue into my own take on things.
Just for the public record, just wanting to make sure I'm clear. So the Rangers was a Park Board endorsed decision that you're here to advocate for, but the libraries and the other mentioned the public safety, that's your own position.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me, and thanks for coming to speak on behalf of the board for the Park Board, or for the Park Rangers.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. And Council, now we're going to move on to the public speaker list. So starting with the first public speaker, Nathan Davidovich.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Do you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. In order to understand the budget and the governance of Vancouver, you need specialized knowledge that takes many years. Until the Auditor General gets set up in 2022, maybe an independent advice to City Council is in order. In the Canadian Parliament, there is an independent parliamentary budget officer. One independent expert with 43 years experience in all provinces in Canada is George B. Cuff. Maybe the mayor knows him when he wrote his book on political science in Canada, because he's very well known across Canada. He gave a very good talk last month in Victoria, and I send you the Zoom meeting link to you about it. There is no need, or there is no rush to approve the budget on December the 7th, 2021. City Council can defer that to early in 2022 to get more information, and most other cities in BC, they also approve it in 2022, their budget. My beef is about infrastructure and transportation. The city of Vancouver is falling behind many other cities in building infrastructure and transportation network that the residents of Vancouver need. Staff have not provided up-to-date statistics about the city of Vancouver. The city yearbook, if you believe it or not, has not been published for about 25 years. If you look at page C94, which is page, I presume, 259 out of 499, for some statistics, they're not complete, and they actually don't talk about the effect of COVID that has on many statistics, and it's going to take probably another 2 to 3 years to just get back to the pre-COVID statistics. Page C95 lists the major transportation plans for 2022. There is no mention of Vision Zero at all. I don't know why. Every other city is working on Vision Zero to reduce the accidents and fatalities in those cities. And in Vancouver, it keeps going up and up. The accidents on all the major streets connecting to the bridges are all up now more than 2 or 3 years ago. The staff keep listing the bus stop balancing when this was never approved by City Council. The city engineer approves the location of bus stops, and he should not waste staff time working with TransLink on this bad program that you heard earlier from the seniors committee. We don't have to do it. We can just tell TransLink we are not interested. Vancouver is the most densely city in Canada, and we need the bus stops in order for people to be within 5 minutes of a bus route. So but it's in the plan there. The city manager approves it, without council approval, and so you have to tell them to stop doing this. So that's about my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, hi Nathan. So I was wondering if you could tell us what impact you think TransLink's decisions, like the decision to have transit police, for example, what impact does that have on the city, on what city taxpayers have to pay?
Yeah, well, 50% of the budget is the city budget. The other 50% is outside organizations. You heard from Metro Vancouver Regional District earlier on today, but TransLink never showed up to explain their $2 billion budget and all the waste of money that is in that budget. And the police budget there is a good example, because we don't need that the way it's structured. I mean, it's similar like in the 1970s in Vancouver, we had the police acting like meter maids, and then city council took it away, and we saved lots of money, and the police stopped being a meter maid. Well, it's the same at TransLink. They're issuing tickets to people who are short of few cents to pay for their fares, when there is transit security that could do the same job at probably half the cost of the transit police. There's 180, I think, transit police, and there's about 80 transit security, and we have to switch the numbers around, and we could save lots of money to taxpayers and lots of headaches. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you for calling in tonight, and we're going to move to the next speaker, who's Meenakshi Menu.
Hello?
Hi there. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name.
That's okay.
Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Meenakshi Manu, and today I'm speaking as the criminalization and policing campaigner at Pivot Legal Society. You're all likely familiar with the work of Pivot, as are your colleagues in city departments such as police, fire, engineering, parks, and recreation. And throughout this last year, my colleagues at Pivot and myself, alongside innumerable directly impacted individuals, have attempted to advance critical, quote, equity work within the city. And we do work at the local, provincial, national, and international levels, but today I'm going to focus on our work within the City of Vancouver on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. So a quick recap that last year, the Decriminalizing Poverty motion was unanimously approved by this council. And following that, the project received $300,000, which I want to be clear amounts to less than 0.1% of the budget that the VPD currently receives. Time and time again, I've heard senior VPD officials, such as Chief Palmer earlier today and Deputy Chief Chow, highlight that they are doing work that is outside of their mandate and jurisdiction. So this includes responding to calls regarding people who rely on public space or being first responders to mental health calls. But despite that recognition, I've also seen the VPD rapidly deploy programs that ostensibly continue to criminalize poverty and further target unhoused communities, specifically the Trespass Prevention Program, which was subject to a joint service and policy complaint earlier this year. Additionally, the police department does selectively highlight how it goes beyond the call, but they don't report on the ethical shambles that are existent within the force. We have a chief who refuses to acknowledge systemic racism, despite high-profile incidents and data that indicates Black and Indigenous people are disproportionately subject to street stops and other unwarranted contact with police officers. And this cannot be the solution to social and economic inequality within the city, and it cannot be the solution to the colonial history that we've collectively inherited and have a responsibility to dismantle. Today I'm speaking out in opposition to the budget, and specifically I encourage each council member to vote against any increase to the police budget. So we might hear rhetoric from the pro-police lobby about a safer city, but I think that if we want to see a safer city, a more just city, a city where every resident and visitor is treated with humanity and dignity, we have to stop putting a fifth of the city budget towards policing and instead invest in critical infrastructure, such as affordable housing, peer-led wellness checks, access to safe supply, indoor space for sex workers to work out of safely, healing space at Crab Park, and true participatory budgeting. These recommendations directly come from the work of the Defund 604 Network and the People's Budget that they conducted throughout the summer and early fall, hearing from over 700 respondents about what they would do with 50% of the police budget. I really implore each of you to seek out information on alternatives to policing and criminalization and begin the process of redress for community members who've been harmed by the police, for survivors of police violence, and for those whose family members have been killed by Vancouver Police Department officers. I'm not calling expecting to see change, but I do want to see more good faith work by the city rather than recycling the same expensive solutions like expanding community policing centers, repackaging anti-homeless and anti-drug user practices through novel outreach programs, and a force that's increasingly out of step with the most pressing needs of people who reside on unceded Coast Salish territory. I hope that you actually hear the call to defund the VPD and engage with what that means by reviewing the calls from the Defund 604 Network, by hearing from folks from the downtown east side who talk about the harms that they experience on a daily basis, and by, listening to the voices of folks who are telling us that getting police out of wellness checks is literally a life or death issue. I just want to close with the memory of Chester, who was killed by the VPD at Hastings and Princess on January 5th of this year. My heart goes out to him and every other person whose loved one has been lost to police violence. I'm going to briefly pause for Chester, who was shot 5 times within 6 seconds after 2 VPD officers attended the call. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, some people I've talked to about reducing police funding and putting it into community-led services have said, well, that's a good idea, but we have to have the services first. So there's this kind of catch-22 where there's no money, so we don't get any services, so then people don't want to reduce the police. So how would you respond to that?
I think an obvious start is to not approve a 2.97% increase to the police budget. And when we talk about root cause solutions, there was this decriminalizing poverty work approved by council, but when you look at the disparity in funding, that work's getting 0.1% of the police budget. So it's unrealistic to assume that we can actually fully design the systems and the peer-led systems, which mean we're paying peers fairly and properly for their work. So I think we need to see some quick start initiatives come out of that decriminalizing poverty work. And I think the budget for that needs to be rapidly increased. And I think that we need council to be a bit brave and think about a life beyond policing and criminalization.
Okay, thanks. So second question, I don't know if you heard the chief of police say today, and he said it before, that he thought police shouldn't be involved in street sweeps and encampments. So when you were working with Defund, did they have or with Vandu and Pivot, do you have an alternative way of keeping streets clean that doesn't involve police?
I think that there's already some good programming on the ground, specifically some peer employment programs that exist throughout different neighborhoods in Vancouver. That's a good spot to start. What I have heard from other peer workers in the community is that they need to be paid a proper living wage, because that is very skilled work that they're doing, navigating folks' boundaries and personal property. I think expanding those programs and diminishing the involvement of both city workers and VPD, because what we heard on the street from over 100 people when we surveyed them was that they're experiencing harm at the hands of both.
They're experiencing
harm.
Harm, yeah.
Discriminatory practices, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for coming in or calling in.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you so much. That's it for questions for you. So we're going to move to the next speaker. We have Kit Rothschild, speaker number 3.
Mayor, speaker 3 is not on the line.
Thanks very much. And just a reminder to council that we will be moving through the list over the next 2 days. And then at the end, I will call people's names who were not here when their name was called. So I'm moving to speaker 4, Margaret Besden.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Besden, and I reside in Vancouver. And I'm here to voice my opposition to your proposed tax increase, the climate change levy, and request that the city refocus on what civic governments are in place to do, which is provide core services to its citizens. A 5% increase to our property taxes to fund council's proposed 9% increase in spending is unsupportable. Further, an average annual increase of 7% to 2026 that your staff has indicated will be necessary to fund your initiatives is also unsupportable and should not even be considered an option. I am both a homeowner and small business owner and have lived in Vancouver all my life. I work extremely hard to run my business so that I can keep a house over my head in this increasingly expensive city and pay the ever-increasing taxes that are so unrelated to the rate of inflation. I am not able to raise my prices yearly at these rates of increase, nor am I able to increase the wages of my staff at these rates. We do not have collective bargaining agreements, publicly funded benefits, or pension plans. I do not have the ability to force the taxpayer to pay my way. I need to make prudent and hard choices when revenue is not available. Like so many others I've spoken to, I have a litany of complaints about the reduced or non-existent core services that this city seems to be unable to provide, from barely visible crosswalks to overflowing trash cans to unkempt boulevards, to having sanitation services leaving my green bin halfway down my lane, to extremely poor street signage, to potholed lanes and streets that never seem to get fixed. The list just goes on. Your budget document states the city continues to deliver the important services that residents and businesses expect every day. I haven't found anyone who agrees with that statement. Everyone I've talked to is dismayed with the state of disrepair of this city, and thus they avoid going downtown. Couple that with the anti-car culture, with streets clogged from bike lanes, few left turn lanes, and increasingly no right turn lanes, the high cost of parking, and the journey is too much to take. It's much easier, safer, and less expensive to go to a suburban mall. If you want to help small business to recover, leave our hard-earned money in our businesses and in our wallets to help deal with the losses caused by the pandemic. Finally, change the tax system of highest and best use that has and will continue to force the closure of so many small businesses. The more you increase taxes, the less affordable this city is, and that seems to run absolutely counter to what you are trying to achieve. My increase of over $500 last year due to your 7% tax increase was in addition to the $935 I pay and continue to pay over the span of 14 years for a curb and sidewalk on my street so that my children and senior parents don't have to walk in the center of it, risking their safety. It is absurd to me that providing pedestrian safety in Vancouver neighborhoods is not a core service, yet providing bike safety is. So I paid an additional $1,400 in taxes last year. My family and I had to make choices as a result, as for every tax increase, someone has to do without. That tax money could have been spent in our local economy, could have been used towards my children's tuition, medical bills, or any number of priorities that my family has. So just like my family, you and your various departments need to learn to do without. Can we live with reduced library hours? As a library user, I don't like it, but I have adapted. Can we live without more park rangers? Not ideal, but we'll have to. Can we live without decolonizing our food? Absolutely. The provincial government has just hit small businesses with a major cost to provide 5 paid sick days. Inflation is expected to stay at 5% or greater for the foreseeable future. The economic recovery from the pandemic has not been fully realized yet. Citizens and small businesses cannot afford a municipal tax increase as well. It is time for the city to adjust its priorities, to step away from the pet projects of this council and those before you that we cannot afford at this time, to address fully the core services that are not being provided to its citizens and allow Vancouverites and small businesses to keep much more of their hard-earned money, providing an opportunity to recover from all of the other economic pressures that have been placed onto them in the past year. I implore you to vote against this tax increase, to vote against the mayor's additional tax in the form of a climate levy, to step away from the expensive initiatives that year over year you demand we pay for.
We're at 5 minutes, but you do have questions.
Thank you.
Councilor Dejanova, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks for making the time to speak with us. Can I ask, how big is your business? You were talking about your employees. Do you mind me asking?
I have 25 employees.
So, you talked about sort of the impact that and the hit that this is on you. Can I ask, are you happy to and uh, support funding core services though in our budget? That's what I heard. I just want to make sure.
I'm definitely yes. Thank you for your question. I'm definitely happy to pay taxes. I'm happy to, as much as anyone can be, but I'm certainly happy to fund core services. But until core services are restored, our streets are clean, and all the other things that I've mentioned, we cannot continue to be taxed to pay for other initiatives beyond that. We have to be able to make choices. Just like my family has to make choices and your families would have to make choices. We have to live within our means.
So I very much appreciate that. And looking at 5% is one of the options this year. 7.5% is where we landed in a previous budget. I mean, really, it's more than 5% because it's 5% increasing. Like it's 5% on top of those previous increases. So when you consider core services, what do you see those being? Because I've had this conversation, all of us see it a little bit differently. I read the charter, I see in there it talks about law and order, it talks about sewers, waters, zoning, and what we're supposed to provide as local government. But what can I ask you? How do you see core services? What is it that you see we should be doing as a city?
Thank you for the question. Those are exactly the things that I see as core services: funding fire, funding police department, street building, sewer building, sanitation, zoning. Those sorts of things are core services. I was sitting in the chambers today, in your gallery today, all day, waiting for my time to speak, and I listened to everybody's presentations, and everybody wants more, 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 more. The city cannot be everything to everybody, and yet that seems to be what everybody wants. So city council needs to learn how to say no. We need to get our house in order, our streets in order. We would call this a first-class city, or a number one city in the world. It doesn't look that way when you drive around the city and you see the things that people see, including what we saw in Oppenheimer Park, Strathcona Park, the downtown east side.
I have 10 seconds left. I just wanted to ask if
No,
you thought this
we're
was
actually at the 3
I
minutes.
actually
Thank you.
had, I
Councillor
wasn't at 3
Kirby-Young.
minutes till now, Mayor, but go ahead.
Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak to council. Is this the first time you've spoken to council?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and was it frustration with where we've got to that compelled you to do that?
Absolutely. I've lived here all my life. I'm in my 50s, and year over year over year, I see the same thing, and I see what I consider to be irresponsible spending at the federal level, the provincial level, and at the civic level. And I see the choices that I have to make and my family has to make, and I've reached my limit. So I took a day off today. I wasn't intending on it, but I spent all day in the gallery today, and that was quite a big commitment that I've made, including putting this together.
No, I appreciate that. And I just want to give us a limited amount of time, so I just want to get in another question. Can I ask, how long have you run your small business in the city?
The business was established in 1958.
Okay. And so is this the worst that you think you've seen it in terms of the state of the city? The general feeling, the disrepair, the cleanliness?
Yes, it is. It is. And I'm not alone in that.
And so you're advocating that essentially what I hear, and I'm reflecting back because I really appreciate the time you put into it. What I hear you saying is pause and prioritize, and get the house in order and get the city back to what it used to be, so that livability is restored. Is that a fair reflection?
Yes, it would be. Thank you.
Okay. And then one clarification question. You were speaking about the $1,400 that you paid. I just wanted to clarify, was that for a specific curb cut? I didn't quite catch what you said for that pedestrian improvement.
Our street did not have curbs. It did not have sidewalks. When my children were young, I had to push them in a baby carriage up the middle of our street to take them for walks. In order to get a sidewalk, it's not included as a core service. We had to petition our neighbors in order to get enough support to go to the city and ask them to do this work. So over the span of 14 years, myself and all of our neighbors will pay over $13,000 for the privilege of having a sidewalk on our front street. And I don't think that's right. That, to me, is a core service for pedestrian safety. And as I mentioned in my speech, I don't see that same charge being levied to the bike groups who get new bike lanes constantly in the city for bike safety. But I have to pay for this. And this sidewalk that I have is used by the entire neighborhood, not just my family, but we pay for it.
That's my time, but thank you for taking so much time today.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Margaret.
Hi.
I just want to follow up. A couple of my questions were asked about core services, but based on sort of Councillor Kirby-Young's reflections, would it be fair to say that we do hear from the public about the importance of housing, other issues like that? Do you think it would make sense for this council to prioritize, as Councillor Young said, on those core services, but to be advocating to the higher levels of government, the provincial government and the federal government, to play a stronger role in the areas of housing, social services, climate mitigation? Do you think that's where we should be prioritizing our advocacy?
Thanks for the question. Absolutely. My understanding is that the city is taking on all sorts of things that have been downloaded to the city from the provincial government and possibly from the federal government. I can't speak to it as nearly as you can, but that is my understanding. And so if there should be a switch, instead of the city trying to pick up all of these things and have their own city council's own ideology take hold, you need to be advocating to the provincial government and the federal government, if it were appropriate, for those funds and to take on the things that they should be responsible for, not the city.
Great. Thanks for the time, Margaret.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. You mentioned highest and best use in your speech. What were you getting at there?
Well, that's what I understand the terminology is, where a small building will be taxed for what it could potentially be. If it could be a condo building, could be a condo tower, that the business is being taxed for what it could be used. Perhaps I used the incorrect term, but that is what I've been reading about, and that is what I've been reading about the tax levels that small businesses are having to pay.
Yeah, no, it is the right term, but it's determined by BC Assessment Authority. And then when the property it's gone through a rezoning, for example, is then valued at highest and best use, then the city will look at property tax commensurate with highest and best use. But it's actually the province that sets the highest and best use standard through BC Assessment. So I just
well, thank you for the clarification. What I understood from my reading is that the city was in discussion with the province to get that changed, and that has not been acted upon.
Right,
so
and
that would be
split
something that I
assessments
would suggest the city would advocate for.
I think the city is, I have to get the city credit. I think that the city has been working on that, on split assessment specifically, but I take your point, and it's part of a larger problem, but in the case of highest and best use in that construct, it was actually from the province, not from the city.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's it for questions. Thank you for calling in tonight, and we're going to move to the next speaker. We have Karina Keeling.
Mayor, Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. The next we have Tony Agamaba.
Mayor, Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Speaker 7 next, Robert Weber.
Speaker 7 is not in the chamber, Mayor.
Okay, and again, just to remind council that I will, at the end of this speakers list, go back through and call the names of all those who were not present to speak when their name was called. Number 8 is Jordan Bowers.
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 9 is Melissa Orobko.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Sure can, thanks. Up to 5 minutes, please, whenever you're ready.
Great, thanks. Yeah, hello, Council. I'm a white settler and PhD candidate and researcher in ecology at SFU. I live in Renfrew, Collingwood on unsurrendered Coast Salish lands, and I'm actually calling right now, having just returned from outside the jail downtown, where 3 people were held who were violently arrested at the rally hours earlier today in solidarity with Wet'suwet'en. I'm still feeling really shaken by seeing the violence against Indigenous people there, the violence I've seen in the past, especially the youth and the supporters that happened merely hours ago while you were discussing this budget. I'm extremely opposed to 20% of the budget going to police. Indigenous people up in Wet'suwet'en are being forcibly removed from their own lands, which is ongoing colonization, and people were gathering in support today downtown quite peacefully. There were at least 68 counted cops there, likely 80 or more overall. How much money is that? People in the rally were in the process of dispersing onto the sidewalks when cops boxed them in, pushed them around, and one officer even came roaring in and punched someone in the head for no reason while the sergeants laughed in the background, and 3 people were arrested. It was quite sickening. The BPD say they need more money, more officers. This is where it goes. In my experience at peaceful solidarity actions, dozens of officers, all with guns, always show up. Sometimes more officers and people present. Their actions include hitting peaceful people in the head, shoving them, not giving them time to disperse. And in the past, I've seen an officer hold his hand on his gun as we were very peacefully dispersing. I've seen how they talk to Indigenous people with derision and antagonize them. It's really gross to witness. I've seen police target and harass Indigenous youth, and I've heard so many stories about how they've been brutalized by BPD. I really hope you've all read the recent report of the BC Human Rights Commissioner, which affirms that obviously and without any doubt, BC and Vancouver policing is systemically racist. I urge you to fully read pages 13 to 80 on racial disparities in VPD statistics in Scott Wortley's report before you vote on this budget. It has many horrifying statistics, like the arrest rate of Indigenous people is 10 times higher than for white people in Vancouver, and for Black people is 4.7 times higher. I also remind you that VPD's chief constable said last year that systemic racism does not exist in the VPD and doubled down on that again earlier this year. Maybe don't give $320 million to an armed force that is so clearly out of touch with reality. The police union leader implored you to think of their officers' mental health. I urge you to think about the mental health of the people, especially very marginalized people who undergo immense traumatization at the hands of police. The police can take off their uniforms at the end of the day. Indigenous people and other marginalized people cannot take off their identity. Speaking of the bravery of the officers, maybe imagine the bravery required for Indigenous people to go out and just live in the face of horrendous racism and brutality by police. You're responsible for the people who are harmed by the police. Are you talking with them, hearing their experiences, incorporating that into this budget? Community-led safety services will also relieve the workload of police anyways. The council has said one of its key priorities are equity and reconciliation. You cannot say that without reallocating funding, which would also help with city cleanliness and core services, like previous speaker mentioned. So many very dedicated groups have been diligently working on how to best reallocate funding so that it's actually effective and actually prevents crime. I urge you to please listen to and work with those groups. I want to strongly amplify the People's Budget 604, which surveyed over 700 people that are usually excluded from such surveys. And we'll just touch on some of their points in their plan, which includes redirecting money to a peer-based nonviolent mental health emergency response system developed by and for community members, reallocating money to accessible non-market housing, which I urge generally the low-income renter. It's been extremely hard and a source of intense stress to find good, affordable housing, the same for basically all of my friends. Additionally, end the criminalization of poverty by ending street sweeps and build peer-run and low-barrier storage spaces for precariously housed or unhoused community members. Decriminalize indoor sex work and reallocate money to the research-backed industry model of peer-led indoor sex worker spaces. Reallocate money to fund peer-led access to safe drug supply in the proposed DULF Fulfillment Center and Compassion Club. Fund initiatives to give stolen land back to Indigenous communities, which including a traditional healing center at Crab Park, and a participatory budget process to build a community safety framework grounded in community-based peer-led alternatives to policing, which prioritize community programs, social services, housing programs, mental health outreach teams, and emergency response teams.
Thank you. We're
Despite
at the
what
5
some
minutes.
very privileged callers.
We're just at the 5 minutes, so I'm just going to thank you for your participation tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. But thank you for calling in this evening. Okay, thank you. We're going on to the next speaker, Council. We have speaker number 10, Seth Scott.
Mayor, speaker 10 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Number 11, Lloyd Lyson.
Lloyd is in the chamber. Just one moment.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Lloyd Lyson. I'm a homeowner concerned about the impact of spiraling tax increases to people like me who started with nothing and scrimped and saved and sacrificed to buy a home. The escalating tax burden feels punitive and makes Vancouver more and more unaffordable. Have empathy when you arbitrarily escalate the tax burden far beyond inflation and population growth. In the last 10 years, city spending on city employees has gone up 100%, but the population has gone up 10%. Tax increases can't be attributed to inflation. Spending has outstripped that too. City Council is outspending population growth and inflation because Council is growing their mandate far beyond core services. Just ask former Mayor and Premier Mike Harcourt, who's been critical of the alarming growth. I quote, "The property tax was designed for basic municipal services, police and fire, sewer and water, garbage, streets and sidewalks, parks and libraries. It's not designed for the billions needed to finance affordable housing, transportation infrastructure, post-secondary skills training," end of quote. I'm extremely concerned with a number of big-ticket spending initiatives outlined in your draft budget and capital spending plan. There is a general government line in your budget that is going from $13 million to $83 million, which is a whopping 630% increase. By the way, that's 57% of the total increase in spending for 2022. Why is equity and diversity increasing by almost 40%? Real estate and facilities management is increasing by 10.4. The list of spending increases goes on and on. It feels like a kitchen sink budget. It feels like an advent calendar from Santa opening up another box. There seems to be a dichotomy between what Vancouver ought to be doing and what it's actually doing. Have you been to Water Street recently? Gastown is supposed to be a tourist attraction that helps fuel the local economy. Water Street is an awful mishmash of gray paved stones, red brick, and black asphalt patching. It's sad, it's neglected, and it's embarrassing. That's exactly the kind of core services that the city ought to be focused on. But in the interest of time, I'll confine myself to two aspects in these city's initiatives. Let's review the last few years to see what you've done and what has been the outcome. You've made climate change a central issue. You've proposed bike lanes, parking fees in front of single-family homes, road tolls into Vancouver, climate tax levies. But how much real impact will any of these initiatives have? Civic government is limited in its ability to affect global climate change, but partnering with other levels of government might provide the scope and scale to affect change. Recently in BC, we've had wildfires, massive flooding. Every single highway out of Vancouver has been washed out. Did any of these climate solutions address root causes or mitigate disasters? I suggest not. Have bike lanes worked? TransLink's numbers peg commuting cyclists at only 2.3%. However, there are 650,000 daily car commuters in Metro Vancouver. If you really want to address climate change locally, get people out of their cars and give them an option. The Canada Line achieved full capacity 7 years ahead of schedule. That's pretty good evidence. Extending SkyTrain would have monumental impact. So bring the GVRD, the provincial and federal governments together, and build full mass transit and amortize cost against a bigger tax base. Make structural change so the dollars spent actually achieve what you want it to achieve. More broadly, climate change is global. The top 3 producers of CO2 are China, India, and the US. Efforts to only solve it locally are doomed to fail. Like the little Dutch boy with his finger, Abbotsford will tell you the dikes have washed away. To be realistic and effective, we must coordinate provincially, federally, and globally. To illustrate, Mr. Trump failed to bring China to heel over unfair trade policies because of his America First, go it alone policy, even though he was told coordinate with the EU and G7. We are not Mr. Trump. The City of Vancouver should not go alone. We must start provincial and national dialogues to solve these omnibus issues. Just as climate change must be solved globally, likewise, we must deal with root causes, such as provincial responsibilities downloaded to municipalities. Dike maintenance was downloaded to municipalities, which is why we were not ready to prevent the recent floods. The last root cause I'll talk about is the dialogue on, we need a provincial dialogue on drug addiction, which is a
Just
root
10
cause.
seconds.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. just to finish up there quickly.
Oh, okay, is a root cause to homelessness. So do we continue to be the Dutch boy, or do we have a meaningful, effective, and intellectually honest approach to solving these difficult issues?
You do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. Did I see you, am I remembering correctly, did I see you waiting in chambers also for some time today?
I was here all day.
Okay, have you spoken to council before?
I did 2 years ago, yes.
Okay.
I made the 6 o'clock news.
Okay. What compelled you to speak today?
Well, you know, I think I'm really not happy with these spiraling tax increases. The burden goes up. You know, Colin, I think his name was Colin, he was talking about the 4 or 5 year forecast of 2026. If you actually look, we're talking about a 40% increase over the next few years to 2026 from 2021. 40%. I'm not going to get 40% more in income in the next 5-6 years, but I'm going to have to shell it out. It makes no sense to me.
So you see the city is on a wholly unsustainable financial path. It's not just about this 1 year, but you're seeing an unsustainable path laying out ahead. Is that
Absolutely. You know, we're going to spend 9% more, but only give us a 5% tax increase. But next year, we're going to get 10. So actually, it's a bit of an election year, a little smoke and mirrors. I really think that we really got to go back to first principles. We all have to live within our means. And if there isn't...
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, finish your point.
Well, we have to, if you guys want to achieve goals, first get your core services. If there's extra money, or maybe you have to partner with the other levels of government in order to have a bigger tax base to do these big projects. But, you know, if you want to save the planet, my goodness, there's just not enough money in the city of Vancouver to save the entire planet.
So what I hear you saying is don't go it alone, don't take on all the downloaded services, work in partnership with the other levels of government. And with respect to climate, would you support the city working on smart policies where we can have a measurable significant impact within our jurisdiction, things like green building policies, for example, using our zoning and permitting powers?
I'm not so sure they're all well thought out. I think they're very, very, I hate to use the word, they're more virtue signaling than accomplish a goal. Like I say, if there's 650 cars on the road every single day, to me, that's a bigger elephant in the room than, you know, somebody that's got a gas fireplace running in the wintertime, which would save a lot of money compared to running your whole furnace in your whole house.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Lloyd. I actually had a couple of similar questions to my colleague, but I'm wondering if you feel that this is an inclusive process where all Vancouverites who pay taxes and will be impacted by this, including renters in that, have a chance to input into this budget, considering the citizen satisfaction survey was canceled a few years ago, and instead now all you need to do is input a postal code in Vancouver, anyone's postal code. You can do it as many times as you want and take a survey.
Yeah, I think it's suspect. I also think that 2 out of the 3 people are renters and they don't have to pay these bills. So yes to everything. You know, when you're in private sector and you have a budget to live with, you've got to get innovative. And you've got to, and I'm challenging council to be innovative, to find ways of delivering the service for less. And I'll give you a couple of good examples we've all seen. 30 years ago, we had every Friday you went to the bank to get money and there'd be lines up to Kingdom Come. ATMs came around and the lineups pretty much have disappeared. You go to Home Depot and Costco and the grocery store and they have self-checkouts. And McDonald's has kiosks for you to order and pay. So, you know, we need to automate some of the things that don't require lots and lots of people. And also, I think the use of overtime, you know, we saw everybody came in their hat to hand this today asking for extra money like the police department. Look at the overtime. We in private sector would not allow that amount of overtime. You're paying somebody time and a half or double time, and you could add 2 people to get the job done. That tired person working, like, unfortunately, I don't have the access to information you guys do, but in 2018, 12 officers made over $200,000, constables, and 1 made $234,000, which I think is about the same salary as the Prime Minister.
I'm just trying to, I only have a limited amount of time and I
Sorry.
didn't get my whole 3 minutes last time. So I don't want to cut this one off. I do want to ask you though, I mean, first of all, renters, everything gets downloaded. So technically they will see this in their
Technically,
rents increasingly if they re-rent or
if
sign
they
a new
re-rent,
rental agreement. Is that correct?
true, but you know, if you have all
Okay.
these expenses, who's going to invest in creating more rental properties? You
Well,
know,
I mean, that's a good question, but that's going to take more than a minute to answer.
yeah,
So, can I ask you, do you think it's important that we fund core services, though? That at the
just
local government level in our Vancouver charter, that we fund core services?
absolutely. But I challenge council to be creative, innovative, like the private sector has to be, to make the budget fit the services. We don't always have to do what we've always done. I think we can sometimes, like the rest of the world, is using technology to get things done faster, better, cheaper, and environmentally.
Thank you, and thanks for coming today as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you for your time.
Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, actually, here,
one more question? Sorry.
Yes. Yes, from someone in council chambers to another.
The last standing councillor.
Or sitting here. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here and taking the time to actually come into council chambers and be here all day. Thank you very much. So I'm not sure, but I don't think I heard you say that you didn't believe there is a climate crisis. I think I heard you say that there is a climate crisis. Is that right?
I think that when city council tries to solve something that big, it is very, very difficult. It's like catching raindrops. I think it's very important that you partner with the other levels of government and actually do things that are concrete, that are really going to move the dial of the needle. For example, as I said, you know, SkyTrain, I mean, 650,000 commuters. We're not expanding the use of it because the people in the Fraser Valley, and I worked out in Abbotsford living in Vancouver twice, and I got to tell you that 3-hour commute is no fun. But if I was on a train, I could be sleeping or reading a book or playing on my phone. I think you get a lot of people out of their cars, and you wouldn't have to build the infrastructure for roads. You would save greenhouse gases, and all of a sudden the housing problem would go away because guess what? All of a sudden, within 20 minutes, you are where you need to be. You don't have to live in Vancouver proper. You can live in Abbotsford and come to the hockey game.
No, you had no argument for me in terms of investing in public transportation and rapid transit. I think that is a solid means of getting people out of cars.
Sure.
Cars are the second highest emission source of greenhouse gas emissions in the city, the most in Metro Vancouver, but buildings are the highest here. And you've already talked to other councillors about buildings and how we could use our building code to achieve those goals. But you mentioned a lot of things about like bike lanes and other things to do with parking, but that's the second highest source of emissions. Do you think, knowing that and agreeing with you that there is a partnership here between different levels of government, that we as a city should partner in whatever ways we possibly can to, with those senior levels of government, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions? Is that a goal that you would support?
You know, I think that I would absolutely support it if, and the whole thing that determines whether I support it or not is cost effectiveness. And, you know, for what we're doing, are we moving the needle, or we're just doing a tiny bit?
Right.
Like,
okay, just on that, I'm very curious about what you just said. I agree. I understand that effective, but would it help if you had a cost comparison of how much not doing any action would cost us in the future, i.e., the future greater costs?
Sorry to say, we're at the 3 minutes.
We're at 3 minutes. I can't believe it. Love to talk to you more, but I ran out of time. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in this evening. That's it for questions for you. And going to move to the next speaker. We have speaker number 15 is Elsa Boyd.
Mayor, sorry, it's the clerk. I think you're on 12.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Yes, it's B. Lee.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes, I can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
My name is B. Lee, and I am calling in from the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory, and I'm calling to voice my opposition to the increase of the VPD's budget. I am a frontline worker in the downtown east side, and also somewhat of a cop watcher in the downtown east side. In the beginning of the year, or maybe in the summer, a video was given to me and I released it. And as a result of that video, there now is investigation, an RCMP criminal investigation underway. So I guess I'll just tell you my experience living and working in the downtown east side, and what I witness on a daily basis with the VPD and the residents of the downtown east side. I heard the chief earlier speak about protests, and there's lots. I also heard one of the last speakers speaking about protests. I have seen with my own eyes VPD rip hair from Indigenous youth. I've seen they're actually like terrorists in the community. People don't feel safe with the VPD, especially people of color. They don't feel safe. They don't feel safe at all. Thinking that having a VPD officer come to a mental health wellness check is a good idea. Like I said, I work front line. I would have to think, I wouldn't want to call. I live 2 blocks away from where Chester was killed. And I think that death was completely preventable. A weekend before that, the VPD shot at somebody right across 2 blocks away from where Chester was killed. They want more police officers on the street to do what? Terrorize people? Like, really? You'll see a call in the downtown east side. There'll be 1 person and there'll be 7 officers. I just don't see how having more officers is going to make things better. I see reallocating some of those funds into services, peer-led services, into other programming where people with the skills and to de-escalate these situations without weapons that would be a better alternative to sending a police officer with weapons in. I realize I am sort of rambling, so I think I will just end it with saying that I support the Defund 604 movement. And I encourage you to vote against the increase to the VPD's budget. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. There are no questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker, but thanks for your participation tonight. Next, we have John Claridis.
That's me. Yeah, John Claridis.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for mispronunciation. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Great. My name is John Claridis, and I'm a business and property owner on Davie Street, downtown Vancouver. I've operated my business there for 44 years, and our family's been in the West End for 63. Fundamental duty of the City Council is to ensure its citizens are safe and secure. At this point in time, this is not the case. People and businesses are struggling. Businesses are overtaxed, crime is up, and citizens do not feel safe doing everyday routine activities such as picking up groceries, dropping off laundry, or walking a dog. Please allow me to give you some real-world examples. This is on Davie Street alone. My shop had the front window torched, our $6,000 e-bike stolen. This was the second window breakage this year. Massa Optical across the street from my shop had the window broken twice so far. Davie Tanning, one of my tenants, 4 times this year. Denny's on Davie. One person threw a rock through the window, smashed a car window, and smashed another store window. Show restaurant on Davie, window smashed. Medical clinic on Davie Street, window smashed. Junction on Davie, 2 windows smashed. Former Rogers store on Davie, 3 windows smashed. The community police office on Davie, window smashed. Burrard Pharmacy at Burrard and Davie, window smashed. Hortons on Davie and Howe, another window smashed. Come Gifts on Davie. I've lost track how many times they've been burglarized or had their window broken. Small Indian restaurant, and both front windows broken, and the business next door, their window is taped up. Cindy's Alterations, 3 doors up from my shop, a man came in and aggressively asked for money, scaring the daylights out of the 60-plus-year-old couple who run the business. Staples on Seymour, 2 windows smashed. Vidi Liquor Store on Seymour, front window. Vancouver Pen Shop on Hastings Street, 5 times this year. And my daughter's car was broken into in her underground parking lot as one of the other tenants. The other tenant found on her dashboard a piece of paper, and written on it was her SIN number and her dog's name. Scary stuff. I come in contact with many people during my business day, and this is what I encountered. Went across the street to my lawyer's office, and the secretary told me she and her husband moved to the West End so they could could walk about, go to restaurants, and enjoy the area. They don't go out any longer; they're too afraid. A maintenance man has a friend who's in her 80s. She loves the area, walks her dog, and that's how she gets her exercise. Twice, a homeless person threatened they would kill her dog if she did not give him money. She's too scared to go out. I've instructed my 27-year-old daughter not to go downtown unless she's accompanied with friends. Another friend of mine, Jennifer, when she goes out, she carries her heavy ceramic mug to use in self-defense, just in case. My son worked at Tinseltown and had his face pepper sprayed at a shop he was working at. And my friend Paul, a former MMA fighter, mixed martial artist, and a 20-year professional stuntman and powerlifter, is concerned for the safety of all his female friends and those who are not able to defend themselves. It was recently released that Vancouver is seeing over 4 unprovoked stranger assaults a day. This is the reality of Vancouver today. All of us as individuals have to live within a budget, and so does the city. If you're unable to accomplish goals within your yearly budget, postpone the spend, save up and wait, or find ways to accomplish things with less. The city is taking on issues that are the responsibility of the federal and provincial governments. Businesses are struggling, goods have been delayed, and shoplifting has increased dramatically. A tax increase is not needed to ensure a vibrant economy. The quest to defund or reduce the police budget is a dangerous path to take. For those of you who know, Michael Schellenberger is a best-selling author of the critically acclaimed book, San Francisco. He advises policymakers around the world. He's been an environmental activist for 30 years, and his research has appeared in the Harvard Law and Policy Review, Democracy Journal, Scientific American, and inspired Nike to improve factory conditions in Asia. On page 206 in Mr. Schellenberger in his latest book, San Francisco, he writes, I quote, "Counter the claims of those who advocate defunding the police as a way to reduce violence. The evidence suggests that fewer cops may mean more police misconduct because the remaining officers must work longer and more stressful hours." In 2009, President Obama's stimulus package funded nearly $1 billion in police hiring grants to struggling American cities. A Princeton professor used statistical methods to find that cities that qualified for the grant had increased policing by 3.2% and experienced a drop in crime by 3.5%. The effect of more police was statistically significant for robbery, larceny, and auto theft, he noted, with suggestive evidence that police reduce murders as well. An investment where cost-effective, where every $95,000 spent on police salary prevents $350,000 in crime. On page 198 and 189, 5 minutes?
We're at the 5 minutes, but you do have questions.
Oh, no,
you've had 5, but
I'm sorry?
If you just want to wrap up with a sentence, you do have questions, though.
Sure. I would also just I would encourage the city to implement a whistleblower software where staff can clearly report wasteful, fraudulent spending. And inclusion, must city keep people safe, trim expenses, postpone fantasy projects, and run a lean, clean, safe city.
Thanks so much. Your first question is from Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much for speaking to us tonight, John, and for waiting on the line. I'm just wondering, first of all, you talked about public safety and being a small business owner. And are you aware of the public safety motion that council passed that directed staff to provide us with a report back? So a report would be in public, not a
Y-
memo back, but a report back.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of it. You actually really don't need a report. Just, put on a pair of shoes and walk the streets with any merchant,
Should
and
we
you'll
give the
see
public
exactly
a
what's
chance to
happening.
come out and speak to that, though? Do you think we should give the
Uh,
public a chance to come and speak like we're doing tonight at the very least?
Sure, why not? We're a democracy, absolutely. But
So,
it's evident on the street. You can talk to anybody on any business owner, and they don't feel comfortable.
so
I don't go
I'm
downtown as much
looking
anymore.
at the council agenda that was just released in the committee agenda. So the next council agenda, we're dealing with a decision on this on December 7th. On reports and presentations here. Agenda items include Spaces to Thrive, Phase 1, Vancouver's Social Infrastructure Strategy Policy Framework, Climate Emergency Action Plan, approval of council initiative, for one BIA renewal, but that's not the public safety strategy. So that's our meetings in December. And that's just been
Okay.
posted to the public city website. Do you feel that that will address the public safety issues that you and your fellow
No,
business
not
owners
in
are
the least.
experiencing?
Not in the least. I think the police need more funding and more support from the city, and they haven't got it in the past. And you can see what's happened in the United States with Austin, LA, San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle, where they have defunded the police and where crime has actually gone up. And it needs to go the other way around. And things will be a lot safer. People I've noticed even this year, there's not as many people on the street walking at Christmas shopping. Yes, it's the weather and it's the rain. I get that, but there's an air. I can feel it in the air. There's just an edge. That people aren't comfortable, and these are people I talk to on the street every single day, and they don't feel safe. And
Do you
so,
think people will actually go to Burnaby or out of their way to other places because they don't feel safe in downtown Vancouver? And can I ask, I mean, I want to stay in my lane. I understand that, policing is policing, but public safety and what it considers us our job in the charter to provide law and order. Do you think
look,
that city council needs to be more engaged in public safety and make this more of a concern and issue at City Hall?
absolutely, I do. Like I have a lot of friends who have businesses downtown and a lot of restaurants. It's just a pain in the ass. One, it's a pain in the ass to go down there, and two, I'm not, and I can take care of myself. I don't necessarily feel that safe. I'll try and go and support them, but I'll take the path of least resistance. I'll either order online or go to a place where I can park there usually for 10 minutes, go to a store, and then leave. That's not the case of downtown.
Thanks.
And the
That's
safety
my
issue
time.
also.
And maybe some of the other counselors will ask my other questions, but I
Sure.
appreciate
Councillor
you waiting
Cardia.
to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Mara, and thanks, John, for speaking. I have a question for you. In the midst of the kind of plethora and incessant increased violent shoplifting, the glass breakage, the personal issues, everything you've experienced with your business, and you see everybody around Davie Street around you, have you thought about packing it in? Why do you stay?
I'm thinking after the election, depends how it goes. I'll seriously think about packing it in. I'm virtually done. If it continues to go this way, I'll just sell because I can see no end in it. It'll just be the same thing over and over again. And if you want things to change, take a world view. Look what the Netherlands is doing. Look what other cities are doing that have a little bit more progressive approach to solving these issues. And yeah, absolutely, I'll pack it in. At my age, why not? I would love to leave something for my kids, but there's nothing left. You're taking it. One, with increased taxes, you're taking it away. And what's the point of having a store that gets their windows broken 2 or 3 times, has consistent amount of shoplifting? I don't need the headaches. And I've been on the street for 44 years. I remember Davie Street and downtown in the 70s and 80s. This is another level of craziness. And it needs to be addressed very quickly because a lot of people will just leave, or consumers won't come down and patronize their stores, or they just won't go out.
Can I ask another
It's a
question?
serious problem. Sure.
Yeah, you mentioned your daughter, that she was 27. You asked her not to go downtown unless she was with a friend, and I know I would assume that you would want her to sort of be aspiring to participate or work in the business. Is that something that she wants to do? Is she like put off by potentially kind of carrying on the family business because of this? Does she feel safe going out by herself?
No, she doesn't feel safe going out by herself. She's always with friends. The family business, that's, if she takes over, that's what if she wants to do that, great. If not, I'm not going to put any pressure on her. But look, there is a time, you've taken Granville Street and you've made it a mecca for nightclubs. When I was going out, there are nightclubs dispersed all over the city. So when they closed at 1 o'clock in the morning, you didn't have 2,000 people coming out on one street. Someone really smart convinced the city council to put all the nightclubs on the Granville Strip. Here's what you have instead of there used to be 22 gay clubs in Vancouver. I have the last one left at Numbers Cabaret, and there's the Junction and a couple other places. Vancouver has been, not only has it been sanitized, but the concentration of clubs in, say, something like Granville Street and what's happened to it is actually a dangerous precedent in terms of public safety. So
Thank you.
It's definitely not the place. Thank you.
We have
Any
another
other
question. One more from Councillor Hardwick.
Okay.
Hi, John.
Hi,
I have a couple of questions. Starting off with, did you hear the speaker immediately before you?
Yes, I did.
How do you respond to that perspective?
Someone that doesn't have a worldview. We need to create, small business work creates a happy mind, meaning it gives a person a reason to get up and do things in the morning. It doesn't matter what you do. And we need to somehow foster that. And the city can provide that environment, but really it's going to be private enterprise that's going to create those jobs.
So,
and you,
okay, but that was not what I was getting at. I think what I was getting at was that their perspective was that we should be defunding the police and not increasing the police budget specifically, and you're advocating for the opposite.
Absolutely, and again, I'll quote Michael Schoenberger, who wrote San Francisco, and it's actually shown that defunding the police actually creates more problems, and I don't advocate for that in the least. You can try it, you can see what happens, and if the carnage continues, I hate to come back and say, I told you so.
Okay, my second
That's
question
the scary
is,
part. Yes.
My second question is, the examples that you've been providing are American cities. Are you suggesting that this is an American city problem that is coming into Canada and into Vancouver? Is that part of
The United
your
States
commentary?
sneezes. The United States sneezes. Canada catches a cold. Just do the research, do the reading. Absolutely, it's happened. Absolutely, it's happened. It's moving on up. And so, look, in my business, which is the wine business, which is severely controlled by the government, I didn't get any ideas from any retailers here because there are no private retailers. I had to travel to the United States and had to travel to Europe to find out and to benchmark what other people do, then lobby the government to say, hey, we need to do this, 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 and this. It's only taken 35 years, and we're still not there yet because they have this stranglehold. So if you want to see what progressive, cool cities do, head to the Netherlands. Go look at, has anybody in city council, other than people I've spoken to, heard of San Patriano? Probably not. So I would advise you to go take a look at that and benchmark what world-class places do, and then, as I've learned it, model the masters. Take it and apply it
I
here.
used to think that Vancouver was the leader, but maybe not anymore.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes. You're on mute, perhaps? You're on mute, Councillor Fry.
I don't know what's happening with my thing. It keeps muting myself. Thanks. And thanks, John. As you know, I do walk the street. I'm out on the streets, walk by, and come and visit you. And I think, one of the things that I don't hear articulated, and I appreciate the reference to San Patriano, but those are kind of things that are really outside of the scope of the city of Vancouver. And I'm sure as you talk to the police officers, that one of the reflections they have is, because let's be clear, we are have a better resourced police department here than in historical past as far as the amount of money and amount of staffing that we have. And yes, we had to freeze their budget in the last budget because of the unbelievable pressures on us from COVID. But putting that aside, one of the things that I hear from police when I'm talking to them is their frustration with the system at large, the provincial system, the criminal justice system, the downloading onto cities that they are forced to contemplate. And so I haven't heard you sort of mention that larger context that we're forced to deal with. And I also haven't heard you mention COVID at all in the context of how people are feeling around the city, because my impression is that people feel uncomfortable and scared and anxious, and a lot of the stuff we're seeing is a direct manifestation of the unprecedented times what we're dealing with in COVID-19.
Yeah, perhaps, and we'll see when COVID has subsided if these issues still persist. Only time will tell. But I can tell you from what I've read and what I've seen, defunding the police to make it a less safe place for citizens to walk around, conduct their business, go shopping, go for walks, take their dog for a walk. I don't think that's such a prudent idea.
Sure, but you don't see a correlation between the pandemic and what we're seeing on the streets?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is. We've also made Vancouver a destination place too. Again, we're going to have to sort of wait and see what happens next year when COVID hopefully subsides a little bit. But the infrastructure or the incentives for people to either create some type of businesses or some type of jobs has to be put in place now, because the seed needs to be planted now for ideas to germinate and to help people along.
Okay, thanks, John. And I agree with you. I hope that we're out of COVID soon enough. Thanks.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions for you. I appreciate you coming in this evening and participating in the budget debate. Appreciate it. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll move on to the next speaker. We have Arezo Zarabian.
Speaker is in the chamber, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Arezo Zarabian, Vancouver resident, property taxpayer, opposing certain aspects of the budget. I would like to acknowledge that I do not agree with some of you politically, but I have respect for all of you, for your commitment to public service, and respect the act of governance. I would like to provide a bit of background as to what has brought me here today. I'm a professional who works, lives, and tries to maintain day-to-day life in the beautiful city of Vancouver. I am a mother to a 2.5-year-old and have rented throughout various neighborhoods in Vancouver, and after years of renting was able to purchase a condo with my husband. My husband runs a small business in Vancouver and currently employs 4 full-time employees. Throughout the years, I have noticed things, but in passing, and kept thinking things may change or will get better. But in the last 3 years, numerous decisions by this council and mayor have crossed into the sphere of affecting neighborhoods, businesses, and future generations that, if been stopped, can be irreparable. I would like to focus on 3 points concerning the budget tonight. First point, families in the city and childcare spaces. In the 2022 draft budget, it is mentioned that 250 childcare spots will be made available through corporate and city partnership. I ask why this issue is not being raised more by council, as I am well aware that there are mothers and fathers on this council and child care spaces are of crucial need in this city. I, as a working professional, was suffering anxiety over going back to work after maternity leave because I couldn't find childcare. When researching and asking around the option, I heard, get a nanny. Well, that made zero financial sense to our family. It is now going on 3 years that my daughter has been on 11 wait lists in the city with no inkling of a possible spot that may open up. My husband and I actually ended up commuting to another city an hour each way 4 times a day for a full year because we found a full-time daycare spot elsewhere. This makes no sense working and living in the city and trying not to commute for the environment and personal time management. My second point is community services. Recreational facilities are in need of more funding to provide more programs and hire extra staff to nurture the residents of Vancouver. I did not realize the degree of demand for recreational services until I tried enrolling my child in programs. It is next to impossible to try to enroll a child, let alone several children, for swimming lessons, dance, etc. in this city. It It is common practice that parents have multiple laptops, personal electronics going so that within 30 seconds of registration times, they can try to get a spot. And even then, the classes fill up so fast that within a minute and a half, classes during off work hours are filled. This creates more disparity for working families because in many cases, they cannot make the financial jump to register for private clubs and lessons. My final point, safety in the city. I am aware that many of you on council may feel that Vancouver is experiencing a decrease in crime and that policing needs to be changed or restructured. That became apparent when the policing budget was frozen in 2021 and cut the previous year to that. I am also aware, Mr. Mayor, that you have on many occasions brought up on different media outlets how the city appears fine and you don't see the street disorder or crime your critics are talking about. I ask, in what neighborhoods have you walked through that you don't notice an increase in street disorder or crime? When I walk through the downtown core, especially arteries such as Davie, Richards, Seymour, West Pender Street, there's clearly a visible element of street disorder and crime. So much so, in fact, that I now avoid walking with my 2.5-year-old on these very streets. I also want to add that I am not blind to the recent defund the police, anti-police movement across North America, and that I have sympathy and compassion for the victims of these escalated incidents in the United States. What I do have a problem with is that this movement has come into our city and is now affecting the safety and security of our neighborhoods. With this movement looming, violence in Vancouver, such as stranger street assaults, which was quoted in the news as a 1 in 4 likelihood of becoming a victim, hate crimes, and increase in weapon usage at street level have all increased while the police budget remains status quo at a 20% operating expenditure for the city. In this current climate, I think it's important to remember that there is a human element to policing on both sides and that we cannot just demonize a whole institution. In an emergency, when we are in flight or fight mode, we don't resort to alternatives, we call 911, we call the police. In fact, in a recent incident, Mr. Mayor, you illustrated just that when you were verbally confronted by an angry Vancouver resident at a local wine shop. You called 911 and you waited for the police to attend. In April 2021, the Vancouver School Board voted to remove police officers from Vancouver schools. Again, I find it very disheartening, but moving with the current anti-police narrative gaining momentum in this city. Unfortunately, I cannot ignore the sinking feeling I have of what will happen to at-risk youth and children that once looked up to these police officers. Well, this feeling only grew when 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine told me how Tupper Secondary was locked down due to an incident. My friend went on to discuss the letter the school sent, how it affected her 14-year-old son, and it was during this conversation as two moms in Vancouver that we wondered, well, what if the police still had presence in the school with the kids? To conclude, I feel that with the proposed 5% increase in property tax, there should be more consideration for the contributing taxpayers and increasing funding for the services I touched on. The feeling is that the contributing community is unheard, forgotten, but monetarily taken from. Thank you for hearing from me.
Thanks so much for contributing tonight. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I have two. I'm going to try and get through them in 3 minutes, if you don't mind. First, on childcare, it's something that I've been hearing for years, even before I became a mom and as a city councillor. It was one of the first motions that I brought forward. It was the second motion to look at ways to expedite and cut the red tape that really is holding back building more childcare spaces. That's what we're hearing from industry, that developers don't build because it's harder to build childcare. For them, it's more expensive to build childcare. Where do you think that needs to be on the priority list? Not that the city provides childcare and operates our own childcare, but that we make the process easy enough for those who want to build it and want to operate it. Where do you think that should be?
I think there should be some sort of incentivized program. I know that the city, although it doesn't provide childcare, you provide spaces through your leasing business operations, and just through giving incentivized programs to businesses who want to start childcare. I know from talking to the private childcare industry, some daycares that I constantly call to get a spot, they say that, you know what, it's very expensive. The leasing is very expensive. The rules around it are very expensive in the city. But there is a mass discrepancy in this city versus just across the bridge in North Vancouver, when I know for a fact you don't have a 3-year wait list to get your child into a licensed daycare.
Thank you for answering that. Also, I know staff is coming back with something, but the first motion they haven't come back with, and that was due last year. This one was due this year, and it will come next year, is 24-hour extended childcare, and looking at ways to set that up as Ontario has. Ontario, first one had an 800 child wait list right out the door. Do you think it's important that we look at that from an equity perspective for parents who work outside of the hours of 9 to 5?
Oh, 100%, because even I mean, I'm talking from a working class family in Vancouver with tons of friends and young families that are in our community. And I don't personally know anybody that works a 9-to-5 job anymore. So I know even between my husband and I, we have to figure out our days. Our friends, they have grandparents that swing in, not just to watch the kids, but to pick up at 5 o'clock or 5:30. So absolutely it's necessary. I think in a modern society, when there is 24-hour shifts and medical industry and frontline responders and just any other type of work that doesn't end at 5 p.m., there's a need for those types of spaces.
And can I just ask, with the 30 seconds I have left, do you feel safe walking in the city?
Absolutely
with
not.
a child? As a
Absolutely
mom?
not. No, that is why it brought me here today. I'm not impressed with what's happened in this city in the last 3 years, and I'm very concerned.
Please send me or all of council an email if you wouldn't mind with your concerns. I'm the mom of a 4-year-old and certainly am hearing what you're saying and hear this from others. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thanks
It's
so much.
appreciated.
Councillor Boyle, you also have questions. Council, and after this round, we'll take a 10-minute break. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Yes, thanks so much for signing up to speak. I just was curious to hear if you have a background in criminology or if you work in that field.
Yes, I do actually.
Do you work for the VPD?
I actually didn't want to address that because I didn't want to come across that I'm biased. And because you're asking me, I will tell you. And because of that, I'll actually delve right back into this. I'm actually a crime analyst. I've studied criminology. I've studied political science. I've worked in several other industries. And I, as a crime analyst and as a mother, came here because what I'm seeing is not just visual and urban decay. I'm actually seeing it on a crime level with data and data points. So I purposely didn't want to address it as an employee in that sect because I didn't want to come across as biased. So the fact that you're asking me that, obviously you've Googled my name and that's fine. It wasn't something that I was hiding. It's just I wanted to be respected, just like I respect all of you. And I wanted to give my opinion as a citizen who lives in this city, pays taxes in this city, has a partner that pays business taxes and runs a business in this city, and has a 2.5-year-old. So that is why I'm here today. It has nothing to do with my profession.
Absolutely. I appreciate that and appreciate you taking the time. I know with 2 kids at home myself how busy it is. So thanks for making the time.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in tonight or coming in. Council, it is 8:08, so we'll come back at 8:18. And the next speaker will be Elsa Boyd, speaker number 15 of 102. Okay, thank you. We'll see you shortly. Boyd, speaker number 15 of 102.
Speaker 15 is not on the line, Mayor.
Thank you, clerks. Speaker 16 is withdrawn. Speaker 17 is Eddie Emmerman.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
There, Eddie Emmerman speaking. Hi there. My name is Eddie Emmerman, and I am a resident of Gastown. I am a property owner in Gastown. I am a commercial landlord in Gastown. I'm a residential landlord in Gastown. I've sat on the Gastown Historical Planning Committee, and I've sat on the Gastown Business Improvement Association. I represent 60 employees and tenants in Gastown, and I have been in Gastown since 2005. I just want to start off by saying that, in my opinion, and I think that in every society, the number one priority of a society is safety. And the basis of safety in any society is the rule of law and order. It's clear from a lot of what the other speakers have said, and anyone who is around Vancouver, in particular my neighborhood, that we're at a crisis of public safety. I know from my experience, people are scared to work in Gastown, people are scared to shop in Gastown, people are scared to walk in Gastown, people are scared to park in Gastown, people are scared to ride a bike in Gastown. It's just a never-ending list. And yes, COVID has affected these things, but really it's been a slide over the last 5 years. There's increases in vandalism, as I heard another speaker talk about, who's in the Davie area in the West End. Constant broken windows, both shops and cars, open drug use, violent crime and assault, public nudity and defecation, blocked access to buildings. And I believe we also heard the chief of police talk about this increase in violent crime with the blazing type of shoplifting that's happening these days. I've noticed in Gastown many incidences with shoplifting with pepper spray, knives, and needles being used during the incident. I mean, in my opinion, the amount of extra police funding that the police are asking of 2.97% seems to be a rather conservative ask in an environment of 4+% inflation and a proposed 5% increase in the tax rate. So I definitely support that ask. I will say that I've noticed in Gastown that there's a major lack of police presence in the way of beat officers and foot patrols. I think police presence is everything. And as the chief spoke about also, that the police duties aren't just about crime. Another thing I'd like to speak about, though, what I think is a close second in society is equality. And I think what I noticed from living downtown and in the downtown east side is an equality of justice. There are beat cops that drive ATVs, along Kitts Beach and dump out open alcohol all summer. Cops are rented for movie shoots privately. All the same, while it's a free-for-all of drugs, nudity, aggression, vandalism, and violence on my street. The beat cops in my neighborhood have told me countless times that they can't do anything about the open drug use and vandalism on my block and in my lane because the mayor told them not to get involved in those issues. How are children supposed to be raised in my neighborhood? Am I supposed to move to have children? Should my children be exposed to this trauma? We all know that childhood trauma is what leads to the vicious cycle of mental illness that we're trying to fix. The city needs to support the police through legislation and policy. This will make the police dollars go further. Council needs to roll up their sleeves. We need to make better use of our police funds by lobbying the provincial government to deal with repeat offenders so police resources are not being used on the same perpetrators over and over again. Police are frustrated. There is a major lack of recourse for people who break the law. Non-permitted substances are not confiscated in my area, like the alcohol in Kitts Beach. And those that commit crimes are back on the streets committing the same offenses over and over again. The city needs to change its policy on confiscation on all regulated substances, not only alcohol. Make the current budget go further in mitigating problems in many areas. Decriminalization of drugs does not mean free and open drug use. Close down the downtown east side market, which is facilitating the break and enters and property crime in this city. Better allocation of current funds and an increase in police funding to make sure that every neighborhood has an equal opportunity for safety. That's the first thing I want to talk about. The second is this core services. And I heard another person talk about that core services for a city are police and fire, and also
I'm sorry, sir. I do have to stop you there. You are at your 5 minutes, but you do have a couple of questions. First question is from Councillor Weeb.
Hey, Eddie, thanks for coming to speak today. Do you think we need to look at other approaches as well, including peer-assisted crisis teams and some restorative justice so that we can tackle these repeat offenders that continue to tackle and hit your places in Gastown?
What do you mean restorative justice?
So there's programs in other cities that deal with perpetrators that have dealt with, say, someone that broke in your place 3 times and would deal with them as well as the property owner and work with them to deal with what is the root cause of what they're doing and find an approach that gives them an opportunity to be accountable for the actions they've done, but not in a punitive court system, in a way that can deal with the victim and as well as the perpetrator to handle that process. And we're going to have a couple people talk about these, but it's another way of dealing with perpetrators of crime, and we're seeing it done in other cities, recognizing that we can't police ourselves out of this. And like you said, it's a pretty small ask from the police, recognizing the large problem is right now.
I do agree with you, except I don't think you can take the police out of the equation or
No, and that's
in the fourth society. In the fourth, it has to be backed with enforcement. If people don't want to play by the rules, even given chance time and time again, then there has to be enforcement.
No, and I'm not saying this has to be this or that, but we need to build capacity up for other opportunities and other approaches, recognizing that we're not going to police ourselves out of this.
I agree. We're not going to police ourselves out of this, but the police are a key ingredient in this because they are the ones that are on the ground and they're the ones that are monitoring. Sure, you can have other systems in place, but it's the police that are the ones monitoring, and it's a system that's already in place. And the cops down there do great work. Their hands are tied. It's so frustrating. Well, I have a lady who sits in front of my stoop every day, and she has her crack pipe. Residents can't get in or out of my building. She defecates there. She takes off her clothes there. I call 911 constantly, over and over and over again. They're constantly dealing with the same issue. This woman needs help. But the can't be the help is, here's your therapy. If you don't want to go, then you go back on the street and do drugs. There can't be that choice.
No, but you're saying there should be, right? Like a peer-assisted crisis team, could come in there and deal with the person, recognize what their mental health issues are, and deal with the person in a human scale and try to deal with the health side of it, so that person is on your scale.
Force her into therapy?
Well, it depends. I don't know this circumstance, but the goal is to deal with the health condition that she's dealing with so that she can be healthy.
I totally agree, but the problem with the current system, she has to do it voluntarily. And when these people refuse to do it voluntarily, then we just say, we throw our hands up and say, well, that's where they're going to go. And when I call the police to get them off my stoop, they're so nice that they won't even touch her, that they give her cigarettes to leave. They enforce the behavior.
I have to move to the next.
That's coming down from council. That's the message to police.
Councillor Kirby Young has questions for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe we could just start my timer. Thanks for speaking to council. I hear the absolute frustration in your voice. You mentioned the downtown East Side Market and that being sort of a attraction, or it was sort of stimulating propagating stolen goods. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's a hotbed of stolen property. I mean, it's well known in Gastown that if you get your bike stolen or something broken, you get your business broken into, that instead of calling the police, just go to the downtown East Side Market and try and get it back at a reasonable price.
So I'm also aware that there's a number of stolen goods there. I think there was an intent to have people sell bona fide items in that, but there are a lot of stolen goods there. Would it distress you to know that the city supports and provides funding to enable the operation of the market?
It's completely distressing. I'm well familiar with the city's support of this. And also the nonprofits who back these kind of initiatives that are making a lot of money by keeping the problems in one area.
So it's sort of kettling it together as opposed to distributing people into neighborhoods and giving them a shot at a better environment. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I think. I mean, it's like trying to cure alcoholics in a bar.
Okay. That's pretty clear. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you for speaking to council, and thanks for, I hear the frustration in your voice, and I really appreciate you sharing how you're feeling.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you.
Up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young asked my question actually, but since I was on the queue, I'm going to ask you this. On the same lines of, would it concern you to hear that the city is funding the downtown East Side Market and a number of other initiatives like that, which you've already answered? I'm going to ask you. I mean, council, and I'm going to be writing an email to staff. I've started it. But we were supposed to receive a report back from our staff on public safety and small businesses based on a motion that I'd put forward. And when we consider the budget and that this really funds staff's work, when we consider now what's on the agenda for the last meeting for the end of the year is not public safety update and report, but it's Spaces to Thrive Phase 1. So that means there's going to be more phases. Vancouver Social Infrastructure Strategy Policy Framework. Is that, do you think that there's a disconnect by what we're doing that possibly could inflame some of the public safety issues that there are that ends up costing more to fund on the other side?
Yes, I do. I think that again, it's been said again that core services are what's important, streets and sidewalks. You know, it's decay begets decay. Someone mentioned about the streets and sidewalks in Gastown. We've been waiting 15 years for these core infrastructure projects. We're building new without repairing the beauty that's already there. You know,
thanks so much for answering my question. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Do appreciate you calling in tonight, participating in the budget debate. And we're going to move to speaker number 18, who is Maxim Winther.
Yes, hi everyone. Hope everyone's having an all right night. Just had a few thoughts to add to the conversation. I think the elephant in the room really in a lot of these conversations is inequality and the direct correlation between increased inequality and increased crime rates, poverty, and things like public disorder, quote unquote, and things where people might be making calls for quote unquote law and order, endocrine, quote unquote urban decay, all of which are terms that I find fairly problematic and would do well to be deconstructed somewhat, and looking at the frameworks that are ideological frameworks that are informing those. I think what we're seeing in Vancouver, and I don't personally believe it's a new thing, having lived here for more than 20 years, is just the realities of living in a capitalist neoliberal society that has the haves and the have-nots and the rich and the poor. And I am personally of the opinion that if you have inequality, you're going to have problems, and to reduce those problems, you need to reduce inequality, and you reduce inequality by investing in public programs for marginalized people. And how you would not necessarily fix that problem is investing in policing, who, in my opinion, are there to reinforce inequality or maintain inequality, and maintain power, unfair, unequal power dynamics. So I am speaking against the budget, which includes the increase, specifically in the increase in the police budget. I feel like the 300 whatever million seems like it should be plenty, considering it's, I don't know, it's a number that's too hard to really grapple with. And, just looking at the report, there's $21 million annually for firearms and ammunition. as well as the fleet. It's like, how many new cars, new guns, and ammo is needed every year? Cannot some of that money go to social programs? And I do want to remind of the motion that was passed that many people came to speak to that called for looking at things that currently the police are asked to do or are left to do, and looking at alternatives to that. And I really think that that work needs to be prioritized, and I think everyone will benefit from looking at alternatives to policing issues where policing will often only exacerbate problems. And a quick final point, it looks like Vancouver property taxes are 0.26% or 0.29%, not even 1% on your property value, and a 5% increase to 0.2 whatever percent for most people is $50 to $100 per year. So this concern of spiraling taxes, I don't feels a little bit unnecessary when we have people dying on the streets from a drug poisoning crisis and people being arrested for standing up for their rights, for the lands and for one another. So that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Thanks for participating. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. 3 minutes, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Maxim. I've been sitting here for the last few speakers trying to wrap my head around what you say to someone that owns a business with 27 employees or 60 employees and a house and thinks that that they're being put upon because someone that owns nothing and has nothing and is sick is in front of their doorway. I don't know. What would you say to those people?
Thank you for the question. Honestly, I don't know if I have an answer. Just the situation makes me want to cry, to be honest. And I find these conversations and scenarios very emotionally draining. And I think that a society should be judged by how it treats the weakest or the smallest amongst them. And I think that we're doing a pretty poor job right now. And I really think priorities do need to be reestablished. I think a lot of people are very stressed and very worried about all kinds of large scale things that are happening right now. Everyone's stress levels are higher. And I think that it would be really cool to, if we could experiment with actually like helping pick people up and preventing, displacements that causes, worse issues and having better mental health services. And I don't really feel like we've tried that yet. Like, we've tried massive police budgets. I don't think it's working. Like, let's try massive social programs in a way that we really haven't seen in like Canada, as far as I can tell. And the ones that are there, I feel like are working pretty well.
Yeah, that's great. The Human Rights Commission just did a report to the province on the police, and the title of their report was "Equity is Safer." It's kind of what you were saying when you started out about lack of equality is the issue. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. Equity is safer. I think there's hundreds of scientific studies on this, that inequality makes people feel unsafe going out because there might be someone in a survival mode that might want or maybe actually need to rob you, and that sucks, and we should fix that. Yeah.
Thanks, Maxim. Yeah.
Yes,
thank you. You do have questions, Councillor Kirby on? Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. I have one question for you. I'm wondering, because I appreciate you advocating in terms of sort of the gaps and sort of the missing supports and social services for people that really need that help and support, whether it's mental health, addictions, housing, all of those important pieces. I'm wondering, you're advocating to civic government. Are you equally engaged in advocating to the senior levels of governments, the province and the feds, who have primary jurisdiction over a lot of these and the ability to invest in a lot of these social ills that are manifesting in this way?
Yeah, that's a great question. To my knowledge, I don't believe the provincial or federal government gives opportunities for citizens to call in and speak to the issues the way that the municipal government does. and it is one aspect of the municipal government that I really appreciate. And there's all these concerns about how the city council meetings go along, but like the alternative is like not hearing from the public, and I think that would be a shame. So I am grateful for these opportunities. It does make me feel a little bit like my voice matters sometimes. And I'm grateful for that, and I recognize the privilege of that, and privilege of feeling comfortable speaking here, and everything else related to that. I would say that I've donated to, voted for provincial parties. I've written letters. I've been to protests over issues of environmental rights and inequality and human rights, etc. In terms of actually directly speaking, as I am now, not necessarily. I do try and email David Eby sometimes, and I guess he's really busy. But no, I do recognize that it's a multi-level issue, and this is only one small part of it. But if everyone's passing the buck, nothing's get done.
And
I do think
yeah, sorry to jump in. We only have limited time. I appreciate that. And I guess that's the crux of my question is there an opportunity to put all of this energy and power to advocating with all of the MLAs and with the MPs and coming together to really try to affect that, with the bodies that actually have the pockets and the jurisdiction to make some of those significant changes that would reduce the inequity that you're speaking about?
Mm-hmm. That is a great question. It's one that I feel like is like maybe I, as a citizen, do have a responsibility to do that I've maybe been shirking from. And so you're mentioning that does make me reflect on it. I work a lot, so sometimes I watch city council to wind down, and so doing doing more than that right now feels hard. If rent wasn't so expensive and I could work less and etc., I would love to be engaged more. Yes.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I appreciate your efforts, and I'm not suggesting you're shirking. I'm just trying to talk about directing the energy where it can make the biggest difference. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
And I'm not directing it all. Yeah, Council. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I have to say that must be the line of the night to listen to us to wind down. But thank you for that amusing statement. I'm very interested in what you are talking about and addressing, which is really the issues of inequality. And I think I copied down that you said we should try massive, investments in homes and in social service programs and addressing the gaps in social services. I'm wondering if you have done. If you've compiled what you think are asks that not just that you can make, but that the city could make to senior levels of government on this?
Mm-hmm. I mean, great question. One that has come up a few times today, and I think would solve, some percentage of some of the issues that we're witnessing are public toilets. I'm actually a landscaper, and I work out in the field, quote unquote. And sometimes it's very hard to find a toilet, as a working person that has mostly clean clothes. You might need to buy something. There might be a queue. They're often out of order. So, that's like a really small example. That almost made me forget the question. But I think that would be a really great place to start, is to have more public toilets. I think obviously more rent-protected SROs. Really happy with the vacancy control measure. I think that vacancy control wider could catch other people at other stages of precarious homelessness. I think if people felt more collective community togetherness energy, maybe a lot could happen from that. And I feel like Vancouver maybe hasn't had that for a while. And I don't have any immediate ideas of what that could look like, but I'm not the expert. Yeah.
But you're obviously very interested and committed enough to want to speak to us tonight on this very specific subject, and it's a big one to tackle. So thanks for calling and appreciate that very much.
Yeah,
thank you. That's it for questions. So we're going to move to the next speaker. Council, we are on speaker 19 of 102, Kat Glasspool.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
All right. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Kat Glasspool. My pronouns are she, they. I'm calling in from the unceded and stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples to oppose the proposed budget and ask that the Mayor and Council reallocate a substantial portion of the planned VPD budget to funding the 6 demands set out in the People's Budget released by Defund 604 last week. I'm sure you've all seen and heard the demands, and as I only have 5 minutes, I want to focus on 2 of those points. So the first of those is funding peer-led nonviolent mental health services, supports, and wellness checks, as well as indoor sex worker spaces. The second of those will be funding accessible non-market housing and ending the displacement of unhoused people. We know that peer-led programming is love-led. The folks designing and putting in hours working on peer-led projects are doing that work in solidarity and support of the marginalized and underserved communities they care for. The current policy and practices led by cruelty and colonial violence. Policing is a practice rooted in suppression and violations of human rights, and this practice has not changed. The example I've chosen to bring to you today is the inhumane methods behind the daily street sweeps happening here in so-called Vancouver. They are a violent abuse of power and a conscious commitment to re-traumatizing people experiencing homelessness. Armed police officers are not trained, equipped, or appropriate in these scenarios, as we heard earlier today, and they have said it themselves that these are not areas officers are trained in. So why are they receiving money to do it? We heard from the parks rangers and other folks that the budget is not allowing them to hire and train staff. The allocation of armed police officers in these spaces is inappropriate. Peer-led programs that are designed and equipped to take on these tasks exist and desperately need funding. On top of this, the practice of continued displacement needs to be rectified by establishing accessible, affordable, and adequate housing. I want to acknowledge that Council recently voted to implement vacancy control in downtown Eastside SROs, and I think that's an amazing first step, but this program needs funding. I know that the $500,000 that was asked to be allocated to this has not yet been allocated, and I would strongly encourage that Council dedicate that funding to this cause. The money used to pay officers to intimidate and abuse unhoused populations must be redirected towards essential programs such as safe drug supply. See Vandu and Dole for examples of programs that exist and function. They need to be reallocated towards indoor sex work spaces. See Wish Society for a program that functions and is established but needs more funding. We need to reallocate that funding to peer-led mental health services and wellness checks. See Communities for peer support programs. I'm going to end on this note. There can be no reconciliation without decolonization. Increasing the police budget means an increase in abuse of power, of police presence, and of displacement and re-traumatization to Vancouver residents experiencing houselessness, racialized communities, and members of the LGBTQ2+ community. This increase also means that departments that are in desperate need of funding will not see any because the VPD budget is astronomical and excessive. The 2022 budget plan claims that reconciliation, equity, and critical social issues are a priority, but it has been proven that we cannot have both. And actually, if I may just take a moment to address or to reference some of the issues mentioned by speakers that went before me. Policing is so often a reactionary response. More police won't stop broken windows. They don't intend to end homelessness, and they do not have the skills to address the mental health crises we're seeing. Peer-led programming provides outlets and resources for the folks experiencing homelessness. Safe housing keeps them warm and dry and removes the need to seek shelter in doorways and cars. These are not crazy ideas. These are proven methods, and the money that could make this happen is all going to the BPD. I manage a small business of 10 staff, and we've been broken into twice in the last 18 months, both of those including a large broken window, boarding up, the whole 9 yards, just as that previous speaker mentioned. We do a neighborhood cleanup every morning, and we find used needles every week. And the consensus amongst my team is not that the people connected to these incidents should be punished or arrested, but that we want these folks to receive love-led care, not further exclusion and discrimination at the hands of the police and community members who fail or actively choose not to see the humanity in our neighbors in need. Defund the police, fund peer-led programs, and land back. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. Sorry. Thanks for your time tonight. There are no questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Thanks very much. Council, the next speaker is Garjep Kaur.
Mayor, Speaker 20 is not on the line.
Thank you. 21, Speaker 21, Jillian McGuire.
Mayor, Speaker 21 is not on the line.
Thank you. I have formerly homeless Dave, Speaker number 22 in person.
Speaker 22 is here in person.
Great, thank you so much.
Greetings, councillors. Welcome to the age of climate chaos and Omicron. Today, I really want to especially thank staff, and in particular, the Finance Department, for standing up to Board of Directors of the VPD and the millions of dollars they want in addition to their budget. I think that staff has made a prudent and wise decision in looking at the numbers and looking at the health and safety of our city. And Chief Palmer is looking at the self-interest of police interests. I really hope that people do support staff on this matter with the VPD budget. But today, I'm here especially to talk about Mayor Kennedy's climate change levy tax. But first, after hearing VPD's Chief Palmer speaking earlier, who placed protesters at the very top of their list of pressures, at the very top of their budget pressures and police priority, and especially environmental activists. That's what he said, to quote him. I'm especially looking at the Green Party because increasing the police budget of what Chief Palmer wants is going to play into their priority of how would the activists, who are mostly youth and Indigenous, feel? Do they feel harassed? Do they feel kettled? Do they feel like their message is not really wanted by the city, by the nation, by the world? I think the message of the police in the city would be, protest is not enough to enact real change. Voting is not enough to enact real change. So what comes next? Who do you ask? People like David Suzuki? Since 2005, I've been for the abolition of fossil fuels. So let me be clear where I stand. And in the context of climate change, which today has to be intertwined and interconnected with COVID, Omicron. To explain that, I'll say 5 words. Global South lack of vaccines. So when we talk about climate adaptation, we also have to talk about COVID adaptation. And this is a council that a few years ago almost unanimously approved St. Paul's Hospital on a liquefaction site at sea level by the sea. I can guarantee you, if you speak to insurance companies, it doesn't matter if it's a platinum LEED building. Buildings are going to be uninsurable in areas like this in the near future. Speak to the insurance companies. And it doesn't matter if it's passive housing for the well-to-do. Same thing, uninsurable in areas like that. You know what the definition of greenest city in the world is? It's like a horse on a carousel saying, I won the race. Mayor Kennedy, I know I don't have much time left, but it's important to interconnect climate change and COVID. And this city promised $1 billion in code adaptation for buying SROs for the poor and vulnerable. You need to move on that within the next few months. And especially also put a priority on urban indigenous peoples over housing and health. And
Thank you so much. We're at the 5 minutes, but you do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just have one question, Dave. And you mentioned the mayor's proposed climate tax, and I think I heard you say you support it. Is that right?
His climate tax, I think that really, I'm really glad you asked that question, because this really goes back to something earlier.
I wonder if I just was just wondering if I just want to clarify first, if I could, because I have limited time, if it was a yes or no, you support it, because I wanted to ask you a follow-up question.
Yeah,
I just want to clarify what I heard.
It's not that easy, whether it's just yes or no, so I could explain that.
Maybe I can ask my other question. You can answer them together. Maybe will help.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you know what the amount of that tax will be, who will pay it, or what it would go towards? Do you have any details on that?
Are you asking me or the mayor?
I'm asking you.
Oh, me. Okay. Well, I know as much as you do. As far as I know, there's something he's talking about, a 1% tax right now.
I was asking. I was curious if you knew, because I don't have any of those details either. So I was curious. So
Yes,
no, I don't know.
I think from what I'm hearing from media is he's talking about a 1% tax added to the budget. And I think that if that money that the finance department is saying we shouldn't give that extra to the VPD, he could decrease that tax to 0.5%. But really, this goes back to an earlier decision over a parking permit plan that was a motion that was here, which was going to be passed. And this was all about climate change and meeting the targets for 2030. And the mayor sided with what can be seen as the right wing of city council. He could have made an amendment to amendment or whatever it is you guys do. And for example, he said that, and I agree with him, that there's an unfair burden on that to the poor and working class. But he could have made an amendment to say, well, let's exempt people who make less than $40,000. If that answers your question at all.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. I think we're all waiting for details. So I just wondered if you had some. Thank you very much. Thanks for speaking to council.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, hi Dave. I haven't seen you for eons. How are you doing?
Oh, that's a big
my
question.
first question.
Well, that's a big question, and I'll just leave it open. Go ahead and ask your questions. Is that your question?
So, no, well,
okay.
I wanted to ask you about the police budget. So are you thinking that the police budget should be, that some of the money, at least in the police budget, should be going to community-led services? And if so, which ones?
Well, I do agree. And since I was here earlier and I listened to Ralph Kaisers, who's the police chief union boss, and he pointed out quite correctly himself, stating that, well, the police waste a lot of time in hospitals. You know, we spend a lot of money there, and we don't need that money to do that. We should be doing other things. You know, the police, that's the police union boss.
So what else?
So money can
What
be
else
saved.
would you like to see them do?
They can transfer funds. It needs a redirection in how we see policing. And I think this is part of the provincial government task force that's happening now. And I think we should be able to hear more about that, because so much is under the jurisdiction of the provincial government to do with policing. And so there's a conflict, and there's also a democratic deficit, especially since it's under the jurisdiction of local taxes, but it's the provincial government that has so much jurisdiction over the police. Thank you, Jean.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Councillor Bly, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to clarify, it's important that we are helping each other understand fully what are the facts of what we're dealing with. And I don't know if Councillor Swanson is aware, but didn't correct you, Dave, so I feel like I needed to just jump on here. Are you aware that when the VPD are called by Vancouver Coastal Health, as an example, to support, or if they are requested by a doctor who's who's responsible for somebody's care, that they are actually required to stay with that person until they're seen by a doctor, that they're not allowed. So you mentioned about wasted time and Ralph Kaiser's comments earlier today. But do you understand that that's actually that they're not legally allowed to leave that person unattended until a doctor sort of transfers responsibility of care over to the health system, and that can take sometimes 4 or 5 or 6 hours waiting in an ER?
Well, I understand that, and so what Kaiser is saying was that that wasn't the way it always was, and it doesn't need to be that way. Also, I want to say, you know, it was 3 years ago that I stopped coming to council, and it was over the VPD budget. And I'm not going to take any more questions from council, and I won't be coming back to council because it's still unable to deal with the VPD budget, plus climate change adaptation and COVID adaptation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Thanks so much for coming in. We hope to see you back again. Take it easy, and council, we are going to move on to the next speaker. We have Willie Comernot, speaker number 23.
Speaker 23 is not on the line.
Thanks. Speaker number 24, Wendy Peterson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep, we are a little faint. If you could just...
I put my headphones in. Can you hear me now?
There you go. That's a lot better. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Wendy Peterson, and I want to acknowledge my visitor status on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory, and use this little moment at the beginning of my speech to express my gratitude to the land and the ancestors and the people who cared for this land and continue to care for this land. So I'm here today as the director of a group that operates in the downtown east side and the Granville South area called the SRO Collaborative. We employ 130 tenants with the help of dozens of community partners to do various types of peer-to-peer work in their privately owned hotels across about 60 of the 100 privately owned SROs. As you know, SROs are the last stop before homelessness for about 4,000 people, and we're testing out a new and exciting model at the Collaborative for SRO tenant support that we believe will help the city achieve its goals of stopping inflows into homelessness from the hotels. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for approving the SRO vacancy control on November 17th. The SRO Collaborative is here tonight to make 100% sure that the budget will include the full funding recommended by staff for SRO vacancy control, and to ensure that the program appears in the budget as an ongoing program. In terms of the budget motion, that means that recommendation B, the as yet unallocated funds, will include vacancy control once amended by council, again as staff has recommended. Vacancy control is cost effective. This program costs only $500,000 per year, which is the cost of a single unit of new social housing, but will protect 4,000 tenants. The unallocated funds are already included in the 5% tax increase this year, so approving this will not affect that. On the issue of timing, it's my understanding that if the funding for the SRO vacancy control program is included in the budget on the vote on Tuesday, when that happens, then the bylaw will be effective on Tuesday. This timeline will be very good news for tenants because time is of the essence. Every day that goes by without the bylaw in place means the loss of more rooms of this precious housing stock. This bylaw will also apply to empty rooms. One building with 80 rooms is almost emptied out. Remember, one unit of social housing costs $500,000, And this means that these empty rooms will be rented either at the previous tenant's rents plus inflation or the average rental rate for SROs, which is $561 once this bylaw is active. Conceivably, these rooms could re-rent currently to homeless people. In terms of budget priorities, given that Vancouver residents overwhelmingly feel the city should invest more into issues related to homelessness, housing, and social priorities, and given that the businesses and BIAs will benefit indirectly and directly from the reduction of inflows into homelessness and a potential reduction in the overall number of homeless tenants in the city of Vancouver as well, and given the strong support for this particular program at the city and in the community, I think council can make a strong case to ensure full and ongoing funding for this program. And we look forward to our next steps working with you, with the 3 levels of government, on a plan to get more investments from the senior levels of government into the hotels. And thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to follow up from formerly homeless Dave. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions, Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy, for all your work and for calling in. So I heard you loud and clear on the vacancy control. I'm interested in the fact that you mentioned that you are employing 130 tenants to do peer support services. Are those peer support services, or any of them, do you think, having an impact in terms of reducing the need for responses by the VPD?
Well, 100%. That's our goal. Our goal is more social inclusion, more accountability, more tenants taking responsibility for other tenants. That safety and inclusion is the glue that holds society together. And we have a plan. We're working on a model. We're testing it, and we want to scale it up across all of the hotels. And it's potentially scalable in other places as well, where tenants can be looking after each other, and it's very cost effective as well in terms of it's not a social service approach to housing, homelessness, and the need for support. It's more of a peer-to-peer support program. So I'm really excited, and I believe that this is part of the solution, which is community, building community, building stronger networks with each other. I've heard various speakers talk about the issue, and I firmly believe that more community organizing could solve a lot of issues in our city.
That's great. You know, what would be helpful is to actually have some more detailed lists of the kinds of activities and how by those activities, by the the peers in terms of peer support services, how those specific services being in place means calls aren't needed for VPD in this way or that way. You don't have to.
That's a great idea. We were just funded to do a comprehensive evaluation, and we should include that as a metric in our evaluation. And I think when focus groups and surveys are done with tenants independent of the collaborative, they're going to find that they hear those stories where, for example, a woman who's living alone in her hotel takes on the role of distributing food in her building that's coming from the Latinx kitchen, the migrant kitchen that's delivering beautiful food to the hotel, and she gets to know her neighbors. And then when there's a problem, she's got people to lean on, and she doesn't need to call the police. And I've already heard of examples myself, and I think that will come out in the evaluation. And we need to get good at documenting. And I'm learning from our staff who are super pros and social scientists, and they're collecting that data. And I think we can show some of that. I think that's what's going to come after our evaluation.
Thanks so much. That is the 3 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that a lot of people who live particularly in nonprofit run or government owned SROs don't like them because they say there are too many rules, there's much regimentation, they can't have their kids visit. They get checked on every day when they don't want to, things like that. I'm just wondering if you think that your model could be an alternative to this that might be acceptable to more people.
Well, I don't want to throw the baby completely out with the bathwater because there's a lot of great, groups that are doing good work. But I do think this is a different model, and looking for some space and time to develop it, and it builds on a lot of the peer-to-peer stuff that's happening in the community already in different pockets. And yeah, we have dozens and dozens of community partners, and people are learning about how to support peers to be part of change, social change. So yeah, and I think it's cost effective too, and it's a little like, I think what I'm learning from some of my mentors and from the decades I've had in the downtown east side, the social services model is very expensive, and when really communities need to be resourced to support each other and hold each other accountable. So like the police, if you have a problem that needs related to violations of people's boundaries, like the police don't have to be the first call to make in all situations, like Beely and other people were describing. And if you can build people's capacity to deal with problems in a local, holistic fashion, I think it's cheaper and more effective, and we can see results. And I'll be excited to share results in the months and years to come on our model, anyhow.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. There are no other questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much for participating tonight. We have speaker number 25, Juliette Mollard-Thibault.
Mayor, speaker 25 is not on the line.
Thanks. 26, Gilles Seren.
Yeah, hello, this is Gilles here. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hello?
Up to, hi.
Yeah,
up to
okay,
5
hi. Hi, yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Gilles Seren. I'm a resident of downtown Eastside Vancouver in an SRO, actually a studio attached to an SRO. And I'm president of the Carnegie Community Center Association, which before COVID has as many as 5,000 members in the downtown Eastside, many of whom are SRO residents. And I support getting 10 years funding to set up vacancy control for the city to administer vacancy control. Because this bylaw prevents slumlord rent evictions and other illegal rentier activities. So the only just solution is long-term funding, which creates long-term security. And as we are on the unceded territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people, and Indigenous people are overrepresented in the homeless population and in SROs, which is the last stop before homelessness, it's vital that vacancy control be long-term as a part of reconciliation. It doesn't make sense to spend taxpayer dollars to set up a new administrative department to run SROs and then dismantle it after a year. This is a waste of setup costs and of taxpayers' money. And all of the work that has gone into this legislation would have to be repeated in a year if funding is only in place for a year, a waste of city staff and councilors' time. Also an insult to the work activists and tenants have done. Long-term funding for long-term implementation also gives security and assurance to landlords as to expectations with returns on investment. Long-term funding will prevent sharp, unconscionable operators from investing in SROs when the prospect of easy millions via illegal rent increases disappears. What else have I got here? I think that's most of it, but I'm getting a little tired of hearing people who for 40 years have supported the neoliberal agenda, the right-wing neoliberal agenda, which has created massive inequality, when suddenly it's coming back to bite them in the head, because this inequality is what's created homelessness, has reduced services for people with mental health issues, and now the windows are being broken. Their windows are being broken by an effect of the very ideology that they've supported for 40 years. It's time to take some small steps to reverse that, and to put some, we already have the legislation in place in terms of vacancy control to give vulnerable people a better chance towards healing and homelessness.
Thank you for your contribution. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again for calling in tonight. We have Celine McRae-Hamdy next. Speaker 27.
Mayor, it's the clerk. Could you stand by for a moment? I think we may have disconnected from TELUS. Speaker 27, are you on the line?
Colin McRae-Hamdy. Sorry, Celine McRae-Hamdy. Clerks, let's move on, and if Celine McRae-Hamdy does happen to be there, we can always pop her in. We'll go for speaker number 28 of 102, Megan Pavitt.
Mayor, we can't connect with TELUS right now. We might need a short recess.
Okay, I will, it is 9:14, Council, let's take 5 minutes and I will get back to you where we're at in terms of TELUS. So thanks, clerks, and we'll come back at 9:20.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hey, Kirsty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, yes, I can hear you too. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Okay. Did you hear most of what I have to say, or?
We didn't. Are you speaker 27?
Yes.
We didn't hear anything you said.
Oh, so I got to start all over again. Oh no. Okay.
Or is this? Oh, this is speaker 26. Okay, yeah, we heard most of you, just the very last part.
Oh, I was 26. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions?
We're just on a
hold
short
on one
recess, but we'll be back in about a minute.
Okay, thanks.
call, sorry, we're at 9:20 by my clock, so it's going to go back and call Celine McRae-Hamdy.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes?
Yeah, it's Councillor Carr here. Mayor, you may not know, but we have a speaker that's further down the list who's here in person, has been waiting for a long time. And I wonder if I could move to vary the order of the speakers list and have that speaker, I believe it's a speaker 42, be heard after this next speaker you're calling for.
Sure. Could we have a seconder for that motion?
Fry, second.
Thank you. All in favor, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. We'll do that. So I'm going to go back to the clerks. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We have, sorry, I called that name was 27, Speaker 27, Celine McRae-Hamdy.
Mayor, sorry, Speaker 26 is still on the line. I believe they got cut off partway through the end of their presentation.
Jill's Sereni?
Correct, yeah.
Seren, yeah.
Okay, you just had, were you, I think I remember you were answering questions, correct?
No, I didn't get any questions.
Okay, did you want to just finish off your statement then, please?
Yeah, apparently I just got cut off. The technical difficulties came just as I was saying the last few things.
Oh, I heard you right to the end, but if you want to just repeat the end, that's your final couple of sentences, that would be great.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to say, like, secure housing and less homelessness saves on policing and medical costs and contradicts the criminalization of poverty. And housing security means better public safety and fewer smashed windows. So less inequality, more social services is good for society overall.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, and thank you for being patient and, as we get through the fun of of all this technical change. But thank you so much for participating today, clerk. So before I go to speaker number 42, just wanted to double check that Celine McRae-Hamdy wasn't on the line.
Speaker 27 is on the line.
Is on the line. Okay, so we'll go to Celine McRae-Hamdy, speaker number 27, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Celine. Can you hear me?
Sure can, yes.
Great, thank you. I'd like to start by emphasizing I was born after Expo 86. I moved to Vancouver after the Olympics, but before the World Cup was held here. I'm an aerospace engineer with a UBC Masters of Clean Energy Engineering, and I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask the Council before this budget is either approved, rejected, or amended. Question number one. Why are the property taxes in Vancouver less than 0.4%, which is less than 50% below, which is more than 50% below the property tax rate of 0.8% in every other comparable municipality in Canada and North America? Calgary, 0.8%. Toronto, 0.8%. Montreal, 0.8%. Halifax, 0.8%. So why are so low? Two, why do people with millions of dollars in assets in Vancouver have a harder time than the people in Vancouver who don't have millions of dollars in assets? Three, why does everyone say it feels like crime is increasing when VPD statistics show that it's dropped or stayed stable, depending on the crime in question, relative to the 5-year rolling average before the pandemic? Does the council now accept feelings over statistics? 4, why are we still not replacing water and sewer mains at the required rate of 1.1% a year? Why do we only replace them at 0.7% a year, which, to be fair, is up from the previous rate of 0.4% a year? But does the feelings of people on council increase the metallic system strength of the pipes in our city? 5, why is it the city's business to protect independent business owners from their landlords who are also independent businesses? Why should we subsidize their business model if they can't innovate their way out of their property issues? 6, why is my, and I will emphasize, overseas investor absentee landlord raising my rent by $600 a year perfectly fine, but raising the property tax on that same landlord by $100 a year is a burden that City Hall must work against? 7, if 7 VPL librarians beat an unarmed Vancouverite to death, would they be fired? And if not, then why are my tax dollars still paid for the salaries of the 7 VPD officers who beat an unarmed Vancouverite to death in 2015? 8, why does the City Council want empirical solutions to crime, homelessness, and addiction when Housing First approaches are repeatedly demonstrated and repeatable scientific studies? Is the issue that you want demonstratable solutions or that you don't like the demonstrated solutions? 9, does this city and this city council forget about reconciliation when they haven't seen an unmarked mass grave of children the morning of? 10, why does everyone harken back to the good old days of residential schools, I might ask, before Expo 86? It's the 21st century and we have a housing crisis. If people don't like to live here, why not let them leave? I don't see any, I'm still here. 11, why does everyone want to focus on core service except for their pet peeves and trying to mind control the premier or the prime minister? Either people want to focus on a broad range of solutions or they don't, but they can't just single out their ideas. 12, why did this council cut the snow plowing budget in half in 2020, the week before a blizzard, just to limit the tax growth to 5% annually? And lastly, when we've seen home values rise 15% in a pandemic, I might add, in the year 2021, if City Council had 20 fingers on one hand, would they feel comfortable raising property taxes by a higher amount, or is the number of 5% not arbitrarily drawn just from holding up one hand? Does anyone on City Council have any answers to any or all of these questions? Thank you.
Thanks so much for your participation tonight. We're going to have to take those questions as rhetorical because the way this hearing works is that we're listening to you and we can't ask you questions, but
those aren't rhetorical questions.
No, but in this setting, what councillors can do is to ask staff questions that you have asked, but we don't directly answer in this phase of the council meeting. So I just want to thank you for calling in today and your thoughts. And I'm going to move to speaker 42 now, who just moved ahead because they've been very patient. Andrea Wright, speaker number 42 in person. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Just a point of procedure, Mayor. After we hear speaker 42, are we going on the list from there? Or just for those who are tuning in, are we going back? And then
we'll be going back to 28. Megan Pavitt would be the next name I'll call.
If we wanted to do this again, would we have to suspend the procedure bylaw to allow for speakers?
And we did have a vote, so we're on to speaker 42.
Thank you, and thank you very much to all of you for staying so late this evening. I'm standing before you as a longtime resident of the City of Vancouver to urge you to consider ensuring the VPD has the funding it needs to keep us all safe. Just 6 months ago, my partner and I lived downtown, and I mean right downtown, in the 900 block of Seymour Street with another condo in the 1100 block of Hornby Street. We had been there for over 20 years and loved it, until recently. In May of this year, we sold up and moved across the bridge. It seems a completely different world, only 3 minutes away by car and 24 minutes on foot. But we moved because we no longer felt safe. We were tired of dodging needles, feces, urine, and being screamed at by people. Our back alley looked like something from a third world country. In the past 2 years, our neighborhood and many others like it have seen rapid, radical change, and not necessarily for the better. Before that time, our neighborhood was a vibrant collection of people, from the poorly housed or unhoused to those extremely well off, from working professionals like us to families with small children. We knew the names of people, the longtime residents in our neighborhood, even those that live in SROs and were poorly housed. For example, there's Les. He hangs out in front of the VD wine store on Seymour Street pretty much every day. He's a super kind man who has faced unbelievable hardships, but he has a strong will to live and he loves our neighborhood. He doesn't understand the changes and he doesn't feel safe. There's Blanket Guy, a man of very few words, but super quiet and gentle and extremely grateful for a cup of coffee or just a few dollars to get some food. And there's Spoons. Spoons loves the neighborhood and to this day is doing his best to keep our neighborhood connected and safe. This past summer, he went on a mission to keep some of the newcomers in the neighborhood from stealing and